The shock of, oh my gosh, I can play that Pokemon game on my phone immediately turned into, oh, I can do ROM hacks and randomizers now.
We're talking about. I just flipped it on. We're talking about.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, I just flipped it like as you started that sentence. We were talking about how the App Store now says you can put emulators on there.
Yes,
Oh
you can.
wow, are we playing Grand Blue Fantasy
I
Reeling?
was about to say Versus, but that's not the right one.
No.
You kind of, I don't know, you kind of wanted to. You kind of wanted to, but that's
But
not
we're
what
not,
was agreed
though.
upon.
But we're not doing that.
Not this time.
We're doing an audiobook reading of Alan Wake, the novelization.
How much did I pay for it? I see a price tag on it.
Where's
still.
your price tag on this?
What was that? Is that a price tag?
No, it's not a price tag.
What is it? Oh. It's just the sticker.
Yeah, it's just the sticker. It looks like it's the date of the transaction, possibly. There's a date on it, but that doesn't make sense. They would have been stuckered on like whenever they got it.
Yeah.
It says it was originally, according to the back, it says it was originally published at $7.99 or $9.99 Canadian. But
Who
no.
knows how much I paid for it?
We had quite a bit of a debate about what we were going to do today. We talked about the next thing was going to be Alan Wake or Hi-Fi Rush.
And I got here, and what did you tell me about Hi-Fi Rush?
I said that I was bad at it. No, I've been wanting to play Hi-Fi Rush, since it came out. But I only had like an hour to fiddle around with it last night, and I just didn't feel confident in it. I'm not a character action guy. By the way, you guys can't see Joey because the webcam's going to be off.
Hey guys, I'm here.
The webcam's going to be off as soon as we actually start the game, so there's just no point in me doing the double thing. Plus, he can now sit at the far end of the sofa, and we've both got more room to man spread like Cloud Strife on the bench.
Because the thing is, when I'm here, I can do the classic. I'm sitting in the corner, so I feel like a prince right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stanced up. I love it. Hey everybody, hi. How's it going?
But anyway, no. What we were talking about was a one-off of Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, a one-off of Arzette, the Jewel of Faramore. Though honestly, this is such a short game, we could realistically do like a 1 or 2 stream full playthrough of it. Or Hi-Fi Rush, but that was a situation where it was like, this is just. I think I would prefer to beat the game once myself, so that I can actually show it off a little bit. Or we play it at a time when you are not too busy, so that you could theoretically between streams replay levels and lab.
Well, that's the thing is it's on my wish list on PlayStation. I get a word. Also, the PlayStation.
This isn't a good game to take 3-week-long breaks from.
No, sir. Anything that's an action-oriented game like that is not.
Alan Wake, for one thing, we can probably beat it in 2 streams, maybe 3.
Yes,
for another thing, it's not going to matter if we take a break from it.
Exactly.
But no, because we were talking about possibly doing Alan Wake, then Control, and Alan Wake 2. Probably not all in one go. We might take a break and do an Arzette or a Hi-Fi Rush
or a Grand Blue
or a Grand Blue Fantasy with our favorite female gacha protagonist, Blue. That's her name, right?
Gran and Blue.
That's her name. That's her name.
Yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, this game's been in kind of a development hell for a while, and I really didn't think it was ever going to come out because, years ago.
By the way, chat, let us know how sound is. Continue.
Gotcha. Years ago, they showed it off, and it was like, oh my gosh, it's, this gacha game is, they're actually doing that thing that I love, which is you take the money from the gacha game and use it to make a real video game. You don't see that hardly, but it was like, oh, and they got Platinum working on it. And then later on, Platinum's name got dropped from it, and we're like, that's weird. What does that mean? And then there was 4 years of silence. So I didn't think this game was ever going to come out. But anyway, apparently, when they were originally making it, they were originally going to have their own protagonist. You weren't going to be playing the gacha characters. They had a female protagonist named Blue. So we would have had Gran and we would have had Blue. I'm so mad. And so we have Gran and Jita. But that's my stupid rant for nothing for gacha games. I was telling him, I was like, listen, if we do this, it's going to have to turn into a gacha stream, a gacha discussion stream. We're not ready for that yet.
No, we're not ready for that discussion yet.
They can't handle the truth.
But anyway, Ninja Bunny mentioned I tried playing Hi-Fi Rush, but I was doing so badly at it that I checked my latency, and that's when I found out my setup has over a second of lag.
Oh no.
No, this Hi-Fi Rush's menus have the most comprehensive, like, check what your latency is, and like it has built-in latency compensators.
Oh yeah.
It's like, hey, here's this menu where it's like, this sound and this light should occur at the same time, and if they don't, then you need to adjust this.
Did I ever... Hey, I wish Modern Warfare 2 would have had that, because then I would have learned. I don't know. I'm sure I've brought it up about how it's like, you know, back in the day of like high school FPSs, right? Back when it was big for me.
Yeah.
It's like, I thought I was just really bad. I'm not good at FPSs. I'm really not. But I thought I was just terrible. And it didn't click that I was playing Modern Warfare 2 on a CRT. And it was...
Didn't click that could be outside circumstances causing your
it never
dismay.
did, because I never bothered playing any... You know, I didn't have anything else. I didn't really know anything about all this. And so that's why I got really good at using, like, noob tubes and claymores, because it's like, I had to, like, predict where people would be to get kills. And then later on, I got a new TV, you know, a newfangled, not CRT.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I see. It's
So-
like, I'm not moving into stop time anymore.
So, folks, I apologize that we're a little late today. We're usually late anyway, but specifically today, the trouble was,
wouldn't you believe it?
I did this setup
Technical difficulty.
months ago, but I had to completely delete all of my OBS settings because of some technical problems a couple of months ago. So a while back, I did this setup, and I was trying to recreate it, and I couldn't get it right. Basically, in OBS, most of the time, I use its basic automatic settings, where you have some broad presets about the quality of the footage that you want to be getting, and you set it and you leave it, right? Now, something that OBS can do that's neat is you can have up to 6 audio channels. So you can say, like, okay, I want to isolate voiceover, game audio, music audio that I'm piping in, whatever, right? As many, I get up to 6 audio sources, I can have them isolated so that when I spit the file out at the ending, I can pick, you know, what audio source I want. So, for example, something that we taped a while back, the secret playthrough we taped a little while ago.
Yes.
The last session of that, the way that I set it up was just like, I had multiple audio channels. One of them was our mics, another was the game audio, and then I had a third channel, which was like for our backup, which was the stream, because we do streaming, we do backups during our recordings in case I lose files. I stream them to unlisted links on YouTube sometimes. Yeah. Where basically for the stream, I had it set up so that there was another channel of the game audio, which was set a little quieter, and it ducked when we spoke, so that if I lost the tape, I had the stream backup that was not perfect, but it was essentially already a little bit edited. It would have been usable, right? So when we're streaming, we're doing something similar. So let me hover over Hi-Fi Rush, and folks can listen.
And everybody can look at the wonderful image in the back.
So Joey, I want you to speak really loud and watch the meters down here.
Hey everybody, it's your boy 98 Mr. 28 back at it again with another gotcha video game stream, so you guys can give me money to gamble my life away.
So when you're speaking louder, you can see down there the meters are going down.
Yes.
Basically, it's programmed so that when we talk louder, the game audio channel will reduce a little bit. So it's like, oh, if we're speaking, then the game gets a little quieter. So I can set it a little higher than I normally would. So if we're not talking, it sounds okay for people. But if we speak, it goes down. This is basic streamer stuff. Took me a while to figure out, but whatever. So one of the things that you can do, though, is when you are making a stream, you can set it, because a stream is just going to, like, oh, I can't do that. Oh, I think somebody called me on accident, so it was fine.
Whoopsie.
One of the things that you can do is you can set up a stream to like, only send through, like, one channel, basically. So I can set up so what I was trying to do, essentially, was to set this stream up so that I had, one of my other settings down here is the game audio not set up to duck at full volume.
Yes.
The idea is, if I'm recording that as a separate channel, then I can take the video of us talking and the game audio, and I can do a proper edit of it later. Right. If I want to remove some voiceover, I have the tape not ducking itself. If I want to make a more precise little adjustment, or if there's a cutscene where we're not talking, I can use it where it's fully turned up and I'm not cranking the lowered audio where it'll sound a little distorted. In order to tell, but basically like the stream will just have any audio channels that are active will go through. So if I did that, everybody would be able to hear the maxed out game volume and we would be buried underneath it.
Yeah.
If you do advanced setup in OBS, you can say, I only want the stream to receive from this channel. So I can set up a channel that's like the iTunes music for startup, us talking, and the modulated ducking game audio. And then I can have another audio channel that's just our voiceover, another audio channel that's just the automatically ducking audio, another audio channel that is the unmodified full volume audio of the game. So I've got options in editing afterwards.
Right.
However, all of your settings for like, the video quality are no longer just pick some presets. You now have to get into a lot more technical detail about encoding processes and numbers and all kinds of stuff. So what I was wasting my time doing while we were watching Red Letter Media talking about the latest Neil Breen film.
I saw you messing with a bunch of knobs and dials and drop-down menus.
I was attempting to recreate the preset
yes.
using the numbers. And there's not a simple answer because it's at least a little bit the presets are according to your hardware.
Okay.
It's not like it's just doing one thing within the software. It's looking at the capabilities of your computer and making a necessary adjustment. So I was trying to use a combination of reading online and internal like data in OBS to recreate the settings, and I couldn't. Mm-hmm. No matter what I did, I was using the opening FMV of Final Fantasy VII Remake as my benchmark because it looks the exact same every time because it's pre-rendered, but it's also very high density and detail. So I taped the opening cutscene of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, repeatedly using my different settings, trying to get it to the level of quality of our basic settings, and I could not get it.
Yes.
It kept looking muddy and
I
stuff
saw
and bad.
many tests. I heard many expletives.
The point of this is to be able to get the high quality video so that I could do an edit afterwards, which I'll talk about that in a moment. So it's not really worth doing the other stream to get the multiple audio channels if I'm not getting the highest quality video possible. Well, not possible. The highest quality video possible would be way too big. The threshold that I want, correct. I couldn't get. And I gave up on fighting with it. I'll fight with it another day. I meant to do all of this last night, but something else came up, and I couldn't do it. So, this brings us to what we're going to do next here, which is basically, I talked about a number of streams ago. I'm going to start editing our live stream Let's Plays into edited... Jacob, come on, find the words.
Playthroughs.
Edited videos, yes. So if we do a 4-hour stream today, I'll cut it into 4 episodes probably, maybe a little bit less. The idea is that I'll be able to trim it. So we're going to start sort of that section of the video presently and I'll explain myself. So we're going to do Alan Wake today.
Yes.
Joey's here as well. I don't know how I'm going to cut this exactly. This is the beginning of...
That's whenever I see... my brain is... I'm too monkey brained. When I look in a mirror or I'm looking at like a mirrored video, I cannot move in the correct direction. It's so stupid, but I just can't.
So we're going to be trying something a little bit new today. This is the beginning of the new era of streaming because making videos the way that I've been making it is too difficult and it takes too long to do.
Mm-hmm. In a perfect world, it wouldn't be, but technology fights against us, aka you, at every chance.
We will probably... this is going to get a little more refined as it goes on, and Alan Wake is not the best game to start this process with, because Alan Wake's a fairly linear action game, but the idea is, especially if we're playing something a little bit, we're going to do Control at some point after this. Control has a ton of downtime, just kind of empty, walking around and grinding stuff. So my thought process is, a lot of people don't mind watching 4-hour-long streams. A lot of people do kind of mind. That's a little difficult to keep your brain straight over the course of multiple days. Mm-hmm. Plus, there can be a lot of downtime in it. Like, if we were ever to do something like FF14, which I'm not saying we will do, but if we ever did...
Hypothetically speaking.
If we ever did, that is a game that would probably be best to stream because there's so much
Yes.
emptiness. It'd be good to have people to talk to, but also it would be good to not necessarily just have, here's a 5-hour-long stream of FF14. It'd probably be able to good to take that 5-hour stream and turn it into 3-hour-long episodes with a lot of the fat and the A to B of an MMO cut out.
Correct.
For people who just wanted to watch the story and watch the interesting bits of our commentary. So Alan Wake is not a great... No, we're not playing FF11, Ninja Bunny. So we're not doing... This is not going to be the best game to run this experiment with, but the idea is I'm going to take our streams of Alan Wake and chop them up into episodes with episode titles, with thumbnails, and if necessary, a little bit of light editing just to tighten them up a little bit. Probably not going to see too much of that with Alan Wake since it's
Yep.
linear level-based.
Exactly.
But it'll let us cut out dry bits if there are any. If we got to take a break, then that becomes an episode cut, whatever. So if you're watching this as part 1 of the edited video and not on the stream, don't get confused. Uncharted 4 and Final Fantasy VII Remake are not, canceled or whatever. This is an alternative
Cancel
path.
culture comes to the Final Fantasy VII playthrough.
This is an alternative path that we are now walking. This is an alternative production line for me because editing takes a long time. I'll offer a very, very brief update on both of those, I suppose. We've got a decent amount of Final Fantasy VII Remake pipe laid. You'll be seeing more of that soon, hopefully. The reason Uncharted 4 hasn't had a new episode in quite some time is because the next episode is one of the first ones where we lost footage, and I am dreading the process of sitting down to do all of that. Part of the reason Uncharted 4 took so long to come out was because I knew I was going to have to do that eventually, and it took me like a year and a half to muster up the spirit within me to want to do all that work. But then it took me like a year to get to the episodes where I was going to have to do that work, and I'd lost the spirit again. But anyway, we will be playing not Final Fantasy. We're not doing that. We're playing Alan Wake Remastered, but first, we have to read an excerpt from the official Alan Wake novelization, because he's a writer, Joey.
Exactly.
He's a writer. Why don't you tell, is there a story accompanying why the hell you have a copy of this?
No, I don't know why I have this, but I can tell you what I used this copy for.
Okay, what did you use this copy for?
Once upon a time we had required reading in high school. Once upon a time Joey had a book that he didn't want to read, but he did have access to Let's Plays on YouTube.
Oh, hell yeah.
So once upon a time, I think I watched the Rad Brad play this game.
Okay, good.
The Rad Brad he's a YouTuber that is near and dear to mine and my friend Price's heart, because consistently, if a game comes out and I'm like, I want to take a look at this game, the game will be out.
He's hit it somehow.
The game will be out for 3 hours, and he has 7 videos on it.
I think he gets early copies most of the time.
So anyway, I was just
the Rad Brad and I have beef though.
Okay.
Because back in the day, so much the same as you, it's like sort of he's an easy source. And he was my source on Deus Ex Human Revolution when it came out, and he dropped it after 12 episodes.
What?
Yeah.
I have never noticed him dropping a game.
I don't think he does. I think he drops games extremely infrequently. It was the one time that
weird.
I watched one of his playthroughs, he dropped it. So he and I have beef.
But yeah, no, so I was like, well, I don't want to read, but I have this book, and I have a playthrough. So I watched a playthrough and said I read the book. So I don't actually know how accurate the book is. I read some of the book.
I'm going to do my best. So something we'll be talking a lot. We'll be playing Alan Wake shortly, and we'll talk a lot about it. I think that the guy who voices Alan, he sounds like a little awkward in a lot of the cutscenes, and I think that may be because they've cast him for his audiobook voice. Because when you're reading the manuscripts, he sounds fantastic.
Okay.
But anyway, this is the prologue, not even chapter 1. It's very artsy.
Yes.
Wake didn't see the hitchhiker until it was too late. It was night, and he was tired, driving down the coastal road toward the lighthouse, driving too fast as usual. The hitchhiker seemed to appear right out of the darkness, standing there in the middle of the road, just staring into Wake's oncoming headlights. Wake didn't have time to hit the brakes, reacting only after he heard the thump of metal against flesh. Shaken, head pounding, Wake had got out from the car to check on the hitchhiker. The front end was splattered with... Front end of what? You didn't say of his car. Front end was splattered with blood. The hood crumpled. Steam rose from the crushed radiator. Wake bent over the body of the hitchhiker. The two of them caught in the headlights now, as though on stage. The man was dead. Wake put his hand on the hitchhiker's bloody clothes. wanting to apologize to explain to the man why he had just stood there on. Wake put his hand on the hitchhiker's bloody clothes, wanting to apologize, to explain, Okay, I got it. To ask the man why he had just stood there unmoving as Wake hurtled at him. It wasn't the hitchhiker who was going to have to explain his actions, though. There were no skid marks on the road, Mr. Wake, the police would say. Why didn't you slam on the brakes? Didn't you see him? You're a writer. He's a writer. You were distracted, maybe thinking about your next book? Just for the record, exactly how fast were you going, Mr. Wake? Had you been drinking before the accident? Taken any pills? You look tired. Pills here. A raven cried from a nearby tree, and Wake turned, seeing only its eyes in the darkness. When he looked back, the hitchhiker was gone, disappeared. Wake actually put his hand on the spot where the hitchhiker had been lying, feeling around as if he might find a hole, a deflated, blow-up hitchhiker, some sort of insurance scam fake-out.
A loot pile.
Something, a thermos.
3 bullets.
There was nothing and nobody there, just the pavement, cool as the night air. Wake stood, knees shaking. He looked around, then pushed the car to the side of the road. It was a write-off. He started walking toward the lighthouse in the near distance, trying to stay upright, to stay steady. The man had been there. Wake had hit him, killed him. So where was the body? Wake turned back. I will say, this is matching Wake's writing style really well, actually. This is whoever did this adaptation, Rick Burroughs, is doing a phenomenal job of matching Wake's writing style. His car was still there, water leaking onto the pavement, the hazard lights flashing against the night. Up ahead, a street light lit up a wooden pedestrian walkway that wound its way to the lighthouse. He still wasn't sure what he was going to tell the police when he reported the incident. A streetlight exploded as Wake walked under it. Son of a bitch, he thought, covering his head as bits of broken glass drifted down around him like snow. He looked back at his car. Froze. The hitchhiker was there, standing in front of the car covered in blood and shadows. He had something in his hand. An axe. He strode toward Wake. Wake couldn't move. A streetlight farther down the road exploded. Then another, and another still. You recognize me, don't you? Said the hitchhiker, disgusted. You think you can play with people's lives, kill them, and then when it adds to the drama? He hefted the axe, his clothes spotted with gore. Well, you're in the story now, Wake, and you're gonna suffer for your art. Let's see how you like that. Wake recognized the hitchhiker now. He was a character in a story Wake had written when he was first starting out. An innocent man run down at the start of the story, a driver walking away into the night. He'd never finished the story, but his character had now escaped off the page and was coming for vengeance. Wake started to run, his feet pounding the wooden walkway as he raced toward the lighthouse. What's your hurry? Mocked the hitchhiker coming after him. I thought you liked horror stories. Wake kept running, his footsteps drumming the wooden slats, the lighthouse a beacon in the night. What kind of writer are you? Called the hitchhiker. I will say, this dude's losing the flavor of how the hitchhiker talks. I'm a little disappointed so far.
It's a shame.
The planks of the walkway were cracked and weathered, whole sections missing so that Wake had to jump over the gaps, like a video game.
Like a video game.
Up ahead was a rickety footbridge that stretched over a chasm. The ocean crashed on the boulders below the spray of foam.
Videosity says I can't get published, but this did.
Mr. Wake, a young man in a college letterman's jacket waved from the far side of the footbridge. Hurry! Wake glanced around him. The hitchhiker was closing in, the axe cleaving the air. Hurry, Mr. Wake, shouted the young man. Wake ran. Partway across the bridge, his leg broke one of the rotting planks. He clung to the railing, pulled himself up. He limped across the remainder of the bridge. The young man grabbed his arm, led him toward the dark cabin at the base of the lighthouse. It's me, Mr. Wake. Clay Stewart. Clay Stewart, don't you remember? I don't know you. Wake shook him off. You're a joke, Wake, shouted that was the call. You're a joke, Wake, shouted the hitchhiker halfway across the bridge. Get inside, said Stewart, pushing Wake down up the steps of the cabin. Turn on the lights. I'll stop him. Wake rushed into the cabin and fumbled for the light switch. He cried out as the door slammed shut behind him. Through the window, he could see Stewart standing by the porch, holding a revolver as the hitchhiker approached. Stewart! Shouted Wake. Get back in here! Stay where you are, Mr. Wake, Stewart said, voice cracking. Just put the lights on. Come inside. Wake tugged at the door, trying to open it, but it stayed shut. Stewart! I keep saying Stewart, and I keep switching around. The hitchhiker rushed towards Stewart, swinging the axe with both hands. Wake struggled against the door, but couldn't budge it. Stewart fired the revolver. The bullet staggered the hitchhiker for an instant, but he shrugged it off. Stewart fired again. Why? Why won't you die? Stewart wailed, emptying the revolver, each shot hitting the hitchhiker. Wake watched as the hitchhiker hurtled forward and drove his axe deep into Stewart's chest, slicing the gold letter of the young man's jacket. Oh, it's Nerdy Prudes Must Die now. Stewart let out an awkward moan and sank to his knees. No! Shouted Wake, beating on the window so hard it vibrated. But don't worry, we're almost done with the prologue. We're almost done with this charade. The hitchhiker braced his foot against Stewart's chest and jerked the axe free. Its steel head dripped with blood. Stewart fell onto his face. The hitchhiker lifted the axe again, swung it down with all his strength to the center of the young man's back. Wake finally found the light switch. He flicked it on, but the lights stayed off. He flicked the switch on and off, but the cabin remained dark. The hitchhiker wrenched his blade out of Stewart's back and started to slowly walk up the stairs to the front of the dark cabin. The cabin began to shake gently at first, then harder and harder, grinding on the foundation as though gripped by some enormous hand. The hand has come for Alan. The hitchhiker had disappeared from the front porch, as though his work were done and he was no longer needed. There was a roaring in his ears, and Wake wasn't sure if it had come from outside the cabin or inside his own head. The windows slowly cracked, then blew out, the wind howling through the cabin. The doors flew open, upending furniture, scattering papers. The cabin groaned, starting to come apart. Light poured in from the collapsing walls, and Wake ran down the front steps, onto the dead grass around the cabin, out into the light. The roaring sound was now gone. Wake blinked in the powerful light that hovered over him, caught. There was a form inside the light. A man, a space explorer, a deep-sea diver. The figure spoke to him, the voice sounding like it was coming from a great distance away, as though the diver was struggling to be heard. I have something important to tell you. Wake tried to speak, but the light, it was too bright, scattering his thoughts. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, dark ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been, to its ports I've been. Do you understand? A green ocean? No, said Wake. I have no idea what you're talking about. I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now, but when it feels you coming, it will wake up. What will wake up? Wake looked around. The hitchhiker was back, the bloody axe in his hand. He stood at the very edge of the light, just inside the darkness, eager to cross over. As Wake watched, the darkness grew blacker, more intense, shiny as oil. Wake looked back at the diver. You are safe in the light. The darkness cannot hurt you there. The light flickered, and Wake screamed. End of prologue.
Ah!
Gotta say, not as good as the actual tutorial level. a little let down.
Alan Wake really begs the horrifying question of what happens if your OCs come after you. How would that be?
There's all kinds of horrifying questions we're going to get into in this game.
No, also, not the right time to get into it, but a very important discussion is happening in the chat.
Oh yeah? What's happening in the chat?
They saw Foam Stars up there.
Uh-huh.
And were like, you played Foam Stars?
I played the Foam Stars open beta, and I'm never going to delete the open beta app.
We got some things to say about Foam Stars.
We recorded in the research log that never came out. We talked to her quite a bit about the Foam Stars beta.
Yes.
You're the only one of us that's played the real game, though.
Yeah, correct. And also the funny thing is, a friend was like, okay, screw it, let's play. Mm-hmm. We could not get it to work. It did not work. Game kept crashing, which was weird because that didn't really happen when we played the beta. Mm-hmm. It's like we didn't have any real technical problems.
It's true. We like a couple of matches got dropped, but it's a beta and that's what you expect.
Yeah, but
we were too focused on movement tech to be concerned about anything else, really.
Exactly.
You and I were discovering things. I'm willing to bet we know more about the movement tech of Foam Stars than anybody else who's ever played that game.
Well, I don't know at this point.
Who knows? All I'm saying is we spent like 2 hours labbing.
We did, but I'm sure the 6 dedicated players are they've
hard to say.
Us. For one of the thumbnails of this, or at least 2, you have to include the image, the like Sora when he has to confront darkness, and it's him like holding his head and then paragraph of text. And
there's a whole thing. This is Finnish Kingdom Hearts that we're playing here.
Because it's like Alan Wake when he has to deal with darkness and just shows him screaming and then gun.
No, when I mentioned we were going to be playing this on a Breath of the Wild stream a while back, somebody in the comments was like, "This is a really good fit for you guys. I'm glad to hear you doing Alan Wake." And I was like, "Well, people keep saying we need to play more Kingdom Hearts." So I thought it was finally time that we played one of the lesser appreciated titles in the series.
Alan Wake.
So, all right.
The game that died and disappeared from being able to purchase, and then they came out with a remaster.
It's true. So there's a few like a little bit of background that needs to be given. I have not physically played this. We're mainly here because Alan Wake 2 is rad as hell. and also controls pretty cool. Though not to say that this game is not cool as well, but I'm not as familiar with it. I'm gonna leave the motion blur and stuff the way it is for now.
You're crazy.
Main thing I want is subtitles.
You're crazy. There has never been a single game where I've gone into the settings and saw motion blur existed that I didn't turn it off.
I'll turn the motion blur off, Joey. I'll turn the motion blur off just for you.
Video commentary.
Yeah, like how they had the Valve games used to do that. When Valve made video games, they would have developer commentary in them. They did that. That's for the remastered version of this game specifically.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that.
But yeah, so this game, very brief background, from Remedy Entertainment. Before this, made the key things here to talk about are the Max Payne games, because that was where Sam Lake and his authorial style, his creative directing and writing came in. The Max Payne games are known for these like comic panel cutscenes where the story is told like a graphic novel, but it has this lurid, florid prose writing for Max Payne's internal dialogue, which is just kind of Lake's style. And it's very self-consciously in that it's because it's pulpy, it's gritty, it's too much. Here we're going to see much the same thing, where Alan Wake is a parody of a lot of people, but he's perhaps most specifically making fun of Stephen King.
Yep.
Not saying that Stephen King is bad, but just poking at some of his tendencies, and also at people who try to write like Stephen King and can't. There's also that.
And the thing with Stephen King is like he's put out so many things, and some of them are a hit, but you can't have a hit every time.
Yeah, you can only do so much coke. He did have to sober up eventually, and he had to write some books not using coke, and he suffered for a few years there. Aaron Sorkin's writing suffered briefly when he stopped doing coke. It took him a while to finally get back to where he is now. He had to get through. I was about to make a joke about Studio 60, but I actually like Studio 60. It's like he had to get through Studio 60 before he could write The Social Network. This game. Well, I'll talk more about specific background stuff on this later. I was going to talk about how this game was in development for 7 years. What I am going to say right now is that this came out in 2010, 1 year after Uncharted 2 came out and won tons of awards. And everybody was like, oh my god, there's finally a good game on the PlayStation. And Uncharted 2 kind of set a new high bar for cinematic presentation in video games. Now, I know some of you guys who are watching our show maybe watched our playthrough of Uncharted 2 and maybe like it didn't register. It's like, I don't get it. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
When it came out, it was a really big deal. It was very impressive at the time. Alan Wake did not enter life to be this, but it wound up through marketing and circumstance being Xbox 360's answer to Uncharted 2. And in some ways, that's very interesting. And in other ways, it's really funny.
Also, gotta say, that main menu,
it's great.
Very, very solid.
Yeah, really good.
Nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why. But there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer.
Yeah, he is.
It's not fair, but in that him reading that, I'm like, Garth Marenghi.
I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there.
Now, see what I've done by reading the prologue is I've created a thematic bridge between the game's eventual presentation style and the prologue, which couldn't actually use it.
Mm-hmm.
He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone.
Folks, let us know how the volume is on this one.
I could hardly stand my feet.
Like I said, I'm not going to have my editing superpower because I couldn't get the audio channel set up the way I wanted. So, so you guys gotta let me know if the audio sounds okay, because I'm not gonna be able to fix it the way I want later.
Got to do it in the now. Oh yeah, when do I need to start looking up?
Not in this level. So
I figured not yet, but I guess maybe next one. My gosh, it's just like Mario.
I was gonna say it's just like Halo. It's like the Halo games, but actually, it asked afterward if I wanted to change it, not during. Because Halo, we've talked about before. Halo still has the best thing ever, where they just
100%.
say look up, and whatever way you move the stick
is what it defaults.
Is what it defaults
perfect.
to. It's wonderful. Oh, hold on, there's an examine.
The radiator had broken when I hit the hitchhiker. The car wasn't going anywhere. I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Game's still a little quiet? Okay, I'm gonna hope. I got Joey's mic a little bit closer to him and turned him up a bit more because it wasn't ducking as much when he talked. I'm going to turn the game up a little bit more.
Well, you know me. I don't usually talk loud unless we start talking about Sonic or something I don't like.
It's true. Alright, I gotta say, I don't know the controls. I gotta learn.
Are you shoulder swapping? What
Yeah,
is that?
that's shoulder swapping. I'm trying to find a sprint. I got a jump, though. I got a pathetic little jump. I got a pathetic Final Fantasy 15
that's so
jump.
good. I love that.
We're not so much heading deeper into Silent Hill as we are deeper into Twin Peaks. There's another reason why we almost didn't do this today, because I haven't done my Twin Peaks
bridge had
homework yet, but that's
collapsed.
fine.
I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
Thermos.
So this is the game's collectibles. Unlike in Uncharted, where I put some effort into finding them, I don't care about these. There's 100 of them. They're all
Awesome.
exactly the same.
Sick.
So our very first Uncharted comparison, you know how Uncharted has all those really cool, unique collectibles that you want to find because you want to see what kind of stuff they got?
Like the Thog Chag.
Mm-hmm.
That thing, I still don't know what it is, but the name will forever be with me.
Ooh, whoa!
Whoa!
Do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer.
Ah!
Oh, yeah, baby, this game has the classic.
If it wasn't for your editor, you'll never publish another one of your shitty
It has the classic, like, mid-360 life of... We're gonna have a set piece, and we want people to look at it, but we don't... It's like, press the button to look. The Mass Effect 3 stuff.
Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for.
Oh, jeez. You see what I mean? The version of the book doesn't have quite as much flair as he does.
Correct.
These QR codes are new. To the remaster, they turned out to be teasers for Alan Wake 2.
Sick.
Whee! Whee!
Yeah, so you've never played this.
No, I have not.
I've never played it. I watched somebody play it.
Oh, I thought you
and I
had
owned the
played it.
book.
Okay. I gotta press L. I got an L1
Or-
and L to dodge. That's just not just a dodge button.
I played it at a friend's house.
I see.
I did play a little bit of it, but it's like I didn't beat it.
Got it. All right.
Right?
Oh no, it didn't work.
Oh, jeez. It's better than the dodging system and Callisto Protocol. Hang on, I gotta go back up.
Somebody in chat was
somebody
asking for a
mentioned-
98 Mr. 28 playthrough of Callisto Protocol.
Yeah. So, So I played that game. I played that game with a friend a few months back, and you know,
Oh, there's my sprint.
there we go.
Ah!
It was pretty fun. It ain't no Dead Space, and you know, we talk about how it's like it's not fair to compare games a lot of times.
Yeah.
Comparison is the thief of joy, as they
Yes.
say. But when you say I'm the Dead Space guy and we're making not Dead Space, kind of like Back for Blood, right? It's like it's impossible to critique Back for Blood without thinking about Left 4 Dead, because that was part of the you know,
Part of the
that was the
pitch.
marketing of
It's
it.
part of
That was
the
the
pitch, yeah.
pitch. It's like Callisto Protocol is like interesting. I had fun with it, but it's like for one, the game's super short, and that's not a that being able to get through a game in this day and age is not a bad thing, you know. But it's like it felt like it felt trimmed,
As
you know
ever,
what I mean?
this needs to be adjusted.
As the same as it ever was. The main thing is it's like the combat is really difficult until you understand it, and then it's a joke. Mm-hmm. Because it's the whole thing is it's like you gotta like dodge like to the left and the right and all that.
I love this dude's form.
Woo!
His form on the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
The one arm out and like the left arm and shoulder up, and he's kind of like midway between hip and actually lifting his pistol.
He saw the Marty Robbins album and was like, gotta do that. Spooky.
Oh no!
But no.
Oh no!
So in Callisto Protocol, it's like to dodge the enemies. It's like you got to basically you have to like flick the analog stick, right? You have to like hit. I think you hold a button, flick the analog stick to dodge, and it was like, okay, well I got to figure out where he's coming from, and I got to dodge this way. It's like no, it's always whichever direction you choose the first time, and then it just alternates every single time. As long as you know that, you can dodge every move in the game without thinking, and then you're invincible, except for when you're in a group fight, except it doesn't matter because they patched it to where group fights, it does the classic video game, you're surrounded, but only one person's actually engaging you.
Mm-hmm. I'm only now allowed to leave, now that I've been injured, so I can be tutorialized on how the light can heal you. Aye!
You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
Focus. And now I stop moving.
There.
Stay in the safe hub until you're completely healed.
Good job. But yeah, what I was saying is, we had this. You've played some, or have you played Control, or did you?
I played Control, yeah.
Okay, you've played Control, and you're familiar with Alan Wake 2. I started watching Pat play Control, and I stopped after about 3 or 4 hours because I was like, this game's cool. I want to play it on my own.
Yeah.
And I don't know a thing about Alan Wake 2 other than you're like, oh yeah, this game's great.
No.
Follow my light.
It's like this isn't a bad game, but it's like this is the game we're playing so we can get to the other games.
Yeah. This is an interesting game, and the other two games are made much more interesting by being familiar with this one.
Right.
And I don't even mean necessarily from a lore standpoint, especially with Control, but like from a thematic. There's some interesting thematic dichotomy between the two games.
Over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again.
I love that God from Monty Python is speaking to him right now.
Only light can stop dark. I knew what
Is it
she
floating?
spoke of. Yep.
Woo!
To
Oh, there he is.
defeat the necromancer, I had to use love. Oh no, I ran out of my Energizer batteries.
Oh my god.
They're not Energizer batteries anymore. The product placement is gone now.
Damn.
Yep.
Protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here.
I find product placement extremely funny.
It's very funny.
Like,
There's Energizer, and there was something else that was like very explicitly product placed in this. I also think there were some Xbox 360s like sitting around Bright Falls.
probably. Like, I mentioned we watched Kill Bill Volume 2 yesterday, and I'm really in, and it's at the end of the movie, and then it's like just walks by a big Lucky Charms in frame. It's like, yep.
Whee!
Oh no, it's like I guess this is hypocritical, but it's like that feels different than watching like Mountain Dew Bot and Transformers. I don't know. Oh no, the best was Pizza Hut and Code Geass. That shit was good. Damn, they made the pizza look much better than Pizza Hut ever was.
So, this game's got very interesting aiming, because you'll notice there's no, like, reticle on screen. There's no dot. It's your flashlight is the way that you aim.
Classic. No, genuinely, there is something to say. Like, it's a minor thing that I adore in games like this, where it's like there is no reticle. It's something in the world. What you call it? Dead Space does the same thing.
Yep.
In Dead Space, it's the whole UI though. It's great. Everything is a menu from the rig, and that's perfect.
I'm out of batteries, but I got just enough to burn this one away. I was like, how can I already be out of batteries? Would have given me enough to deal with these two enemies, surely. Which it did, so we're good. I keep hitting R1 to dodge, because that's what it is in Hi-Fi Rush, which I was playing last night. So I gotta get better at that. Open the thing, Alan.
Flare gun. There it is. Okay, that's just your super gun, right?
Yeah, the flare gun is basically this game's version of an RPG. And you have to tap the button to reload the pistol faster.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's great.
So yeah, this is technically speaking, this is a survival horror.
It is not a survival horror.
But Jacob, it says it's.
Oh right, I forgot.
It says it's a survival horror. Everybody calls it a survival.
Nobody
horror,
calls it that, including the people who made it.
But Jacob, it was marketed as a survival horror.
It wasn't. The subtitles, it's a psychological thriller. Or a horror thriller. I know. I specifically remember that. Like, I'm reading something where they're talking about using the word thriller deliberately instead of survival, because there's no resource management. This is level driven, and you have to reacquire items, ammo, and batteries after every single level.
I can keep this up forever.
Oh, gee willikers!
Ah, jeez. I can't believe you're not playing this on Nightmare difficulty, where you can get one shot by events like this.
Oh no! This is just like in Sonic 06 when Shadow can just get killed by a building falling on him in that one level. Have you watched Lythero's video yet or not?
No, not yet. It's still there.
I watched it for a second time the other day. I'm out of sprint juice, I guess.
Do you have a sprint meter?
I don't see a stamina bar, but I am in fact sprinting slower after a little while.
Thermos.
That's the final thermos I'm gonna pick up in this game. It's not true. I'm sure I'll be tempted at least one more time. Oh my god! Can't you plant a battery tree to mine for resources later? Says chat. No, I don't think so. Maybe in Alan Wake 2. That's where the survival horror elements come into resource management, right?
Oh, exactly.
Oh my god, it's so spooky.
It's like Alan Wake, like his name.
Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
So it's worth noting these models have been redone a little bit for Remastered.
I've always wanted to be on a car barge for some reason. There's just something so magical about it.
Something so magical about it. So like old-timey and romantic, a boat that carries cars, things that have only existed for 140 years. Circotuk is referencing the Bye-Bye Man in chat.
What?
Please stop.
The pee pee poo poo man. Oh, somebody already said the pee pee poo poo man. Nor I guess you won't be laughing when you're dead.
Like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town.
That old gentleman there.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
I'll pose for the photo for Alice after I talk to this other NPC.
Damn.
Yeah, that's right. The first person who can comment on Alan immediately shit talks him. Very good.
Hi. Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have
It's not really posing.
No, he's not. It's a candid shot, Joey.
I'm Pat Maid, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
I'm kind of a big deal if you didn't know.
Kind of a big deal.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend.
Oh, he's wearing one of those sweaters that have the elbow pads.
Yes, the elbow patches, so that we know immediately that he's an asshole.
Are you there yet?
Barry, yeah, we just got it.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry.
The camera keeps like clipping on something. I'm not
Yeah,
doing that. I'm not doing that. I keep like resting the camera and then it immediately moves.
So, how is the place? Has it got your
It's weird.
creative
Yeah.
juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. Just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
Oh, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry
No,
is
look at the
Barry.
deer.
You can always turn off the phone.
It's Deer
What
Fest
did I
in 2
tell you?
weeks.
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
I thought it was a glitch at first, but I guess it's intentional. The way the deer was shaking.
I think it was you going over bumps on the road,
We
maybe.
need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave.
So I was talking about this being a bit of a marketing counter to Uncharted 2, but there's actually another really important game we should mention. Oh, I forgot there's more cutscene. I thought I was going to jump into gameplay. My bad.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake, Alan Wake. Oh God, I am your biggest fan.
I didn't notice the cardboard cutout.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got
Thermos.
all your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
So what game?
I was going to say, it is a very important parallel here.
Just don't blame me when you fall in love, 'cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
This released in the same year as an important alternate side of the same coin called Deadly Premonition.
Did it really?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake.
In the same
2010
year
was a magical year.
In the same year, two different video game developers from different hemispheres decided to try and make Twin Peaks send-up video games.
One of them was a little more successful than the other.
Well, so that's the thing, is that they both started life as open-world games, but we'll talk about that more in a second. There's too much dialogue here. I'm picking the bad time to talk about this.
I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
I'll help him out. I'll pick Coconut. I'll pick the licensed music that'll get me in trouble if we let it play without talking over it.
Just because we're brothers, don't
Yeah, speaking of licensed music, that's a good segue talking about the legacy of this game originally. So I mentioned earlier, this was a game that legally died after several years. This was a game that, not sure how many years it was after release. It was like 7 or 8, maybe. This game had to be legally taken down from everywhere that you could buy it because one of the music licenses, I don't remember which song it was, but some of the music licenses expired in this game.
I see a beer on the wall.
But that was, as far as like video game preservation stuff, that was like a big kind of wake up call for a lot of people. They're like, this game is just, you just can't get this anymore because the licensed music expired.
Yeah.
In it. And
No
like,
good. No good.
Yeah, and so everybody was like, okay, well, it's just dead. It's just dead. And then they were like, oh, Remastering 2. So it very much was not dead, and I'm so glad that Remaster exists, if nothing else, than to continue to be able to purchase this game after all that happened. But that was like, it was a really weird moment in time when that happened. Because, I mean, since then we've had some more, like, you know, dumb bullshit with licensing happen.
I think I can handle it.
But that was
now.
like the first
I didn't want to
like
wait.
big
I
one
wanted
in
to
a while.
find Stucky, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
I'm just so famous and so cool.
It's true. I know the feeling.
Hello? Mr.
Ninja Bunny points out that Swery still claims to this day that he had never watched Twin Peaks when he made Deadly Premonition. Listen, Swery's a funny guy.
To get to the lake.
Okay.
It came to Swery in a
I wish you
vision.
would stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
His face really looks pissed off in this game.
Yeah. Well, that's because he's a
Golden
writer,
Lake is
Joey.
a special place.
That's fair.
Writers are
Very
pissed off.
inspiring.
Writers are always angry about something. That's what fuels their art, Joey.
Cauldron Lake. Did we ever? Why haven't we put George R. R. Martin into Cauldron Lake? Like,
Oh no! You don't want that, Joey. You don't want that.
I don't care.
Joey, then season 8 would like happen in real life to all of us.
I don't care. I never got into it.
That's the point. You'd have to get into it then. It would be everywhere.
It already was everywhere. I didn't have to get into it.
They're local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Yeah, so we have here a game that is kind of that moment, late 2000s, early 2010s, where we were finally getting the kind of
There's no Warren Buffett.
we were getting the production values necessary to be able to make games like Uncharted or like this.
Yeah.
What I think is funny is that playing something like this, I think this game's cool. I think this game's got plenty of good cutscenes and stuff, but just like, if you're really keyed into the editing and the pacing, and even like how much work has been done to clean up the mocap compared to Uncharted 2, it's just a very again, if you're someone who watched us play Uncharted 2 and you were like, I don't get it, watch the cutscenes from this and then go immediately watch some cutscenes from Uncharted 2 and you're like, oh, got it. And consider this is about as good as anything could have been done at the time below an Uncharted 2 or like a Metal Gear Solid 4. So
Right.
Metal Gear Solid 4 has its own problems.
And it is a shame like that these comparisons are being made because it's like they're
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a prick.
Exactly.
It's more just because I know like some people who watch us play Uncharted were like, all right, they're shooters, I guess. What's the big deal?
Right.
Like, you don't understand.
And it was you and I were not the people that were like, oh yeah, this is the answer to Uncharted for Xbox. But that was a.
Your keys!
Oh my god. Who was that lady?
Who was that lady? What were the keys and the directions that she gave us?
That diner was a real
But it's like, but those comparisons were being made, and so we have to talk about why.
Yeah.
Can you believe this place? This would make
I also
Skyrim.
But I also think it's interesting as a larger conversation we're going to be having over the course of these playthroughs about the Remedy house style.
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk a lot more about that because I've never played any
wanted
like
to
the
bury
X
my
Men
head in the
games
sand.
myself.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
I know 2 years feels like a long time to you, Alan, but it's really not that long.
You might want to look up every once in a while, see those stars winking down at you.
I hope these streams don't get flagged, because I think what's playing in the background right now is also licensed, but...
Oh dear. I guess we just have to talk.
Just gotta talk. That's the thing. That's the thing.
confused.
Like, if it seems like we're talking like too much during some of these scenes, it's like, because I'm trying to remember where the licensed music is, so we don't get destroyed.
Does this game not have the "Don't kill my stream" button?
I don't think it has the streamer mode. That's part of what I was looking for in the options. Maybe I overlooked it. Part 2, Alan Wake 2, fixes this problem by just having tons of original music.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark.
We don't have an FF15 moment where the opening cutscene is just going to kill every channel that it's on.
She has the fear of darkness.
Lights on before sunset.
That's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's not so pretty. That's not so pretty. Whee! Twin Peaks, now we got music from Blue Velvet. No, again, like I said, something I really wanted to do before we did this was watch Twin Peaks and do some secondary David Lynch homework, because I'm not very familiar with his larger filmography.
We need to watch Eraserhead.
Yeah, we should watch Eraserhead.
Something that I see every now and then.
Oh, I got a mash.
Oh my god, it never fails to crack me up is when somebody's just randomly is like, so I drew this character as the Eraserhead baby.
Oh, that drains your battery even when there's no
Oh,
enemies
no.
around. But it refills if you don't use the entire battery. That's the key detail.
It's good. It's just like laser weapons and Helldivers.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. Famous artist, no less. We'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was.
Oh my god, this lady.
My favorite writer.
Yeah, that was, to be clear, that was Alan, not us.
So excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine.
No, I think that's there's a ton of wonderful little details like that in this.
Good.
So much for keeping a low profile.
The water was clear but dark. It looked very deep.
Like me and my writing. This game would be better with a fishing minigame. Hey, you know what game similar to this has a fishing minigame?
What game similar to this has a fishing minigame?
Deadly Premonition.
No, it's true. You know what? You know, Joey, when you're right, and you're always right. All right. Well, we do need to go outside for the actual objective, but I want to explore the house first.
The cabin looked like a time capsule
Remember
from
when I guess
the
that those
60s,
mountains you can
or
climb
even
them.
earlier.
That man, he's a writer.
So in the original version of this game, I don't know if you would have been able to climb the mountains, but yeah. So originally, this was an open world survival game.
What happened to your batteries? I looked away and came back, and you had.
Huh? I did. So it just drains, even though I haven't done anything.
What the hell?
Son of a bitch, Alan. That can't be right?
Returned.
Oh my god.
What the hell? Maybe you're having an Uncharted 3 moment where you went through the door and he dropped his batteries.
It's possible, you know?
I needed to get the
say.
power running in the cabin. There had to be a fuse box or a generator somewhere on the island.
Yeah, Alan, I'm on it.
God, I don't want to hear anything about fuse boxes or anything because in our house recently, we had an electrician come over and the inspector came by and was like, hey, you can't have that box there. You can only have it in this boy's room. So by my bed is now our fuse box and it buzzes. I'm like, damn it.
Oh boy. Sorry, Joey.
It's fine. I have a clock in there that ticks real loud so I don't have to hear it. It doesn't buzz loud.
And I put on the
just
screamo music and
Yeah.
and it's all fine.
No,
It's like being alone in the Pacific Northwest.
It really doesn't buzz loud. It's like if everything's dead silent, I can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
I'm sure it won't be relevant to the story.
Yeah, so originally this was Remedy had been PC developers. They were I don't remember if I don't think they were acquired by Microsoft, but they signed like an exclusive partnership deal with Microsoft, which it lasted a long time on the calendar, but it didn't last a long time in terms of the games that they developed, because I think the only games that were released as Xbox exclusives by Remedy were Alan Wake and Quantum Break.
Okay.
Remember Quantum Break? Xbox One game.
No,
It's an Xbox One exclusive, so nobody's played it.
Correct.
It's on PC now, so people have played it since then.
It's like, yeah, I heard of it. But no, you walked by a plant, and it was like my modern brain rot. I was like, I can't believe you can't pick that
up. Get the crafting materials. Yeah.
God, dude, there is. I mean, this probably isn't a hot take, but like crafting in games that are not about crafting is always a downside. Every time.
Hey Joey, guess what exciting new feature was added to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
It's like, at best, it's like Elden Ring, where you can ignore it. And that's at best. At best, it's a feature that you can ignore and then occasionally be like, I'm going to try this thing out. How many of you have played Elden Ring, and how many of you have crafted more than 2 items in Elden Ring?
I actually use the crafting in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth a lot.
Oh, yeah?
If there's that at least. So you know how the problem in the first game with, like, you have 99 potions immediately?
Yes.
The item economy is much more balanced in Rebirth. And you can use crafting to make like potions. You can turn 3 potions into a high potion. You can turn 3 high potions into a mist high potion, which you can throw in the air. And it's like, you use like any other item, but presumably it's meant to be like an aerosol. It heals everybody in the party for the effect of a high potion. Oh sweet, more mini games.
Dead by Daylight. Oh, I like that animation.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I like all the parts jiggling. That's good looking. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, I agree, Ninja Bunny. The crafting in Rebirth isn't that bad. It's not that egregious. All things considered, considered, it actually feels like integrated.
I'll look around a bit.
I'm gonna say that's the thing. Is it's like.
No! I wanted to look around.
Damn, but it's like, is it better than the game would be if it wasn't there?
Who can say?
I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
It can't be that
for a
dirty.
love story.
Well, no,
Maybe
you're gonna
it would be
smudge
that
it.
again.
Can you examine the thing now?
Yeah, that was the. Hold on, it was that.
Did he stand out there for like an hour for it to get dark?
It was already getting dark.
Yeah, but
I can't examine it. I think that the line he just said when I came out of the cutscene was the line from the stump, which is that this island had once been the site of a love story. Maybe it would be again.
Okay.
Because Alan's marriage is a little shaky right now.
It's just like that generator. His love life's a bit shaky.
It's a little unstable. Dean says sounds way better than sounds better than the FF15 magic crafting that breaks the game if you use it even a little bit. Except no one bothered to use it even a little bit.
Yeah, God, that sucked. That was awful. I hated that system so much. But no, you're right. It's like they were too strong, but you could also just easily ignore it. That was not a good system.
Yeah, the thermoses are, hey,
the
remember...
Minecraft Revolution and its consequences, says Norwega.
Xbox 360 Achievos, baby. Gotta pick up every thermos, get all the Chivos.
Alice wouldn't have come out in the dark.
Okay. Oh, the Chivos.
Yeah.
It's funny that it's like, I don't care about achievements unless I'm going for the platinum. And then it's like, okay, well, I want them all now.
She's got her pants off. Crazy.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
She's wearing the outfit of Heavy Rain.
I knew you. I was gonna say if you had said something other than Heavy Rain, I was gonna say the Heavy Rain nightmare sequence where David Cage had a bunch of ninjas attack a nearly naked woman after she gets out of the shower for like 10 minutes, and then it turns out it was pointless. It was just a nightmare.
And then she woke up and was like, "Oh, I saw a dream."
Remember that?
It was real good.
Remember that was David Cage's best game.
I guess I have a small.
Other than Omicron, of course, his boldest vision for the medium.
Damn it, Alice, everyone keeps...
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Don't, just don't. God damn it, Alice.
Damn.
Damn it. I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through.
Our hero. I mean, obviously won't get into it, but it's like I genuinely love the way he's written.
Yes, that is something that I think is a really interesting choice, and also very like I don't know if gamers were ready for it before 2010.
Yeah,
but that Alan is like he's much more of a literary protagonist than a video game protagonist, and that he's kind of pathetic and awful.
Yes.
Alice.
But it's
gone dark. All the lights were out.
I'm over here.
Wow, the birds!
What the hell?
What the hell?
Now you have 5 batteries again.
I do have 5 batteries again, because again, it's not a survival horror game.
Alice? Alice?
Everybody was comparing this to Uncharted when they should have been comparing it to Luigi's Mansion.
It's true. But, you know, only real gamers played Luigi's Mansion.
Mm-hmm. Only real game. Oh, God, never.
I don't even... whatever that thought was, it's not even worth finishing.
No, it's... I'm cursed. Alice? Luigi's Mansion has cursed me. My life was great until we tried to 100% Luigi's Mansion, but I see him in my dreams. I see that bastard Sir Weston, the one ghost that we could not get gold rank on because the game's broken for that fight. We spent 4 hours trying to get to him.
I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice.
Sorry, I talked over something.
No, you're good.
Happening.
I'd have to find help on foot.
You talked over just rapid flat. He dives in the lake, and there was some cuts, and a voice said, "Keep going," and we saw a cut of a typewriter, and then we heard someone say, "Alan, wake up," and then, oh!
The Yossi says Luigi's Mansion LP. You already did one. You and Josh for 3, right?
Well, I'll talk about that in 1 second. What's this?
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
Its smug aura mocks me.
His smug aura mocks me. But yeah, no, Joey, if you can have a guide up for, I don't care about thermoses, but I do care about, I care about manuscript pages, and I care about also TVs. TV. Remember Psychonauts? That was a fun playthrough.
It was. That was a fun game.
The gas station was my best bet.
It's true.
They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
So this is an interesting thing about this game's design. Is this game was way more expensive than it should have been because it was in development for 7 years.
Ooh.
Because they spent 5 years of it trying to make it work as an open world game. And it was like...
we're on episode 2 now, right?
Huh?
Are we at episode 2?
I believe so. Okay. I mean, the first level that has manuscript pages in it. But and if we miss a few, that's fine. It's just like an extra precautionary measure. Like if you notice, like, oh, hey, that it says there's something to your right now, then, you know, we've got it. But so this game was originally going to be an open world game, and the gimmick was going to be you would spend the daylight hours exploring the town, completing objectives, and collecting resources. And then when night fell, that would be when enemies came out, and you would have to use whatever resources you had collected throughout the day to defend yourself. you would need to, like, you know, set up positions with generators and spotlights because because only light can stop dark. There were a bunch of problems with this. They did all kinds of experiments with like dynamic storm weather stuff, where like you could get attacked by freak tornadoes, and all kinds of stuff. But there were way too many problems with it, and one of them was they couldn't figure out a way. Like, they were like, if we're building this whole open world thing, there's too much going on. We can't put NPCs in it. We can't have townsfolk in our Twin Peaks quirky town.
Yeah.
They were going to have like an excuse that the town had been evacuated because of paranormal activity, and because of inclement weather. They eventually gave up on that.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of manuscript pages in this game.
There are a lot of manuscript pages, which I don't mind if we miss a couple of them.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Yeah, I really don't mind if we miss some. It's not that big of a deal. But what's interesting is that they had already built the open world, essentially. They just kind of were struggling to make the game that went along with that work. So every level that you see here is like that road over there. We're not going to walk on that, but that is like if we were to no clip over there, it would be like modeled properly. There would be collision.
Yep.
Because they made a massive open world map, and when they changed focus in the last couple of years of development, they just took that open world map and chopped up linear sections of it. So if we were able to no clip through this game, every level would eventually technically be connected to the other levels.
Okay.
Which is pretty neat.
That is cool.
Now,
A cool little accidental.
it probably would have been better if they had not spent, 7 years making the game and they just decided to make a linear action game in the Pacific Northwest in the first place. But the point is, they were able to salvage all that work that they did, and they could get the.
It ended up being a happy little accident.
They got the real game done quickly enough that it wasn't a complete disaster. They didn't have to go back to the drawing board.
One day I'm gonna crack my neck for the last time.
Yeah, I wonder if that came through on the mic. It probably did.
I'm sorry if it did, everybody.
Only
but I can't
light
help
can
it.
stop dark.
Is that Kingdom Hearts? 'Cause
Hello?
Kingdom Hearts is
Someone
light,
there?
except for maybe it's not.
Except for when it's not sometimes.
Hey Jacob, there's the first manuscript
Yep.
page.
No, I knew I wasn't getting too much up with
Sheets
this
of
one.
paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night. Departure by Alan Wake. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
An American nightmare.
An American nightmare. Folks, people in the chat, remind me, because I feel like there was another Twin Peaks video game in 2010 or 2011 that I'm forgetting about. Like another attempt at this. Like somebody else. Like I want to say there was another one, because when we were planning on doing this, I seem to recall thinking about how there was another around the exact same time period of this thing.
Technically, I'm remembering now. Technically, the first like Twin Peaks reference thing that I think I ever saw was in the anime Soul Eater. Just the little fella that talks funny in the red room.
Yeah.
There was just like that
up ahead were a
in
good
there,
sign.
and
Maybe I wouldn't have to
in
hike
Soul
all
Eater.
the way down
There's
to
like
the
a
gas
little
station
red
to find a
demon
phone.
guy in a little red room.
I'm sure that I had seen like plenty of little references to it over the years.
Oh, I'm sure.
But like the first one that I registered was actually a very overt one, because Psych has an entire like special episode that is just a full-length Twin Peaks send-up with like a ton of the original actors.
Really?
Yeah, and
I gotta
like
get back into watching Psych.
and
sometime.
like a unique soundtrack just for that episode that sounds like Twin Peaks.
So your next page is in here somewhere near, like, you see that wooden stack to your left?
You can climb it.
It's near one of those.
Got
I
it,
don't know
okay.
which one. So,
Hey! Hey, you! Phil! There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey.
Pleased
Tracio. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square.
Fun.
Fair and square.
There's a dead guy here.
Norwega says The Day Before. Is that the game you're talking about?
I don't know. I don't think I know what The Day Before is. Oh, a thermos! Chivos. Achievement.
Did they even pick it up?
I did.
There you go.
Hold that thought.
Taking stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Oh, I should be hitting the top back. Jump back up. Okay. I see that now.
Ninja Bunny's talking about a game, one of the earlier ones called Mizerna Falls, but that was like early games that were.
No, there was. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe there was not a third one in the same year. I love his stupid little dodge. Oh, it's like The Shining. It's crazy.
Second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Oh, hey! It's just like The Shining.
Oh my gosh. I know that reference because I've seen that movie now.
I need to start going to these movie nights with you because you're starting to beat me on the movie consumption now, actually.
Well, don't worry because it's not all glitz and glamour because the movie we rolled for next week is Ready Player One.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Which is going to be really funny because one guy there saw it and really likes it, and the other one walked out of the theater.
Oh, that's going to be a fun screening.
Yes, it is.
This is bad.
Oh my god.
Alan, open the door, you son of a gun! Oh no, it's just like Uncharted 2 when the train falls off the cliff! Whoa!
Whoa!
It's okay. Nice.
Yippee!
See ya. Now, so one thing that does look really cool in this game. Look at all this. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
It's good.
Lighting effects in this game are crazy.
And I mean, you definitely in a game where light is part of your source's damage.
Oh yeah.
You want it to be good, but it doesn't mean it's going to be good.
Oh yeah. No, the lighting effects in this game are crazy good. They look fantastic.
Bang, bang.
Oh no. Gotta start getting better about my flashlight management. There we go.
With a concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
Oh, these arrows.
Eerie
It's
hand-painting
yellow
of the
paint
figure was
infects
revealed
another
by my
game.
flashlight.
Yet another game infected by the yellow paint cult. This is their symbol. These are the people responsible for ruining Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yippee.
You don't pick up extra flares for the flare guns. You just pick up another whole ass flare gun.
But
Alan
it said you
throws
picked
away.
up. It said you picked up a flare gun ammo, and then a flare gun.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying.
What the hell? What the hell, Lois?
It's an excellent video game. Kick.
Woo.
Sure thing, Alan.
The Dark Forest was the last
there's-
place I wanted to
after
go.
you jump
but
up,
I had
there
no
should be another
choice. I had to
manuscript
get to
around
the
here.
gas
I think it's to
station.
the left up this hill. I watched this level a little while ago when we were thinking about doing this.
Okay. Near,
Oh,
yeah,
hold on.
head uphill and find a shack, and there'll be a page up there.
I see him. Whoa, your stomach just made some
right.
crazy noises.
So I've learned that I get it honest because like whenever I go to visit my grandmother, I always get her a milkshake because she likes them, and like I will sit with her and that what you just heard will happen, but it goes on for like 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, that's gonna be me one day.
Oh, hold on.
Uh-oh, what happened?
It says the stream's bitrate is... We got some kind of problem. I'm going to give it a second. This is why we have a recording, though.
Excellent. You guys don't remember the day before the greatest game? Wait, is the day before that game... Hang on, are you yanking our leg? Is that game that got like taken away recently because of some BS?
No, that was the day after.
Was it?
Yeah.
The day before.
Guys, is the stream totally... I'm going to leave this menu. Is the stream totally bjorked?
No, the day before, it's 2023.
How's it
December
looking, guys?
23. I think this is... Yeah, no. The day before... Oh, my gosh. I was gotten because I did not have literacy.
Is the stream freaking out, or does it look okay, folks? Seems fine? Okay. YouTube's lying. YouTube's a big fat liar.
Sick.
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now, she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Maybe Rose. Maybe by the ending of this adventure. Or maybe not. Oh, yep, there are the Energizer batteries that aren't Energizer batteries anymore.
Sick. It is really funny though, because Energizer, their whole thing is like, look how long our batteries last, and it's like your batteries last for like 30 seconds in this game.
Yeah, no, I remember that joke. It's bad product placement for them. I guess the appeal is supposed to be they're so powerful that they can kill demons.
Exactly, but they don't advertise themselves as being powerful.
The advertisements themselves keep on going. They do. I guess they do recharge if you use your batteries very abstemiously.
That's true.
I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
I didn't even want to look at the water. Do you see what I mean about his voice? Where like
Yes.
when he's in cutscenes talking to people,
You're gonna want to look for a white tabled cloth. Is that it over there?
I think it's over here.
Okay, but go ahead.
When he's in cutscenes talking to people, he sounds weird. But when he's reading manuscripts or for his internal monologue, he sounds perfect.
Damn, the guide really was like, if you're not looking for it, you're not gonna see it. Because I did not see that on there.
He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
So this is the game's, like, I shouldn't say the one, but it's one of the game's really interesting narrative devices, which is that you are constantly, the pages keep describing stuff that's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
If you're finding all of them, you're basically reading a little walkthrough guide of, Alan's dead.
No, he can't
You're
swim.
reading a little walkthrough guide of the game that you're playing in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Did I keep my manuscript page? Good. We're fine. It's so funny, because sometimes when you start sprinting, he just starts sprinting right away, and sometimes when you start sprinting, because it's the same button, he does his little dopey dodge.
What the hell was that?
Now he's just sprinting. I can't get him to do the dopey dodge.
When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Whee! What's up?
I was just laughing because I talked about I got because I thought the day before was a legitimate answer and not that meme game.
Okay.
In Norway, it just said media literacy is dead.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Well, hopefully he'll die like all the rest, Alan.
I'm gonna say everybody else has gone down. Like
Don't know that he's
shots.
theoretically, that much more dangerous than any other shadow.
Bang, bang.
Trying to conserve my my battery there. I just managed to not go under the threshold.
Woo! And that really, that's the real game.
That's the game,
loop.
yeah.
Paint. What does it mean?
It's light paint. Reveals itself to my light when I shine my light. Come on, Alan. Bro, Alan.
Ladders in games are always a funny thing. It's like, what does that say?
Taken. They're taken.
They're filled with darkness. They put bugs in him.
A chest.
Lithium batteries.
Wow. That is one thing I seem to recall, is it's like, you can find these like secret stashes, and it's like, you're going to get a flare or a battery or a ammo, and that's it every
because
time.
It's not a survival horror game.
Exactly.
All you can get is ammo for the 4 types of guns. And we've already seen, by the way, 2 of them.
Yep.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
It really is interesting to think about the fact that this was
reached.
supposed...
Jesus.
Sorry, say again?
It said item limit reached already.
Yeah. It is interesting to think about the fact that this was supposed to be a, like, open world resource management game, when the game that we currently have is, like, really abstemious and simple about that sort of stuff. No.
I think that shack has a page in it. A shack near here has a page. Youch! That's smarts.
There you go. Now I can reload my gun again. The ammo counter is so small up in the far right-hand corner away from anything I would ever be looking at that I didn't even notice it was there until just now. My brain was literally going, oh, I guess like you can only see the ammo when you're swapping your weapons.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
Oh, Alan, you're such a good writer. Dean, no, this is not a very long game. I'm hoping we can beat this in less than 4 streams. Probably only gonna take us 2 or 3.
Yep.
We're also probably not gonna bother playing the DLC. We're probably just gonna like talk about what happened in the DLC, because that's not really like... first of all, American Nightmare is on PC only these days. It's the only way to play the American Nightmare, because the American Nightmare isn't DLC. It was like a micro game. It was like a spin-off. There are, I think, 2 DLC chapters for Alan Wake proper, and I don't know if we're gonna bother doing a playthrough of them, or rather bother having them be a part of this playthrough. Like, very similarly to Control. Control has 2 DLC story things, and whenever we play Control, we're only going to do one of them.
Okay.
The other one's, like fine to play, but it's very long and not terribly... Control's not super interesting from a story standpoint. It's got plenty of interesting stuff in it. It's just not like a game you're playing, because it's just full of cutscenes. It's mostly a game about shooting things.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know about any of that.
4 streams, says Dean. Okay, should be about 10 months then. Thereabouts. Thereabouts.
Perhaps. Who knows? We will find out.
A thermos.
Oh my god, you better jump down and get it and then go all the way back over here.
Nope.
That shack up there may have something.
I would check it anyway, just because it would probably have
Yeah,
resources.
it's got a radio. There you go.
Well, I was just outside.
Also, there's another collectible in this game that is like a pyramid of cans that you shoot.
Okay,
apparently,
cool.
because this game has 1 million collectibles.
Excellent, because of the Chivos, Joey.
Yeah, exactly.
The weather's is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild.
One of the interesting things about this game is that even though this is a, it's not an open world detective game like Deadly Premonition, it does do a pretty decent job of weaving a portrait of a bunch of quirky townsfolk.
Yep.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks.
You have a good night now.
This is how I know there's something deliberate going on with Alan's voice acting, I think, because that secondary nothing character sounded fairly naturalistic there, and Alan sounds so... Damn it, Alice! And by the way, I know that the guy playing Alan's like not a bad actor or something, because again, he's doing a good job with the internal monologue and manuscript stuff, but also because he plays a character in Control where he is fantastic.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
A somewhat similar, like, kind of, maybe you could say, like, deliberately stilted performance, but stilted in a very different way from this performance.
God, whenever we actually get to Control, I'm just gonna have to like sit there and read up on a bunch of like SCP nonsense. There's the cans. They are.
Oh shit!
Jacob, I can't. Well, you did it.
I did it! Yay!
Woo! It said somewhere on like, oh yeah, those two over there. Go to them.
What?
Cliffside up ahead. Two sticks sticking out the ground. Achivo.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery.
And my gamer score.
With it, I could save Alice.
So out of curiosity, first of all, how many people we got in here right now, Joey? How many people are watching
The gas
this
station
stream?
was closer now.
14 at the
It's
moment.
like
Cool.
welcoming
How many of you guys in chat are familiar with this game, like, at all? Just curious.
I thought you had found a radio at first. I was like, what?
No, that's just taken Freakazoid dialogue.
Yeah, that is a good question to ask the audience, because, like, this is one of those things that's like, I don't know, it's like, Uncharted, if we're doing...
Oh, shit! I was like, why did it slow down when I hit jump?
It's like, if we're doing comparisons, like, Uncharted is one of those games where it's like, generally speaking, if you've played video games, you've probably heard of it. It's like, I don't know how widespread Alan Wake is.
I think it became much more famous recently.
Well, yeah, obviously.
But I'm curious, I shouldn't say have heard of it. People who have, like, played it or watched it, I should say.
Yeah.
People who are coming in here with established feelings about how Alan Wake is a writer. Because Joey.
This is a little vague. It says the next one will be like around, like vaguely around here.
Oh no!
Like
Come on! I need the little God of War behind you, brother.
In a
No! I actually tried to dodge that one and it didn't work.
You gotta go heal up by the light.
Okay. Sure. Fine. That's fine. Just go away.
I guess he went away because you were. It would have been too unfair.
Yeah, in Alan Wake 2, I know that if you're standing inside the light and you shoot at someone, then like it's no longer safe. Like they know you're there.
Okay.
But I don't know how it works in this one. He's back. That's a really great way to let me know, game.
It really
if only there was a
reminds me-
more dynamic way to do that.
It really reminds me when the Raincoat Killer finds you in Deadly Premonition.
Come on, I didn't mean to kill them all again. They're all gonna spawn back in again now.
What a shame.
Wasting ammo. Just come from all directions. Fantastic encounter design in this open world game map that's been stitched together into linear encounters. There he is. No, Alan.
I think he
burn the darkness. Oh yeah, I've already burned him. I will say there is something neat. Like I said, you don't have a traditional
There it
reticle,
is.
so you've got kind of like looser aiming in this, but the game doesn't care because it's not as much about, you know, precision accuracy as it is about your resource management.
Whoa.
You know, in theory. I didn't hit them dead on and actually do the kill shot with the flare gun.
Damn. Are headshots even a thing in this game?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Not great, Alan. Not great. Not doing so hot, Alan.
Alan, shine the flashlight on yourself.
Shine the flashlight on yourself to get rid of the darkness. The darkness. The darkness was all around me. The darkness was attacking me. It was really scary. It was totes terrifying, Alice.
Each hit it did took away approximately 20% of my total health, Alice.
It was strange to have such acute awareness of my own mortality. 85% away from death. 50% away from death. I'd never experienced anything like it before. It was more terrifying than I could describe.
Look at that gate again.
The rock!
Whoa!
The rocks were attacking me as well.
Oh, okay.
It seemed nothing was safe in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay, yeah, no, this isn't the spot. There's an area by a building with some gates that has the next one.
I knew my friends were right. I should never have left Manhattan. Central Park has plenty of nature, they told me. I told them that they were crazy, that they needed to see more of the world. But I could see now that they were right. They were just trying to protect me from the darkness.
Shut up.
Listen, man, I'm just gotta tell you something. I'm gonna say at least 25% of the reason that we're playing this game is so that we can do fake Alan manuscripts.
Oh my god, that's a lot of dudes. Oh my god.
You guys are really...
They're using pillar tactics.
My god! There we go. See, that's what that's supposed to look like. Is that all of them? Yeah, see, if it hits them and actually detonates the way it's supposed to, it's basically an RPG. I think that was all 3 of them. Yep.
Good stuff.
That's what that's supposed to be like, but
no,
I
Jacob,
missed.
the fence, Jacob.
I assumed I was supposed to do this to get the fence open, and then I would get the manuscript, but you're right. That could initiate a cutscene that somehow prevents me from getting the manuscript.
It's hard to say.
You gotta be direct in video games.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help. But I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
JG, no, I have not watched the podcast that had NSP and the rest of the Final Fantasy Council joining Maximilian Dude to talk about Rebirth, because I have not finished Rebirth yet. I was actually talking with NSP, Night Sky Prince, that is, not Ninja Sex Party. Though I'd love to talk to them too. No, I was talking to Night Sky Prince just a couple of nights ago about just like wishing him luck with the show, like hoping that the show went well, and saying that I regretted I would not be able to watch it, and that I wasn't invited. Well and watery, try the Finnish style lager. Is there anybody in here who's played Alan Wake 2? Is the more pressing question.
Not I. Yeah, this is another one of the collectibles, 14 of these.
It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among the men.
I'm sorry. Him naming those, I think back to the Germa bit where he's like, He's like Michelangelo, Leonardo, Da Vinci. I live, not them, but he treats. but,
if they were so smart, why are they dead?
But I just love that because he's like Leonardo, Da Vinci, like these other people.
Demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me.
These are fantastic. I want you guys to check in on how these are all obviously shot at a community college somewhere near Remedy Entertainment's offices, and the actors are all obviously devs.
This is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now...
Oh no. Oh no.
Known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, 2 new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely
that line right was really good. You die?
And they're all overdubbed, too.
They always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin. For the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Okay, I wasn't gonna bring this one up because I was like, okay, well this collectible doesn't matter, but now I'm like,
oh, you don't? Yeah, no. When I said we were looking for TVs, we have to find all of these.
Yeah.
This is more important than the manuscripts.
Yeah, it is. That's it. That's the one.
So this is when I was talking about like the Remedy house style. It's an interesting evolution that we're looking at here, where they're trying to have, animated, cinematic cutscenes, right? This is following the Max Payne games, the second game did have some like traditional cutscenes, but those games are mostly depicted through essentially voice-acted graphic novels, right? After this game, they don't really do. After this game, they didn't do a ton of cutscenes in the next game. In this game, they use these FMV bits for gags, and they have traditional cutscenes, right? In Quantum Break, they have very few traditional in-game cutscenes, and instead, at the ending of each level in that game, you go and watch a approximately 22-minute long filmed like short episode of like a TV show that is the next chunk of the story. They sold this very confusingly when Quantum Break came out.
Okay.
Because it was part of their grander
yippee!
This is going to sound strange, but they sold it as like part of, you know how Xbox was about to become the next water cooler and all that shit. So like they kept talking about how Quantum Break was them like combining, because you used Xbox One to watch your TV, right?
Yes.
They talked about Quantum Break in a very confusing way, where they were like, and there's the tie-in TV show to go with it. That was not what happened. They uploaded like 6 episodes of movie to YouTube.
What is that on the ground right there?
Huh?
What is that?
That's lithium
more
batteries.
ammo? Oh.
And bullets, and I'm full. Yeah, I'm full. Can't pick up anymore. I got 42. I got
That's
the most bullets you need in life.
Think about how much ammunition that actually is in that cooler. Think about how many hundreds of dollars of bullets that
Wow,
is.
they really want you to have. Yeah, that's infinite. Obviously, I didn't even like process it, but yeah, that's just meant to be you can fill up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's funny.
But no. So Quantum Break has. You can go and watch all the cutscenes for Quantum Break on YouTube, and if you were playing the game between levels, it just cues the YouTube videos. Yeah. I don't think they were even on like the game. I think you had to have because I was also Xbox was supposed to be always online. Remember?
God.
Xbox One. But one thing that was interesting was that each episode had like 3 variations depending on choices that you made in the game. Like where most of the scenes would be about the same, but the story did actually alter.
Mm-hmm.
But it had like the production value of, I'm gonna say, a CW show.
Uh-huh.
But it also had a couple of like real actors in it.
Okay.
What's the guy? Oh God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. He just died recently. It was a big deal that he was in Destiny 2. He was in all the John Wick movies.
Oh shoot. Oh God. I wish I were LeVar Burton.
Yes, the guy from The Wire.
Oh God. That guy. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, it's killing me. Chat's gonna beat us to it before you can look it up, unfortunately, probably. But
Lance,
he was like one of the
Lance
he was one of the
Reddick.
characters in Quantum Break. He was in all of the TV cutscenes, quotation marks. And then you have Control, which we'll talk about more when we get to it, obviously. But Control, we're going to talk about how that game has a miraculously small budget for a AAA video game.
Really?
And part of then maybe the letdown with it is there's not as much story content in it, and the cutscenes that are there are really.
Is that an explosive barrel?
That is not an explosive barrel. At least I don't think so.
Why is it red?
Let's see. Let's try it. Nothing explodes.
Bastard.
The animation work for the characters in Control is honestly pretty weak. It is like worse than like you have like photo scanned models of the actors that look really good, but then they've got Mass Effect 1 tier animation, so it looks pretty bad. But it's because they were prioritizing gameplay stuff in Control, and there's really not that many cutscenes in Control.
Okay.
And the few bits that do have slightly higher the more effective cutscenes in Control are the weird mixed FMV and special effects cutscenes.
Okay.
And
yes,
then
Lance Reddick. Lance Reddick.
Yes, Lance Reddick. Then we get to Alan Wake 2, which has really well animated photo scans of the actors' cutscenes. With actually really high production value animation work, but it's also mixed with FMV cutscenes. Alan, the darkness.
Can you not get this guy?
I think this is the boss. This is Stucky. This is the guy who's supposedly been harassing us the entire time, but
right.
Kind of wasn't really there and wasn't doing anything.
I was gonna say maybe use like a flare on him.
Alan!
My favorite bosses are the bosses that have large phases of I can't do anything.
My favorite boss is the bosses where I don't understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Woo! But man, you know it's a hard pill to swallow.
Leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come. Assuming I'd reach the lights of the gas station.
Now the question is, does Alan is this like for our benefit, or does Alan think this way? In the moment, did he think Stucky's body was gone, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares?
He's a writer.
He's right. He is a writer.
Writers just think like this.
I mean, same if we're honest.
Mm-hmm. But
anyway.
no, I was gonna say a hard pill to swallow is that the Xbox One, the whole debacle at the beginning of the Xbox One is like that was so long ago that there are a lot of people that don't know about it.
They don't know about it.
And it's like
it's a long time ago now.
It was like.
Did you know,
what,
Joey?
Like
Did you know that the Wii is now older than the SNES was when the Wii came out?
I recognized the
feel my
parade float I
bones
had seen in Bright
shriveling up.
Falls when I first
You know how
arrived
when
with
you get
Alice.
old you shrink? That's
Yeah.
what's happening to me.
Yeah,
right
you were
now.
shrinking.
There's
That's what happened to your hair, Joey.
No.
It shrunk back into your head.
I need to get some of that spray paint or whatever, the hairspray paint. There's a manuscript page about a
just
float.
experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At
But
least
yeah,
for a
it's
moment.
like
the same
I was
world
having a
reasserted
conversation with a
itself.
guy the other day. He's a
The
like
Deer
a big
Fest
Xbox mark. Okay.
we arrived.
He's a big
The day count on the
Xbox
banner
mark,
was right.
almost to an
I
annoying
was missing
degree.
a whole week
And I was
between
like,
the
I was
night we
talking about
got
the
here
Xbox
and
One stuff.
now.
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. The Xbox One's a great console. I'm like, it is a decent one now, yeah. And I was like talking about like, you know,
Now, to be completely
online
fair,
yeah.
the PlayStation 4 was going to do all that same stuff,
Yeah.
and they just let the Xbox go first as their canary in the mines, and then they walked it all back.
Yep.
Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. A feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
I'm with you, Dean. Why even put a barrel in a video game if it isn't going to be explosive?
For real.
These are important questions that we all have to ask ourselves in this life.
Also, apparently there's a TV in the gas station.
Yep, there is. We have to go in the gas station, though, so we
Yeah,
are required to go in there, so we're good. But yeah, so this is...
now this is looking like the American Nightmare area.
This is American Nightmare is actually good because American Nightmare has a slightly more open-ended design, but this is an instance of where this was supposed to be an open world game where you drove your car around, and this is the map that still exists. There's
Just
nothing
like Deadly Premonition.
Yeah, there's nothing really used. You can't really use it for anything here, but the map exists right now at least.
It's something that still fascinates me to an extent, but especially when I was younger playing games, is like breaking the boundaries of a map and just seeing what lies beyond there. I think like the best example that like blew me away as a child, because I played Modern Warfare 2 before I played Modern Warfare. Imagine that. Well, because I wasn't allowed to when Modern Warfare was big. But it's like there's one level.
This game still looks pretty good.
It does.
Look at this.
Yeah,
Look at this.
It's great. It looks better than the Silent Hill 2 remaster.
I don't know why, for some reason, this particular shot made me go looks better than Skyrim.
I mean, it does. But it's always funny when people talk about, like, look how beautiful Skyrim is. It's like every single screenshot is modded.
It's the most beautiful modded game.
But Modern Warfare 2, there's one level where you can, like, if you clip through, you jump on some cars in a weird way, you can get out of the map, and it's just the Russian apartment area from Modern Warfare 1 where you, like, shoot that dude's arm off. But it's like that whole thing is still there. Obviously, there's no opponents or anything.
Yeah.
But it's like I didn't know about that level, so I was just walking around. I was like, "Why is this?
Why is all this here?"
I was like, "Why is this so detailed? This is nuts."
There's something fascinating about being a child and not understanding the limitations of video game design. Obviously, we were not children when Modern Warfare 2 released, but I'm thinking about like the conversation that we had and that I also had with Aiden with regards to like Kingdom Hearts 1 in particular. Like if you're a kid and you play that game, once you realize there's like, oh, there's like secret areas I couldn't get to initially, the game creates the image in your mind's eye of being infinite.
Exactly.
There were a disadvantage, a way that janky games could trick you when you were a kid into thinking they were better, is you would see like you would clip a camera through a wall and you would see an unfinished area and you would go, oh, that's another level. How do I get to it? Oh, there must be secrets in there.
Exactly.
Things that I felt. Oh!
Whoa! Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it. I'll bring her
I can
back.
fix her.
The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I have to hold it instead of just
It'd
clicking
been
at the
me
focus.
on the
That makes
TV,
sense.
talking crazy.
Talking
Was
crazy.
I losing my mind.
Crazy talk.
No game should ever be designed where you have to hold down to click on the analog stick.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was, but I've played a few games.
Sprinting is usually like that, though some games have gotten better about you can tap it and release, and then it will treat
it
it
should
like a
be
toggle.
that way.
You can hold it or toggle it.
It should be that way. You should never have to hold sprint.
Mm-hmm.
This is my TED talk. If your game does that, it's a bad game.
Here is the open world map of the original version of this game. Just straight up.
Yeah.
And what's funny is this has areas on it that I think you can't go to in this game that, like, just, they didn't want to making a level there that are included in Alan Wake 2.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, the map of the area stays consistent in the next game.
Neat. Welcome. Yeah, that's a collectible.
Raffle tickets, fishing competition, pie contest, and surprise competitions. Live music for the children. Bucktooth Charlie afternoons. And Montgomery the Mystic's amazing Phantasmagoria evenings. Don't miss the legendary Deerfest Parade. Fireworks galore. I don't like this. Oh, we sell no, I sell propane.
Propane and propane accessories.
What? No, I sell propane.
The fact that King of the Hill is coming back is like, that is going to be such a nightmare because it's like, I don't even understand the structure of King of the Hill. It just works. You can't just do that again.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
He's bleeding.
We'll figure this out.
Yep.
Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I shot him and he disappeared.
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
That looks good.
It does look good. It does look good. And it's, like the lighting effects look good. The animation is not, I say as he does his weird anime girl arm thing just now. But like it doesn't look that bad. But it's just, again, it's my point about like talking about why maybe some people watching the Uncharted games and going, I don't get it, what's the big deal? Like this is a year later and this is a comparable like kind of like this is a similarly extremely noticeably well-made video game for the time period, and it's like the editing and the pacing, like everything about the timing just feels a tiny bit off. And also every single level is presented like an episode of a TV show.
Yep.
And always gonna play music. The music.
Oh,
no! No, don't do that. Don't do that.
End of
Don't play the music.
episode 1. End of Alan Wake.
End of Alan Wake. That's the end of the playthrough, everybody. Will that be a convenient place for me to cut an episode when I'm editing this? Who knows?
We can hope. Perhaps.
He's still going. Skip. Go away, music.
Previously on Alan Wake.
I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could
Ironic that it's called Bright Falls.
This is so strange because it's not like
she's missing.
You couldn't have. There was no like save point there. Yeah. There wasn't like a save and quit or continue option.
Yeah.
So this like you couldn't have like walked away for a week and then come back to this.
The lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
They really just wanted the episodic game.
Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about, where like you're seeing the building blocks of the house style here, and in the next game they literally have TV show episodes in between the levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they always do like structural gimmicks. Max
He's still
Payne,
wearing the same outfit 3 years
he is,
ago.
Yes. It's Sonic's favorite clothes, Joey.
God, that fits so rad.
How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put
Holy shit! Look at how bad that
Oh
weather
my
is.
God.
God's trying to kill Manhattan.
In your office in this sequence, there's a manuscript page.
Oh, yes, there is.
The next man. Thermos.
I'm gonna steal my
Hey,
wife's
Hey,
handsome.
hey, babe.
This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
He's so cool. He looks like a villain.
He does look like a villain. He's just Joey. He's just intense.
He is just intense.
He's a writer.
Welcome to his twisted mind.
And there's another Alan Wake 2 preview.
Wow. Imagine having a QR code in your room.
Fall of Casey, The Things That Want, Alex Casey, What I Can't Forget, and Return to Sender. They're all an Alex Casey thriller.
It's also, it's really funny how it is, like, the title is so small compared to Alan Wake.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, it just depends on the book, right? Some authors, that happens.
Some of them, they think they're John Carpenter.
I don't know if it's necessarily an author's decision. I think it's probably the publisher's decision.
Probably.
And some publishers are a big enough thing that the whole spine says King instead of the name of the book. Probably. I don't actually know what. There have been so many republications of Stephen King's books over the years.
We're out here. We're pretending that we read.
I read more now than I used to, but I don't read Stephen King.
I read the scores of the football game I didn't watch.
I don't know if I know anybody who reads Stephen King. I know Aiden read Stephen King's book on writing, but I don't think she's read any of his novels.
I've never read a Stephen King, but then again,
I really thought you were going to cut off that sentence that I've never read a book. But
well, I mean, given the story at the beginning about how I watched somebody play through this game, so I didn't have to read the Alan Wake book, I guess it's kind of damning.
Norwega says, scan The Thing. I mean, you guys can if you want, but I'm going to be real with you. We will probably watch all of the Alan Wake QR code previews like after we beat Control or something. Besides, like, I mean, I could scan them on my phone and you guys could then not see them.
Yeah. Oh, you actually get 2 manuscript pages.
What they say
wow.
about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse, alone at my own wake, thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me. This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
So, some people in here, hopefully at least a few of you are cultured enough to recognize that was James McCaffrey, who sadly passed away a couple of months ago, but the voice of Max Payne from all of the Max Payne games. Mm-hmm. And this is this is some very direct Max Payne references: the scattered painkillers, his health items, his dead wife and child, and even more specifically over here, one of the books is called The Fall of Alex Casey, and that was the subtitle for Max Payne 2.
Oh.
But yeah, so Alan Wake is not a horror writer. He writes crime airport novels, which have sold very well and are somewhat well regarded. But he writes the Alex Casey thrillers, and much like Max Payne's name is a pun, he's called Alex Casey because he solves cases.
Yeah. Just like Kojima would want.
Just like Kojima would want. Die Hard, man. I don't remember if I actually posted this. I think it was going to be a reply to something else I'd seen on Twitter, but somebody talking about like Kojima won, like that he's got this insane way of doing things, but he's been around long enough. Like it's just like he must be right because it keeps working.
Yeah.
And it was like he's like, you know, like it's been 20 years now, like, you know, and like, you know, he announces that guy's name is Die Hard, man, and we all go, that's the stupidest shit, Kojima. But now it's been like 7 years since Death Stranding came out, and we're like, yeah, that's his name.
That's his name, Die Hard.
That's his name.
That's the thing.
That's his name. It's Die Hard, man.
I remember somebody with Death Stranding 2, like the recent trailer, somebody was posting about how like their boomer dad walked in on them seeing the guy fighting with the guitar and was like, "That's the coolest shit."
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yes, it's rough out there.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Yes.
Go to Alice.
Yes,
go,
wife.
go to your wife. Wife.
Right, wife.
Think
Wife
about the
and go-
wife.
Think about the wife.
Oh, hey, I
Sad.
just finished those cover mock-ups.
Regret.
They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
Regret throwing wife
kidding.
in lake.
I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
This room needs more light.
Oh,
It does need a bit
really?
more light, considering she's scared of the
you
dark.
seemed to think so last night.
There's no ceiling light in here.
That's
the only sources of light in this room are this backlit thing and her monitor.
This is gonna make her blind.
This is there's no light in this room. Was this a closet? Why does it have a window?
Natural light. It's the only light she needs, I guess.
Well, you say that because something really funny is about to happen.
Okay.
Where are the cover mock-ups? They're not in her room, are they?
Noriega also pointed out, I was going to bring it up, but I forgot. Like, when you were talking about his Max Payne books, like, there's just another book with 2 guns on it in there.
Oh, it's on my desk. Yeah. No, I don't think it's a book with 2 guns. I think it's like an award. It's like a plaque
With 2 guns.
with 2 guns. Yeah, with two.
That's like
handguns.
something Spike TV would have given. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's-
I give this movie 2
Exactly.
guns out of 2.
That's a plaque. It's an award of
Okay,
some
yeah.
kind. That's the early version of the YouTube golden play button that they used to send to people. That's what Freddie Wong got.
He got
Okay,
so many headshots in Modern Warfare.
These
He got
look really
gold for
good.
it.
These are looking really good.
Sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan?
See, it's just
Alan,
too dark
can
now.
you
She's
check the
spooked.
fuse box?
She's spooked,
right
even
here.
though there
I
was
see that.
no light sources in that room.
Hurry.
I'm right here, baby.
But I'm gonna walk away to the fuse box.
Get the lights
Honey,
back on
it's a
now,
power outage.
please.
I've got the flashlight.
Hi. Okay.
You okay?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I should have done that a little slower. When you haven't rehearsed, you don't you don't know how to time these
We'll
things
just break
carefully.
up
That's
the
part of why I
times.
do the Final Fantasy VII, like the way we're doing that, the way that we're doing it, so I can time everything appropriately, so it actually flows
I'm
well.
not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay.
Write me a
Yeah,
storybook,
writer.
writer.
When I was a kid, the dark really spooked me too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right
Yeah,
now.
it was
didn't
shaking
you?
really bad. That was weird.
Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
No problem, my beautiful, scared of the dark wife.
My scared of the dark wife. Ah, the populace. There's one exterior shot of Manhattan. They're gonna let you know the populace are out.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
Oh my god.
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to
I can
lie
still
about my
run.
head
Why is the
to
camera
my
jittering
boss.
like
He
this?
sent me to a hospital for tests.
Okay, it's fixed now. I'm focusing on his finger now. Oh, it's back.
What the hell?
I think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Game's freaking out. You saw what I was talking about, right?
no,
that
it
very,
was.
very slight jitter.
Pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her
Nice story
job.
writer. Nice picture taker.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had
There should
called
be a
into the
manuscript
station to
page
take a
on the
look at the
floor
cut in
somewhere
my
in this
head.
building.
Oh, there's a fish.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing
That would be
short for
fun.
this.
What- That's a
Doc.
big fishing pole.
She's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest.
Yeah, that is a
I've
very
ever
large
had, if you
fishing
can
pole.
believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to
I've always had this idea.
I'll
if
take
I
your word
ever
for it,
like
Doc.
won the lottery, it's like there's always the hypotheticals of like what stupid things you would do if you won the lottery. I would want to like Twitch stream me fishing. Like I'd want to just like be out on the lake. But here's the thing: what I would want to do is I would want to have like overlays ready where it's like, oh, we got a hook, and you press the button where all the fishing like overlays and music starts playing.
Every single like Sega Bass Pro Fishing, like every type of game, every single one of their like fish is on a hook. Animation play and sound effects all play at the exact same time.
100%. I would want to do that, and then I'd have a button for if the fish got loose, or if I got the fish rolled in, I would have it like a frame on the screen where I can center the fish in there, and it says "nice catch."
Dean comments on that being a massive apartment for NYC. I'm going to tell you something crazy, Dean. That apartment's even bigger than it looks. You see more of it later.
Awesome. He's a writer.
He is a writer. He's a writer. You can buy a good apartment. And here's the police department from Twin Peaks. Identifying features, knack for winning contests.
What's that mean?
Doesn't even say his name. On camping trip, overdue, haven't been in contact. At least his names are here. If you've seen them or know their whereabouts, please call this number. Thank you. This hallway is a little different in the second game.
It is. Let me see if I can find the manuscript thing. Because the problem is this is a guide for everything. It's on Polygon, right? And so it's like this page. It's like check the area.
I was afraid that would be the case.
It was
for
like
any guide you found.
Yeah, it was like check the area that you just found the thermos. It's like, well, I'm not looking at the thermos. I'm looking at the manuscript.
Other things these days.
She'd fit right in where I come from.
Office space with a green flashing light.
Maintaining the light bulbs of the whole town. Refuses to step on shadows. Things like that.
Shadow.
Back in her day,
Shadow.
she wrote about all
Keanu
sorts
Reeves.
of weird
Yeah, we haven't
things
even
in the
brought that up. Shadow's gonna be.
It's old
voiced by
news now.
Keanu.
It's a week old now.
I know, but you know.
Told him about Maria.
Not
and
everybody.
He fell to his
And he
knees.
fell to his knees. That tweet like genuinely made me laugh so hard. It was There you go. It should be in here somewhere.
Yeah, it was a headline about Keanu Reeves shattering, like damaging a kneecap during a stunt on. It just said on the set of film, says director. The headline was written in a vague way. We have to click on it to know what the movie was. And someone retweeted the headline just saying they told him about Maria and he fell to his knees. Oh, Alice sees a shadow. Shadow.
Finder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin. Like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Ninja Bunny responding to my stuff that I said earlier about Kojima, saying, what was that one tweet where he says some total nonsense, like MGS1 genes, MGS2 memes, MGS3 scenes, MGS4 sense, and MGS5 question mark. Did he tweet that MGS5 was question mark? Or, because I actually know what he's talking about with the gene, meme, scene, and sense thing, and I'll defend that, actually. I actually understand what he's talking about with that one. Breaker.
I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him.
Mr. Wake, you're not allowed to touch that.
No.
This is Thornton. Look, we've located the brake float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over. Okay.
I didn't trash the garage. I was very gentle with it, actually. All I did was touch the phone and watch the TV for 2 seconds. I shined my flashlight at a Deerfest poster.
What is that object up there? It's like, it's shaped like
plant?
No,
oh,
besides
you think next to it. That's a Pip-Boy.
It's shaped like something I would bring my food into.
Yeah, it looks like a lunchbox, but it's got a bunch of dials on it. Maybe it's like a, is that part of this desk? No, it doesn't. No, it can't be.
What is this mysterious?
I'm sure that's a thing that we would know if we were 50 years older.
don't think this game takes place 50 years.
Yeah,
ago.
but this is an old.
It's old. It's a sleepy
police
old little
department,
town.
Exactly.
The sheriff wants to see you in her office, Mr. Wake.
Where's the sheriff's office? Oh, it was right here.
Yeah.
Down this way.
There's apparently wherever the holding cells are, there's a manuscript.
Yeah, we're gonna head that direction in a minute.
Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
The battery was dead? Energizer let me down?
Well, Energizer doesn't go in.
Have you
cell
started
phones.
looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
Mr. Wake, did you hit your head?
It's Stucky's gas station.
I wanted
Why do you ask?
to happen last night, but I couldn't. Lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake.
There's a
You
weird
can
line
get there
there.
through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
Hey, mister!
Ninja Bunny says, talking about the tweet, it's fully MGS1 jeans, MGS2
I'm seeing it now. It
memes.
ends with Peace Walker, Peace, and MGS5 Race. Okay, those I have no clue what the hell's going on. But that's because Kojima didn't know what was going on when he made those
In
games.
spite of its human mask, to describe the dark
MGS5 is Race because it was a race to the bottom.
something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
Gotta listen to that one again. Hold on.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
Okay.
Ninja Money says MGS5 is Kojima's Detroit Become Human. I disagree with that assessment because Detroit Become Human to me is the culmination of David Cage's style, where like all of the technical details of it are like finally firing on all cylinders. Like from a production value, it seems like everything finally went the way that he wanted it to. But because it went the way that it wanted to, it's still a David Cage game.
It is, despite that, though. Hang on. Oh, yeah, there's a radio right there.
The man on the phone had said, "Go through the fence on the left."
Is Detroit Become Human his best game?
I don't think so.
What do you think it would be, though?
So Ninja Bunny earlier argued it would be Indigo Prophecy, which is probably actually the correct... If we go by raw most entertaining, it's probably Indigo Prophecy or maybe Beyond Two Souls, because I think Beyond Two Souls
I'm not saying
is
most
hilarious.
entertaining. I mean, like, if we're pretending that he makes good games.
If you only play Heavy Rain once,
in an abandoned car.
Okay.
I think it seems like his best game. Or if you are taken in by the extremely shallow and misguided messaging of Detroit Become Human, I think it's his best game.
Okay.
I think I think those are the two. Like, if you just played them with no context, if you had 5 clones of the same person,
yes,
and you put each of them in a different room and played a different David Cage game, and they had no outside context, and they were predisposed to not immediately notice the problems, I think they would read Heavy Rain and Detroit Become... I think the ones coming out of those rooms would say, that was a pretty good game. And the one coming out of Indigo Prophecy would be saying, that was excellent.
I don't think they would be saying, that's excellent. If all of Detroit Become Human was just Connor and what's his name?
Yeah. I think that's the other reason why that game is good also, is because all the detective stuff from Heavy Rain that was pretty good that turns out to be pointless is actually there in Detroit Become Human and it's pretty good.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy how those characters were like written like entertainingly and decently and kind of go off of each other.
It's true. Yeah.
It's like,
and then the woman and the black guy are
But it's not about anything, Jacob.
No, Ninja Money was clarifying the reason that they said it was Kojima's to become human is because David Cage is finally suddenly saying that it was about race. Complete Mystery just showed up to our Complete Mystery stream because it still has a mysterious thumbnail and a mysterious title, and said, "What game is this?" This is Alan Wake. Can't you see? Because he's a writer.
He's a writer. Focus.
Write me a story writer.
On?
It's time to go over to Mater here. No. We gotta watch. I was telling you about Cars 2 last time. We gotta watch Cars 2.
I actively would have avoided Cars 2 had you not told me what it was about.
I think it's extremely funny that all three of the Cars movies are like completely different from one another. Cars 3 seems on the surface it's a movie about racing, and it's a movie about like a lightning learning like a lesson, but they're such radically different films.
Uh-huh.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
Oh, Dean, does it still say I'm playing Breath of the Wild? I thought I got rid of that metadata, but perhaps YouTube didn't do what it was supposed to.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
How did he get that from the bottom of the lake? Oh, no, more pressingly, how did he get it out of her? She was wearing underwear and a tank top. So the driver's license was just like sitting in her jeans in the stairs. He's not anywhere near. He doesn't have Alice.
Barry, listen to me.
I just talked over Barry's first line.
Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go.
That's not true. We talked to Barry when we first arrived in town.
To meet Alice's kidnappers.
Nitro
Grow
from Deep Rock Galactic.
I'm gonna steal this police car. So yeah, we can see again the bones of the open world game out there.
Yep. You cannot get in that police car though, it seems.
No. I think we do have some not great driving sections to look forward to later.
Yeah, I saw a prompt earlier about.
Reveals the world of his story from darkness.
A prompt was like, if cars have something, you can ride them.
Sculptor carves a statue from
I think it said if the lights inside are on.
Stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
What is he talking about?
Hold on. Switch on the lights. There you go, pal. Who's asking for the lights?
Talk to the ne'er-do-well. Damn.
I guess I should have flipped on the lights before when he was asking me. The dark presence already got to him.
Has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
The old men from the diner we saw earlier.
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh my god!
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent.
Yay!
Mr. Wake, you talk to me.
He's like that guy from Silent Hill 2.
Yokels won't know what hit you once
The
I stick
schlub.
my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
His lips didn't move. Maybe that was his internal monologue. It's hard to say with Alan.
We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
This looks like what I imagine David Cage games look like, says Video City 1. Oh, Video City 1. You gotta... No, he doesn't say Video City. It's just not Video City. Not Video City 1, my bad. That was muscle memory
I know,
for years
right?
of streams.
I almost... When I said Videosity earlier, I was like, there was a little tinge in my brain. I'm like, did I get that right? Something's wrong.
A place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood.
This is not what David Cage games are like at all.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Now, Rose, do you wear that uniform all the time?
Who's Max?
Yeah, that's her life. She is the diner worker, the waitress.
Mm-hmm.
She has no other defining features.
Jeez, Mister takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan.
Oh, Ninja Bunny's trying to send the link to the Kojima tweet. I gotta be honest, Ninja Bunny. I would think as the moderator, I would see, usually it shows blocked tweets. Sorry, blocked comments for me to approve.
Oh, is it just auto
it seems like it's just auto deleting them. I can't even review them.
That's weird.
Yeah. Sorry. I think a couple of streams ago we tried this as well, folks.
Yeah, this happened.
Yeah,
before.
don't even try to send links because apparently I'm not even allowed to approve them anymore. I don't know why that is.
Jacob, if somebody
I'll just make you all moderators.
Jacob, if somebody clicks a link, that takes them off of YouTube.
It's true. Joey? Make a good point. Bucktooth Charlie, Colombian mammoth.
That's rad.
This specimen, estimated to be 14,000 years old, was recovered from the La Brea tar pits in '81. It was donated to the Elderwood National Park in 1998, when the Colombian mammoth became Washington's state fossil. Named Bucktooth Charlie, it has since become the park's official mascot.
Well, the Earth is only 2,000 years old, so I'm not sure what this is all about.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that's on about. You said 2,000.
Well, yeah, it's 2024, so it's only been around since then.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you
and
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
I gotta get this thermos, Barry. Wait here, Barry.
Where's he putting all these thermoses?
He's not putting them anywhere, Joey. He's gulping the coffee down and leaving the thermos.
Okay. He's eating the thermos. It's just
Easy there, boy.
Oh,
Almost
no.
done. Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
You don't even have to tell us environmental storytelling. Well,
Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky.
Ninja Bunny says, I highly recommend Googling Kojima and MCR to see one of my favorite tweets of all time. Joey, why don't you do that for us?
Desk across from the mammoth skeleton. Okay, boy, we're almost done here.
Pacific Northwest is very cool.
Go and meet a kidnapper?
Nature's wonderful.
Oh, this tweet, yeah. So he retweeted himself pictures of My Chemical Cool Romance, Welcome to the Black Parade, and some of the pictures of albums and stuff. He said there was a live performance of MCR in Kawasaki, Japan, 2006, I think. When I went to the venue, there were almost all teenage girls. I didn't see any old men my age, but I was wearing a band T-shirt. People said to me, "I like your T-shirt, OG-san."
You can quit it now.
Oh, that's good stuff. Yeah, I saw that a little bit ago.
I think this is the form.
I handed that. Looks like I handed it to the dog.
Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
I think the dark presence got to them already. I'm
no.
sorry, man.
Noroga says, if I had a coin for every lovable fat character in a survival game named Barry, who is the best in said game, I'd have 2 coins.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
Complete mystery Jacob is playing this game today.
Padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with 2 long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last
That
month.
bear's pretty
What
badass,
was it?
though.
If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit.
Oh my god, look at the picture.
Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
What would you say, Barry? Sorry.
Come on. I mean, okay.
The majestic
Okay,
grizzly
maybe
bear.
something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would
Look
you
at
think
that
if it was
fit.
me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
No, his outfit's great. He's got more than likely a short-sleeved Aloha shirt
Yep.
underneath his Pacific Northwest
puffy
jacket, which
red
creates a
jacket.
lot of questions about how does Barry carry himself on a day-to-day basis. This strikes me as he wears the Aloha shirt wherever he goes, and he accessorizes for the location.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al,
This part's great.
we should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
So weak.
It didn't even break.
It didn't break. There was almost no sound effect.
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Wow, these pines, Alan.
With the natives, Al. These yokels are.
He's just like me, for real, for real. I step outside and I sneeze twice.
All over again.
Yeah.
Happens almost everywhere I go. If I step outside and I breathe in,
Yep,
just
I
start
wish I
sneezing.
could. I wish I could be outside all the time, but I can't be, or I'll die.
Yeah, well, maybe if I ever live somewhere where allergies aren't just horrendous.
We should both move to the desert.
Honestly, dude, I hate heat. You know I do. I can never be cold enough. I'm always too hot. And yet, when I went to the Mojave, I was like, it was the first time in my life I ever experienced dry heat.
Mhm.
And I was like, it's 102 degrees. This feels fantastic.
Yeah, no, we gotta you and I either gotta move to the desert or like Alaska. We
Oh
gotta
my
get on
God.
top of a glacier.
Dude, did you know there's in the multiverse of branching timelines, there's a timeline where I live in Alaska?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, when I was little, my mom almost accepted a job and we would have had to move up there.
Well, thank God you did this, or I wouldn't have a career. I'm just kidding.
I'd probably be addicted to meth at that point. So they say that it's too boring up there. You got to do meth.
Much like this is not my career, as Jim said in episode 1 of The Office. Because if this was my career, I'd have to throw myself in front of a train.
You'd be what they call a starving artist.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Walk through the door now.
Thanks, Barry.
See you later, Barry.
Okay, yeah, there we go. I was about to say, I think we're getting to a manuscript page.
Mm-hmm. We also got a TV coming up soon.
Mm-hmm. TV.
TV.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened.
Alan really shows it.
And here was Alan armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
I'm glad that's a separate line. I think there's a radio in there. Maybe?
Looks like not.
Barry
Maybe
had
not.
the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest.
I
no,
disagree,
the radio
Alan.
is
It
in
looks
some
like
cabin.
it's an all-terrain vehicle for all terrains. I think we could drive it over some Monstars,
I
but
knew
you know,
I
whatever.
should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Maybe it's that building that has
I
the
think it
radio.
is. I'm gonna check it out as well.
Yeah, that's the thing about cars and stuff is it's like...
Birds!
It's like, obviously, in like a zombie thing, it's like if you run over a bunch of zombies with a car, it's going to stop working. But it's like, I have seen movies where somebody's like... People's lives are at stake, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they drive over something and it pops the tires, and they're like, well, great, now we can't use it. It's like, bro, the tires are popped. It's going to ruin the rims, but you can still go.
Yeah, you can still go.
do
you can,
it.
You can keep moving for a little
It
while.
happened in the X-Files. That made me so... I hated that episode. There was an episode where they're out in the woods, and there's some like bugs attacking them. That's what happens. Their tires get popped by some caltrops. And they're like, well, I guess we just accept our fate now.
We've talked a lot about like, it's something you take for granted when you play games like Call of Duty. When you play good shooters, like how bad shooting can feel.
Yes.
Like how I can't, like I love Titanfall 2, but I cannot play Apex because the shooting feels so bad. This, just like the way that the flashlight responds, the rate of acceleration, the minute adjustments you can make in the center of the screen before the camera starts moving significantly feels really, really nice.
Yeah.
And I've heard this for years and observed it in gameplay videos, but only just now, you know, putting my hands on it.
That's
and, like,
something.
Feels great.
Yeah, that's something. Especially, it's something I have to watch out for a lot of times too. Where it's like if you're kind of in the know and you're particular about the games you play, it's like if you only play games that are actually good, you know, not perfect, but if you generally stay at higher quality of things, there are things you start taking for granted, and then you go play Warhammer Necromunda Hired Guns. And you're like, wow, this wants to be Doom Eternal, but God, it's not. That game felt bad.
Oh, I could have turned on the lights this whole time.
Oh my gosh.
I could have been not standing here in total darkness.
Oh my gosh. There's a TV show at the next cabin, but while you're going there, I'm going to get a drink out of the refrigerator.
Go get a drink out of the refrigerator then. And if you want, because it's getting a little bit warmer, you can turn the thermostat down a degree or two if you like. A tire swing. Oh, how whimsical! The camera! Why is it shaking like that? Was that the tire, or was that just that I happened to trigger a suspense event? I think I just triggered a suspense camera shake as I walked up to the tire, but it looked like the tire was causing the camera to flip out. Alright. Time for more Twilight Zone.
All right, everybody, I'm opening up my Gatorade. Guess what color it is? Hint, it's the best color.
Chat, you gotta guess.
It's the best color.
What color is Joey drinking? Ah! Where the hell, did you see that?
I saw that. And don't hit me with flavors, because there is no flavor. It's colors of Gatorade, period. That's the thing, is it's like, you get to... Oh, never mind. I'm not saying a word.
No, it's fine. This is just you know, the beginning.
No, I was going to say, it's like, it's really funny. We've had this conversation, some friends and I. It's like, when it comes to drinks or it comes to like candy, it's like, there are names for these things, like, you know, green apple
But you
or
just
watermelon
say
or
blue
whatever.
or
But
red
but it doesn't taste like that, right?
It tastes like blue.
It's like grape soda. Does not taste like grapes. Okay, so
this one is especially amazing because one of these two is wearing an Alan Wake development team T-shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy, normal, took your kid to a soccer game, so how come at the game you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why?
Circo Duck and eventually Mouse House got it. It's blue. Blue and purple are the best colors of Gatorade. I don't make the rules, but there is actually a formula to it that I'll get into in a second.
I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. The white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark, believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
That was too scary for
I'm
me.
so scared. It's much to think about. Hustlers will agree.
Alrighty, explain the process of your color selections while I walk forward and probably run into monsters
Okay,
pretty soon.
and keep in mind this is like don't beat the messenger. This is just the truth. Okay, it's just the truth of it. All right.
All right.
Factually speaking, it's you go into colors of the rainbow of degrees of good to bad when it comes to Gatorade. It's like red and orange, terrible. Yellow, better, not so good, you know. But then from yellow, you start getting the good flavors.
Rose knew that
you know?
Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Continue with your rainbow breakdown.
But it's just, like I said, it's like once you get past yellow, then you're getting to like good. Yellow is bearable. It's fine. You know, it's middle ground.
Spectrum for everything?
Yes.
So this is also how you calculated the materia flavors when we were talking about that on a couple episode of FF7 that we filmed, 6 months ago or whatever.
Like I said, but Gatorade is like the pristine version of it, right? Because it's like...
Oh, geez, that's an ominous title.
The room in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page.
Oh my god.
I don't know. This is a really cool dramatic device. Anyway.
No, it really is. But yeah, it's like to be fair, I haven't had green Gatorade in a long time because you just don't see it anymore. But it's like blue Gatorade and purple Gatorade are like top tier. They are the best.
What the hell's going on now?
I don't know. Oh my god.
Gaming.
Oh my gosh.
Hang on, I'm coming, please.
But it's like. Even, okay, Jolly Rancher is another example. There are only, to my knowledge, there are only 4 colors of Jolly Rancher. It's like red and green are the worst, but blue and purple are the best. Like I said, there's a science to it. It's kind of like the Fibonacci spiral to an extent, right? It's the rainbow theory for the colors of things that are not actually what they are.
I'll save you later, Rusty. I gotta read this
Visitor
first.
center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into
Insane
splinters.
ramblings of a
Rusty was
madman.
thrown hit the far wall.
Like I said, I don't make the rules.
He hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way.
Ninja Bunny could be talking about you or could be talking about Alan.
I think we know
Rusty
which one
held
we're
and
talking
held,
about.
suddenly afraid to die alone.
Don't worry, Rusty, you won't die alone. I'll be there to help.
It was locked. I'd need a key to get in.
Don't worry, Rusty. Alan's on the
Our
way.
hero.
The hero. He's the protagonist. Holy shit, tamale, that's a lot of blood.
Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me.
The dark presence.
The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be
Alan, you
right
gotta
back.
cut their limbs off.
Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the men.
Ninja Bunny says Alan is an orange Gatorade guy, 100%. Dude, you know he's got a crate of them in the back of his car and in his fridge, and it's just the little bastard bottles.
I'm afraid
Orange Gatorade.
I'm an orange Gatorade guy. But then again, I don't drink Gatorade very often. We got a this cage is not like
Cancel
bolted
culture
down. There's
comes
nothing like
to
this.
this channel.
We need to like just get this dog out of here. I
We
think.
do.
Dogs got good instincts. Dogs can run the opposite direction of trouble.
Agreed.
I'm sure dogs know how to handle the dark presence.
Just let them out.
Yeah, just let them. They can see good in the dark, right? So they can run away.
Rusty was safe.
I haven't looked at where the next manuscript page is. I was too busy rambling.
I think it might be in here.
It probably is. Actually, I don't know where you found... Yeah, there you go. I'll just find where this one is.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
I was safe in the light from the dark presence. The darkness was spooky. It would have spooked my wife even more. But I was still spooked, even without a phobia. It's important to stand in the light, because when there was light, there was not darkness, except that where there is any light, there is inevitably darkness because of the shadows that are cast by light.
So
it was a self-defeating cycle.
The only way that we can fix this is if we get more light. So much light it blocks out all shadows.
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Oh my god, it's Super Mario Sunshine now.
Oh, yes.
Hold on, Rusty, I'll help out in a minute.
No! But anyway, yeah, you know how in like Lovecraft stories they talk about going insane because you start seeing patterns in the world?
Yeah.
It's like that's how I am about this.
About your color theory for
And the thing is,
flavored food.
Sure, opinions exist from other people.
Something had
but
torn
those-
a mammoth-sized hole in the wall. Charlie, was this you? Are you in league with the dark presence? We're gonna have to have a talk about this later.
Please don't feed the animals.
Why not?
Fishing for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license.
I've never bought a fishing license. That's why I don't fish a whole lot, but something rubs me the wrong way about having to pay to do that.
Well, it depends on where you are as well, right? Like how densely is it being overfished? Are there protected
Well, yeah,
species
there's
there?
yeah, for sure, but I've never fished at a place like that, right?
No, the way that the Taken speak is interesting. It's like they're speaking in like trope parlance. They're speaking like in what their role is.
Yes.
Like they're characters. In Alan's hack book. You gonna come back out here, dude?
Whoa!
Alan!
I think if you, I think you could absolutely smoke this guy if you just hit him with the flare gun.
Don't have a
Oh
flare gun.
no, he doesn't have one.
Different equipment at the beginning of every level.
Woo! All right. He reloads that pretty quick.
He does, if you mash really fast. Unfortunately, Max did not make it.
No! Damn.
Yeah,
That
I know.
sucks. That's no
It does
good.
suck. That's why I was like, I wish you could just lift the cage, because I knew this was about to happen to Max. Ah, no! Holy crap, there's more of you?
There was no reason for that dog to die.
There was no reason for that dog to die, except for you to go, everybody really liked him.
But well, they won't even acknowledge it, though. That's just for us to be sad.
Yep, if you pay attention.
Truly, the stakes are...
Truly, the stakes have never been higher.
Damn. When I was a kid and I used to go fishing at a little artificial lake at this guy's house.
Oh, was there a flare gun over here we could have used to kill him instantly? No, just if we
okay.
were a real dumbass, we didn't understand how the game worked, and we kept shooting him even though he was covered in the dark presence.
I was gonna say there was a dog up there at that lake, and anytime we caught a fish, if we weren't paying attention, he'd just snatch it, just run off with it. Happened all the time. At first, it was like, oh man, that bastard got the fish, and then it turned into like, here you go.
Here you go.
Here's a little treat.
Whee!
That dog. Oh yeah, I was like, what was that dog? I was like, oh yeah, the one with the weird name. That was a rhymer whiner.
No, Mouse House, you can't fish in this game. Joey was.
Yeah, I
said we, and I was like, no, Joey was lamenting that earlier. Sometimes I say we because it was the collective unit of us doing the show, but sometimes I have to be clear. No, that was not me.
Well, it's because I was comparing this to Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition has fishing.
Barry's also being attacked by the dark presence.
Oh, there's a manuscript page around here then? Yeah, right there. It was when you got a phone call.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Bummerooski.
Damn.
Bummerooski, let's have some brewskis. Let's have some beer.
Follow the sign towards Lover's Peak. Eliminate some enemies near a bridge.
And eliminate some enemies near
Cross
a bridge.
the bridge and then veer to your right to find the page resting.
I was about to say,
on the
you're
ground
drifting
near
into GPS voice.
and panic tables. Recalculating.
Follow the road.
Not like that, you dumbass. That's an add-on that would get money. Like
What?
goth lady berates you for sucking at driving.
I want to say there's some of that around already.
Probably is.
There's been like commercials, like joking about that, but I think some of that already exists.
Trail.
Well, not yet. We got to go into Moonshining
Ooh,
Cave.
I went to a moonshining cave.
Yeah? Where they used to moonshine?
They used to moonshine. It's what I was telling you about, where it was like there was they had a bar at the bottom of this cave, and it went under because people realized they couldn't get drunk down there.
You and I have been inching our way through the Ken Burns baseball documentary for the last several years. At this point, it's just one of the things we can watch if we're sitting around going what should we watch tonight, and we don't think of something better to do. Not that I say that because it's a bad documentary, because I enjoy it, but it's just that is a it fits the stereotype of. I think Ken Burns makes absolutely phenomenal documentaries, but the joke is that they're dry and overlong, and baseball is definitely dry and overlong, just in a way that I find enjoyable.
Yeah.
But I recently watched the 3-part Prohibition documentary that his team did, and that one ain't dry. In fact, you could say it's wet.
Whoa!
That was the two political factions going into it, were the dries and the wets. That's real.
Yeah, it is real.
That was your single issue ticket of
are you dry or are you wet?
Are you dry or are you wet? The documentary is interesting for a lot of reasons, but one of the things that stands out about it is that it's it kind of reads like it's as much a documentary about prohibition as it is a documentary about the origins of modern political lobbying. Because you're watching the documentary and you're watching people in the first episode because like the first episode ends with the ratification of Prohibition, so you don't even get to it until the second episode. But the first episode, you're watching people like develop the you're watching like the development of techniques that lobbyist groups use today, right? You're watching a really, really powerful political action group that says we are going to go all over the country and we're going to find a politician we like and we're going to say, you're going to run dry. And if they say no, we're going to find somebody else we like better, and they're going to agree to run dry.
We are going to elect them.
And we are going to use our national resources to run the bet, and so they were just like going across the entire country and getting people elected. Like you couldn't run against the dry lobby and win for like a 6-year period leading up to Prohibition. Probably longer than that, actually.
It's nuts.
It's very funny. Tome Mater again.
Norwega says taxi driver his family was friends with would say that there was a GPS voice that would just yell profanities at you. You know, you passed it, you dumb F. Could just be a thing in Argentina. Although I gotta say something. This is another thing that's kind of funny to bring up is YouTube. Like when people comment,
I tried to dodge.
You tried, but you failed. When people comment on YouTube, like what YouTube detects as questionable is a really wide range of stuff, right? Where it's just like sometimes it's just somebody saying like a cuss word, but sometimes it's not even cuss words that you have to approve, right? But it's like, but for some reason, like all caps, you dumb fuck, was not flagged by YouTube.
Joey, have you seen any of the stuff about FF14 on Xbox?
Yes, I have. Oh my god.
If a word,
free company, baby.
If a normal word contains a configuration of letters that could be a misspelling or abbreviation of a curse word, it gets centered in chat in FF14 on Xbox right now. It is unusable.
There's it makes me think about a post I saw a long time ago. I think it was for a FromSoft game. I'm not sure. Somebody was of this sort of thing happening where somebody made their name. They were like, so I made my username Nasser, right? But it censored ass. So you just saw, so their name just came out as N ***** R.
Yeah, exactly. Exceptionally tall, Rocky Mountain Douglas fir was over 200 years old, according to local legends. It stretched beyond the stars. After it fell, it measured to be 66 meters tall, nearly a record length.
Cool.
Well, this is interesting because I've also been recently inching my way through the Ken Burns documentary on the national parks. And this reminds me of a tree in Yosemite before there were proper protections for this stuff, where it was like it had technically been designated as a park, but there was no parks authority. Mm-hmm. There was nobody was really in charge, and like a massive, 700-year-old tree having a much bigger than this path that like wagons could pass through. It wasn't a dead tree; it was cut into it as like a tourist attraction. They killed the tree to make a little tunnel through it for funsies.
Yep.
Whoa, Alan!
So
Alan!
There's another manuscript page near one of those signs, but I don't know if that's the next one. I'm not being a very good guide. I keep
damn it! I keep trying to dodge the throwing, and it ain't working for me. Oh no, Alan!
It's a good thing he's
behind you, brother.
It's a good thing he's resilient. It's a good thing he can reload that flashlight so quick.
You shouldn't be reloading it. It should be, those flashlights that have, like a battery and a coil in it, where like you can shake it to recharge it. You should have to 6-axis shake your controller.
God, that's so good.
There's a mechanic like that in Uncharted 4. It only comes up for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's like, oh no, I thought the encounter was over. Come on, Alan. I'm gonna die. I'm going to die.
Alan. No, those kinds of those kinds of flashlights are really cool and underutilized. The only game I can think of that like really uses it as a mechanic is the newest Amnesia game, believe it or not.
Okay.
Amnesia, The Bunker, that's what it's called.
Okay, that time it worked.
It takes place during World War I, right? You're a World War I German soldier.
Okay.
And they have flashlights that, like, you kind of like rev it like a toy, like
sure.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But it's like, that's a fascinating mechanic for that game, because it's like the game's obviously incredibly dark, and sound is a big proponent of like what draws the entities near you, and so it's like,
Alan,
Alan. It's like if you don't have light in this area, the only way you can see is by revving this really loud flashlight that will only last like a minute if you fully revved it. So that's cool stuff. I actually had one of those. Not at World War II. At Chuck E. Cheese when I was a child, I got one of those types of flashlights, and it still works to this day.
I keep hitting X to pick
Yippee! You're having a Final Fantasy 15 happen, even though you're just pressing the wrong button in this case.
What the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason. Packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo. Things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Going back to the conversation about the tree earlier, John Hass says, in the park's defense, it looks really cool.
No, he hates, this guy hates telecommunications.
Damn. Ninja Bunny says Alan found a generator and was just so happy about it, he jumped for joy.
It's true. Alan found a generator. This was what he needed to get through the darkness of the night. He was so thrilled he couldn't contain his excitement. He leapt for joy.
Mario 2 voice, just what I needed.
He regretted it a moment later. He thought what Alice or Barry would have thought of him if they'd seen it. He was glad that he was alone here in the forest. But then he wasn't glad anymore, because he remembered he wasn't alone. He was with the dark presence.
His persona nearly shattered by one swell. I can't talk like him. I'm not book learned. I'm not smart. I'm not eloquent.
Whee!
You did it.
Looks good. Looks good. It's a fun video game to look at. Was that a guy? What was that? What was that noise? Was that the encounter over, or was that somebody's throwing an axe in my head? Ah!
Encounter! To the left of the blocked gate at the safe haven, climb a rock and jump over the fence. Then check the rock ahead of you for a manuscript page.
Here, maybe?
I believe this is the safe haven.
Over here? Do you say to the right or to the left?
To the left of the blocked gate.
Okay. What's this for? Just this thermos?
Yeah, I'm not looking at what the heck?
It was physics were freaking out before I got here.
Spooky.
Yeah.
I was talking about that X-Files episode earlier, and it actually does take place like in areas where they are logging like these giant trees.
Mm-hmm.
That episode's not so great.
Not so great?
Oh, there you go. You can jump over.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now I understand.
It's
now
right there.
I understand.
There it is. They're incentivizing you to go to the right direction with collectibles.
I keep forgetting. I'm pretty sure Aiden hasn't seen Girl Chan in Paradise. I really need to show that to her.
Oh my god.
These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Wow. What we really need
I haven't
is...
met Nightingale yet.
What we really need is a GPS voice that's just voiced by that Chills guy on YouTube from earlier.
Oh, yeah.
15
number
guy.
15. I'll have the number 15. I have to wait for this to arrive in real time. This feels like I should be beset by enemies.
It really does. Back along the main path, you'll reach a ledge overlooking a fallen log that forms a bridge across a chasm. A manuscript page is plainly visible.
Keep doors closed. Remain seated and do not swing the cabin. Keep arms and head inside at all times.
That sounds like some loser shit. I'll do what I want. Maybe the movie's good. Oh my god. Maybe the movie's good, but I'm guessing it's probably not. I don't remember the name of it.
What movie?
But,
You gotta speak up a little bit, Joey.
No, I know. I'm kind of rambling, but
No, you're okay. I'm just looking at the levels, and like you're usually not projecting enough for it to start ducking when you talk. So I'm just afraid people won't be able to hear you.
I got you.
But nobody's complaining, so I don't know. I guess we're fine. But then again, all the time people go, yeah, it's fine, and then I listen to it, and it's not fine. It's abysmal, so I never know what to think.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming.
This is why I get to do the edit afterwards. It's not going to be perfect, but I'm still going to have my multiple channels, and I'll still make it a little better.
The flares will keep the bastards away.
Okay, but one's like more limited. God, we're getting some Michael Bay cameras.
Yeah, it's true.
But,
could you stop pointing that light right in my face, Alan?
No, I was gonna say, being up on there, I remembered a horror movie that, or I guess suspense movie that was advertised years ago, and I was like, this is probably the worst thing in the world. Where it was like, people get stuck on a ski lift, and it's like, you're having an entire movie about like 3 people on a ski lift. This is gonna be bad.
We were headed in the direction.
I think of that, and I think of like, I guess that's no different than like the stuck in a shark cage movies. It's like, I imagine you'd have to be like a god-given writer to make that interesting at all.
Whoa, no, Alan!
Whoa!
So I've lost my gun. I'm now playing a support class. No, Alan! Dude, shoot this guy. Shoot him. Shoot him. There you go. Shoot him. There you go. Good job.
Do you have a flare gun? Or?
I have flares, but I'm holding on to them. I'm gonna need them later.
Oh yeah, of course. So one.
Whee! Okay, maybe I need to go ahead and swallow my pride and use a flare. Shoot them! Kill them!
Oh man,
blast them!
This is a good sequence.
Blast them!
Come on.
You need to load fast like I do. Wah!
Whoa! This hillbilly cannot reload nearly as fast.
He cannot reload nearly as fast as this New York yuppie.
Yeah, no can do.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold him off, damn it.
Hold down R1 to use the flare.
Didn't you just use the flare?
Yeah, but I just picked up more, so we're fine.
Well, I mean, why is it tutorializing?
Just in case I still didn't use it, I guess.
I love video game tutorials. It really is one of those things that sucks, because you're like, when a game beats you over the head to tutorials, you're like, oh, this is so stupid. Everybody gets it at this point, and then
you watch a playthrough of people not getting it.
Yeah,
you watch DSP hitting the game up.
Exactly. You listen to developer commentary, and they're like, yeah, people just would not.
Dude, why aren't you shooting any of them?
People just would not cut the limbs off.
Oh my god.
No.
Why wouldn't he shoot any of them?
Lover's Peak, right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Oh, okay. I was listening. He got one of the one of the Zambambos knocked the door open, so I guess I was supposed to run by that point. And I missed him telling me to go.
Oh my goodness, girl.
Blast him. Oh, I guess he's not blasting because he's opening the door. That's why there's no blasting happening. So I have to rely on the flares.
Oh my god, I can't. Yeah, Ninja Bunny brings up the Chills Burger King foot fungus. See, I can't believe earlier when I was showing you him, I showed you if that thing was in my living room, I'd stomp it until it was a brown stain. When I could have gone for the much more famous Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want is, oh god, what is it? Last thing you would want is Burger King foot fungus, but that might be what you get.
Oh, you feeling better now, Wade? All cozy and safe.
It's just it's a picture of a guy of a guy at Burger King standing on the lettuce with his shoes on, like standing on the crate of lettuce.
Could you explain to me what's going on with the dark creatures? Because you seem to be in your element here.
These evil black creatures.
We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
A thermos.
Oh yeah, thermos. The item I really need. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Go get the thermos. No, Alan, go around the sign.
Pick it up, Al.
Alan! Alan, get the thermos.
Yippee!
I got it! Woohoo!
Perfect dodge. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No,
Oh,
Alan! No, Alan!
He died doing what he loved best, collecting.
Stan, there's more flares here. Get ready.
No, The Last Stand is a much, much longer book than this, dude.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
It's another Stephen King novel.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. He's got a million of them.
He's got a lot of them, it's true.
You're wasting all your flares.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I tapped instead of holding on the first one. But it lasts longer if you hold it like that.
I see.
Instead of dropping it. Just if you're holding it up, you can't be shooting at the same time, but I can't be shooting right now anyway, so... That dude just missed me. That wasn't even, Whoa! I can't get the thermos. They're gonna gang up on me too much.
There we go. Noriega's got the quote for me. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might just be what you get.
I feel like you need to give, like, slightly more context for anybody who's listening to this and doesn't know what we're talking about and thinks that everybody is a psycho right now.
There's a guy on YouTube, I think his name is Chills, and he talks with a very entertaining cadence. And we were talking about Smiling Friends, and I was showing that he had a cameo in it.
He does his top 10 videos with a very distinctive number 10.
And if you've ever heard the meme,
9.
yeah, if you've ever heard the meme about Burger King foot lettuce, it comes from him.
And he's in Smiling Friends, ordering at a restaurant, and he asks for number 15. I'd like the number 15. I can't seem to dodge the throws very well. Is that dude wearing a tracksuit?
Maybe. Get him.
Come on.
Get him.
Shoot him. Blast him.
Get him. My God, get him.
Why is he so bad at this?
Shoot him again. Shoot him again. The sequence is going on for quite some time.
Oh yeah, the sequence goes on for way too long. My God, there's no light for me to heal myself.
They should have
either.
given
I'm
this
toast.
dude a shotgun.
They should have given this dude a shotgun. That would have been the better option. Holy crap!
God.
Please, please!
What I got for you? I got your number, boy.
Alan, point the flashlight in the right direction.
I watched a fella on YouTube beat this game on the hardest difficulty, and
he's saying outside of the range of my flare.
I know.
I'm being too abstemious with my resources. I've got plenty of batteries. It's given me enough to win. I should just be using my resources.
Yeah. Shout out to a YouTuber named Snamwitches for being able to beat this on the highest difficulty, because I cannot imagine actually playing this. I cannot imagine trying to do this on Nightmare.
Why can't you kill him? Give me... Okay, never mind.
Give me the gun.
Broseph!
Yeah, he's gone. Let's go.
How did you kidnap my wife?
Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that.
I'm not scared for Alice's life anymore because this dude I don't think could hit her. With his
Yeah, I
gun.
don't think so.
About something glorious and terrible. Once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her mouth.
Alan, you gotta stop just punching people whenever there's a problem.
Well, I think in this case he's probably right.
But
well,
I mean, I don't think this has helped us at all. Is my point. The gun. Oh, Alan.
Oh my God! I just realized this game's a subversion of video games. I
How
realized
so?
it was a 6-shooter, but the magnums are always the strongest, and it's just your basic gun.
It's true. It's true.
Do you hear me? Come back here!
What's the post that's like revolvers are the katanas?
The katanas of guns.
Uh-huh.
The best variation of that is the one where that conversation is made into an MGS cutscene. The katana. Oh wow! Wow! I made the right decision. There's secrets behind the waterfall. Alan Wake, good video game confirmed. Bop bop, easy game. Ah, an easy game for me to play.
Look at all this loot you've gotten. Have you found the +2 uncommon revolver yet?
No, I have not, Joey. Keep your eyes open for it. Keep your eyes on that guide, Joey.
There we go.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
I didn't know what it meant to be afraid because I was just so cool and cool.
It was just so cool and awesome. I was just so awesome and cute. I never knew what it was like to be afraid, Kenny.
Oh my God.
Sorry, guys. I just don't know how it feels to not get what you want all the time and not be awesome and cute. Circle Duck mentions Misery, Stephen King novel. Are you familiar, Joey, with the Stephen King novel Misery?
I am familiar with the concept, but I've not read it.
Sure, but I mean, like, do you know what it's about?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll still give a very, very brief summary for anybody in the audience who perhaps doesn't know. It is a bit of a very angry book about an author who is in a car accident. Oh, that's a bear trap. I was like, that's not a collectible.
No.
That's a bear trap. An author who is in a car accident and is caught by a rabid fan who is upset that the author has just killed off a long-running character to try and write different types of books. And the person captures them, does not deliver them to a hospital, gets them hooked on painkillers, injures them further, forces them to write a book that fixes it. Damn it. Bring the character back. Fix my shit.
I think maybe they have too many of these bear traps in this area.
Yeah, the poachers went crazy.
No! What the hell?
Rusty had warned me about it.
Oh my God.
It hurt like hell. I was stunned.
I'm unstuck by the time I'm done with the monologue. Yeah, that's a book both about maybe uncomfortable relationships with fans and the burden of expectations, but also the stuff about the drug addiction in it. I believe that book was written when King was trying to quit coke.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on.
Something about how
that
handsome
reminded her
he
of her
was.
father.
Something about how good looking and what a great writer he was.
The way he waded into Hartman.
She knew
that
he was a
hair-trigger
writer.
Rage flaring up without warning.
She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman. Alan, if you know these things about yourself when you wrote this manuscript, why are you doing them? Silly Billy.
There it is. There's the can. Oh.
I was trying not to waste my flashlight, but instead I wasted a bullet.
Well, one of these things is a little more common around
Well,
here.
the flashlight actually recharges. If I only aim for a second, it's fine.
I mean, it's true.
Bullets don't recharge. Alrighty. Scour the woods. Search the forest and the sea. Search time and all reality.
Oh my God. I thought the bush was enemy at first. Oh
Alan!
my God! This is what it feels like to get juggled in Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, one of the changes in 2 compared to the first game that was not very evident when I first started playing it, but really has as time's gone on, is like, yeah, obviously your team...
Stop spinning, camera. That wasn't me.
Obviously your team is a big part of of Dragon's Dogma, both 1 and 2. And I think this was a conscious decision about it. When you get staggered in Dragon's Dogma 2, like if somebody hits you, you're out of commission for several seconds. And it's like, it's pretty obvious. It's like, okay, well, you got to have your teammates kind of help you out. If you're like in between like 2 or 3 enemies that are just on you, like you are just
not much you can do about it.
And you're like an archer or something, you're just gonna get stagger locked. It's like, I mean, that's like it doesn't. For a moment, it feels a little unfair, but it's
Alan!
like with how much like
I gotta stop running clearly because they keep. I mean, but then again, they come from behind me sometimes, even if I'm not running. Holy crap!
Oh my god! But just like with how
I
many
gotta start taking
items
these guys
you get
more
in Dragon's
seriously.
Dogma, it doesn't really matter.
I need to start taking these foes more seriously. Clearly.
An enemy. The enemy.
The enemy.
Can't wait to get back to 3 just for that.
Thank you, based Fuka.
My queen.
Thank you for this information. Careful, senpai. There are 2 enemies that are weak to, but they're weak to lightning. Shut up. Shut. Nobody asked you.
Man,
Say
shut up.
stupid ass senpai navigator. There are 2 enemies. Yes, thank you for this information,
my
Fuka.
queen. All hail Queen Fuka. Somebody said you keep getting soulsed.
It's true. What the hell? Okay, I think I popped that before there were any enemies. I tried to use my precognition and it didn't work.
Damn.
I tried to use my author powers.
Exactly. You in the manuscript it said you were gonna get yanked by 2. Oh my god!
Okay, I turned around just in time to try and dodge, and it was not fast enough.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Yes, okay, there are headshots after all. I think I lied earlier. I think it's just 3 shots no matter where you're aiming.
Bang, bang. Unless you're playing on a higher difficulty, I think it requires more.
I'm sure it does. I have every confidence that it does. I'll be honest, I was totally trying to sprint there and I used the flare on accident, but it wound up working out okay. It was all for the best.
Check that shack, and if it's not in that shack, then it's another shack.
It's a strange phenomenon. Ever since I'd arrived in Bright Falls, I suddenly found myself doing things I didn't intend to do. Like trying to run, but accidentally lighting a flare. It seemed impossible to become physically confused between these 2 actions.
For some reason, when I started to sprint, oftentimes I'd find myself jolting to the left or right, as if I was dodging some invisible foe.
I didn't understand it, but then there were a lot of things I didn't understand about Bright Falls.
How could be a place named after such brilliance contain such lies?
Might be time for a Gravity Falls rewatch. I haven't watched it again since the show came out.
Dude, literally,
since it finished, I mean.
Earlier this week, I was like, I could watch that again.
Thermos.
Oh, baby. How could a place named Bright Falls be so Stygian? There's this manuscript behind you.
Yes, there is. And a shotgun.
Yippee!
Tonight had been one desperate situation.
I said, here's the chainsaw. That's not good.
It had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
That sounds like that. You ever see those like the Reddit like 2-sentence horrors? That sounds like that would have been the end of one of those. Those are so funny because there's like occasionally in a blue moon you get one that you read and you're like, that's half decent, but it's always like the penis exploding clown was around the corner.
Barry had often told me that I shouldn't just look to books and films for my inspiration, that I should play more video games. He spoke to me often of a game called Resident Evil 4. The chainsaw enemy, Alan, he would often say to me exuberantly. You gotta see it. I wished for the first time that I had listened to Barry.
Obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver.
But how could I, after the last game he recommended, Corpse Party for the PlayStation Portable? He assured me that it would be more than meets the eye.
You have to try Akiba's strip. Al, said Barry exuberantly. The writing is so clever. Even the title
I did not
has hidden meaning.
I could not believe him about the writing. However, the title intrigued me. You see, within it, it was, as they call it, like a triple entendre.
The game was about a trip to Akiba.
But at the same time, it was also about
the Akiba Strip, a location in Tokyo.
But
and
the main mechanic of the game, it seems, is that you would strip your foes, first of their clothing, and then of their life. Truly much to think about.
And here I found myself stripping foes of their darkness. I found myself wishing I had played more of Akiba's Strip with Barry.
I told him that I was going to get that platinum, but once I was on New Game Plus for the second time...
Does this do anything?
Who knows? Akiba's Trip made me recall the days of my youth when I played a game called Donkey Kong Country 2. The subtitle, Diddy Kong's Quest. Much the same, for it was also like a conquest for the young Kong.
I had flipped the plane over just like in Donkey Kong. There's a level in Donkey Kong Country Returns where you're inside of a plane.
I thought you were going to start talking about Frozen Ape.
Or maybe it's from Frozen Ape. I don't know which one it is, actually.
I've not played Returns or Frozen Ape.
Frozen Ape is on the list of things to play on the channel. It was something we were going to do like a couple summers ago and wound up not meeting up as much as we were planning on.
Alan would totally be annoyed about some RPG Maker adventure game like Mad Father or Witch's House. I mean, can you blame him? Most players would be frustrated. Look, I have a soft spot in my heart for like Mad Father, but like...
Alan realized he was trying to solve a puzzle of some kind.
Though it and Witch's House both are like it's almost like a spiritual callback to certain like not 64, like Super Nintendo style games of it's like the gameplay is I'm going to walk into this room and we're going to see if at first attempt I don't immediately make the wrong decision. Oh, I died. Time to go back and make a different decision.
Alan wondered if he was supposed to scale onto the plane somehow. There was an arrow, but then there was no accompanying arrow afterwards.
What was the point of getting the plane to move?
Alan wasn't sure why he knocked the plane over.
Oh my god, it's right there. But did you need to knock the plane over to get over here?
Alan wasn't sure if he'd accidentally completed the puzzle too quickly to even understand what he had done. For once, he wished that Mimir and Atreus were there to explain things to him.
If only Barry had his head cut off and yet was somehow immortal. Perhaps I too could carry him, maybe in the back of my hood.
If he could have brought Barry along in his back pocket, maybe then things would have been different. Maybe he wouldn't have shouted at Alice back in the cabin. Maybe she wouldn't be missing now.
I don't even remember where the next manuscript page is. I've lost it. What the heck? You haven't climbed a ladder yet, have you?
Alan had not yet climbed a ladder, and he wasn't looking forward to the opportunity when he would have to, because he climbed much slower than Cloud in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. More enemies appeared from the darkness, dramatically.
Yes, Ninja Buddy. Earlier, you're correct. It's Diddy's Conquest. I know that worked. That's the pun, but I messed up in saying it. A clever game with a clever soundtrack.
Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze has a pretty good name, but it's no Diddy's Conquest.
Remember how before I've told you, I'm like, it's like every few months comes along where I'm like, I gotta listen to the Donkey Kong soundtracks. Mm-hmm. I did that Thursday. I listened to all 3 game soundtracks.
Yeah, they're good to get. They're good soundtracks.
It is.
Have you ever listened to the soundtracks for Returns or
I have not,
Tropical
and I know
Freeze?
I need to.
All right. Well, I mean, I know it's just as well if we ever do play Tropical Freeze, then you get to hear it for the first time.
Hey, look at the water. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I like it.
It works for the overall blustery, billowing, stormy, the environment's trying to kill you Alan vibe. I love like what is the source? I mean, it's like we've got Pirates of the Caribbean like blue daylight going through these hurricane force like speed clouds to create this effect on the ground. It's wild.
Yeah,
looks great.
Yeah, your next manuscript page is sometime after you climb a ladder. So that's what I've got.
Alan knew that he would be climbing a ladder eventually. He'd only climbed one so far, and there was no way the game developers would have included a single one and never returned to the mechanic again. What are you chuckling at?
Norwega said Barry recommended a strange phone game. You have to play Genshin, he said. You can pay for the characters, but it's not like you have to. I could see him holding back tears as he said this.
Alan, they're basically paying you, he
Alan,
said to
they're
me.
basically paying
I didn't know how to help my friend, but I knew
said-
he had a problem.
He said you don't understand. It's basically, if you just get the Welcome Moon, it's basically just a subscription fee. I was thinking about something stupid on the drive.
There were
over
not
here
nearly as many enemies as I
involving-
thought there were. I shouldn't have wasted the flare.
It happens involving Genshin. I was sitting there and I was just like, I don't know what foul demons possessed my brain, but I was just like, for how much I hate Genshin and can't stand it, it's like compared to the phone game I actually play, Fate. It's like it does just about everything better.
You should
by a
play
wide
Honkai
margin.
Star Rail. Alan had finally found the ladder.
The ladder. Pat talking about Star Rail almost made me be like, but no, not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough, because I'm in a Facebook chat with people that do play, and they've been posting their like
hatred of it.
No, they like it a lot, but they've been what they've been doing is posting like the like accessories they've grinded out, and it's like, oh, it's the exact same thing where you can spend all day and you're just getting absolute garbage for your character. Oh no! What was that? Oh, the ick.
There was Mercer miasma on the ground. Finally, I understood the purpose of burning it away.
It's.
So I was still confused about why you would bother with the globs of it on top of the plane that could not possibly be reached.
I mean, if it's just there for set dressing, then it is what it is.
Alan supposed it must have been to introduce the mechanic, which would here ambush him inside the building.
Oh my god. It scares me how excited Pat is for the next Hoyo game. Like the Zenless whatever.
Zenless Zone Zero.
Like, it's not even like morbid curiosity, it's like genuine excitement for it. And
Yeah.
he was disappointed he did not get into beta for it.
They're remarkably well-made games, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is just seeing like cutscenes from Star Rail compared to what Genshin was, it's like there's a clear increase in quality. So Zenless might actually be a real game.
Ninja Bunny says, Alan, Barry started. It's completely free until level 60 on any job.
The loading site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
To my twisted mind, crazy bread is just regular bread.
I don't see why they say it's a goofy movie. It's just a movie to me.
Surely the sequel can't.
Extremely goofy.
It's over there.
You have to kick this open, or I saw a kick prompt. I'm kicking this counterweight.
Okay.
To lift the elevator.
Wow.
Which will get me across to the other manuscript page. Oh, but I have to jump though.
Can you?
Yeah, Joey, there's a jump
Oh
button.
yeah, I forgot. This game does have a jump button. It's got that
When Barry
weird.
saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed. Like the channel had been switched without warning.
Oh, crank. I thought you said
You think you're
locals on
watching a
crack.
sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Oh, more Mercer miasma.
Sick.
Go away, dude. Gracias. Flares, nice, thank you. Like those, like those flares. Thermos. Chivos. Chivos.
Circo Duck says the animation Star Rail and Zenless are pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, then that's the thing is, in like Genshin, as before I stopped playing, like as newer content started coming out and newer events started happening, I noticed, I was like, it feels like the budget keeps increasing.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is like the hope that often doesn't happen. We were talking about earlier with Grand Blue.
Yes.
Right. They'll reinvest the gacha money into the game, and it feels like that. That usually doesn't happen with gacha games because they're not about making a good game. They're about cash extraction.
Money. Yeah.
But you look at the stuff that the Hoiverse.
Hoi.
That team is absolutely reinvesting the money into the video game.
The thing that concerns me though is like
the darkness wears her face.
Oh. The thing that concerns me is, like, especially when because when Zenless comes out, they're going to be managing 4 different games at a time. They're going to be at least, I don't know if that's the case, but it's like you have Third Impact, Genshin, Star Rail, and then ZZZ. And so it turns into, it's like when Star Rail came out, content for Genshin really dipped.
Yep.
And so it's like that's the real concern is like
I suspect. I mean, I don't, who can say? I'm not there. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. I'd like to think that with the amount, like the skyrocketing popularity, they probably have expanded the team, and that's why they're doing all of these games. And maybe they will that Star Rail won't totally fall off of the content cliff, but I guess we'll see what happens.
And the other thing about Star Rail, I don't know this for sure. This is just what I've heard from hearsay. But the other thing is that, like, in it seems like all the little story beats, instead of it being mostly like one continuous story, it's like you have these big long like chapter stories.
Yep. You go to a new planet and there's an adventure there. You go to a new planet. And
that's a much better format because it's like if they did just stop, then it's like okay, well you had the complete stuff.
Precisely. Wake feels the dark presence.
Something stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
The dark presence. Alan, how are you gonna get back out of here, buddy? Oh, there's more. There's something over here. It's a little awkward. Alan doesn't have like a mantle. They have to have little awkward boxes for him to step on.
JG says, I've seen locals on crack outside the Waffle House. What do you boys know about Waffle House? I love me some good Waffle House.
I haven't been to a Waffle House in years.
You're missing out.
Yeah, I know.
You're missing out on dinner.
No, Alan!
Because when you go to Waffle House, there's a not
Alan,
insignificant chance you're going to have dinner and a show.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's like, because people make the meme. It's like, haha, Waffle House fights, right?
But it's not just necessarily fights. It's, there's always drama of some kind. It doesn't have to be a physical altercation. That's just what goes viral.
Yeah, dude, the first time in like my adult life I had gone to Waffle House, it was the power was out at our house, and the house, it is hot as hell in this hot ass funky ass room I'm in. I could not sleep. It was 2 a.m. My mom could not sleep. It was 2 a.m, and we were just kind of chatting, and I was just like, you want to just go to Waffle House?
And Jimbody's right. These guys are good zoners. They know how to stay out of range.
Exactly. But it was like, 2:30, and we just go to Waffle House. The first time I've been to Waffle House in my adult life, and it's like, I get there, and I get my... I didn't get a waffle.
I didn't mean to do that. Oops.
I don't know what I got. I got like a hash brown bowl or something. And legitimately, first time I'd been there in years, like, there was an altercation. It never got to fists, but it was pushing and yelling, and the manager saying, get the hell out of my restaurant. Don't do this in here. So it's like, the meme's real. And obviously, it's like, there's a story I wish I could bring up, but I simply cannot. Because it,
too personal, too specific.
Because it was a local thing.
Oh, okay,
but it's like there was an incident at a local Waffle House that did end up on national news. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't narrow it down.
Exactly. That's why I'm not going into specifics. But it was like, I heard about the story and then I saw the picture and I was like, hang on a minute, that's 20 minutes from my house. Not only that, but I knew one of the cops that were involved. So, oh, it was great. Waffle House slaps though. It honestly is really good.
Where is he? There we go. Okay. Oh, it's Chainsaw Man. I should. Right. Of course, I was warned about this. I forgot about him. Enough time passed that my fears were, started to dissipate.
JG says Alan Wake in 24, more like Alan Woke. I texted you, like you asked me what it was a feeling of the games.
Yeah.
And when I said Alan Wake, I said Alan Woke by accident. I just typed it incorrect, like auto-corrected incorrectly.
I don't know if you saw any of this, but a lot of people were saying that unironically, talking about the second one.
Oh.
Because the second and literally, as someone who's seen a good bit of that game, because I watched like half of it before, I was like, I'm waiting.
Well done.
As far as I can tell, literally the only reason is because Black Woman.
How dare they? Alan Wake is my self-insert.
I always love when people tell on themselves about like really identifying like the hardcore Joel Miller fans. I can't believe they killed Joel.
Yes. Or like when
iconic hero Joel Miller.
Like when Dragon's Dogma came out as well, when people, like what you were telling me, where people were mad, is like I had all dudes in my party and people called me,
they called me gay,
and it's like
the pawns said I can't help but notice that all of the what was the poster specifically like, dude, I can't believe this. I made my party all guys because I want an edge in combat. Already telling on himself.
Yeah.
Like, this has got to be a shit post. I wanted stronger allies. And then the pawns started to keep talking about how there's only dudes in the party. Perhaps this speaks to our master's preference. Well, I just want to play the game and be good at it. Why is the game calling me gay?
What's really funny is the first party I had incidentally just ended up being all guys because I got pawns from my friends list that happened to be guys. And when that happened, like I paused because I was laughing my ass off. I was like, this is a fantastic, like almost first interaction from the party.
There soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Okay.
And if the power goes out, you'll have to press the X button 3 times.
Mm-hmm. You gotta look. Okay, I think you're at a campground. You gotta look for a bathroom.
But
there will be a
I was out of the woods.
manuscript nearby.
Alan, you're not out of the woods. This is the Pacific Northwest. It's woods all around. No matter where you go, you can be smack dead in the middle of downtown Portland, Oregon, and there's still woods. The woods are inescapable, Alan. I mean, the bathroom's over here. Yeah, it's bathroom.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it, but it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
The darkness, Alan. No, don't do it. The darkness isn't good for you, Alan. You don't want to go in the darkness, buddy. TV?
TV?
Not a real TV.
Damn.
That's disappointing. I got really excited for a second. I was like, did Joey not see there was a TV? But no, Joey was on the ball. The game developers put an extraneous TV to tease us, to mock us for our sins. Oh, hold on.
Wait, hang on a second.
Hunting rifle ammo, cool.
Did you grab any keys in the bathroom?
Nope.
Go back to the bathroom.
Hold on, there's another bathroom.
I had
over
to
here.
find the key to the garage.
It must be in the other bathroom. I realized when I picked up the hunting ammo that I had not searched the other bathroom thoroughly enough. I don't see any keys.
God, now I want some Waffle House.
There's the keys. I saw the hat, the white hat.
Oh.
I guess it's supposed to attract my attention to the dark brown key on the dark brown bench.
Get to the car.
There you go.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events.
So true. So true, Alan.
So true, gang.
The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
It's now smoking. Oh my god.
Yep, it burned up. Because Alan's too good of a writer!
He's so cool.
You gonna come join me out here? That dude just stayed in there. He didn't come after me. I'm just waiting now. He's I guess he's staying in the bathroom. Okay. Fine by me. I get to save ammo. All right, let's get in the car, baby.
Woo! All right. This next one, it says, from the safe haven, drive across the grassy slope to reach another road with logs piled along its edge. Steer right and follow the road, steering around obstacles and crossing a bridge. When you reach the tunnel at the end of the road, hop out of your vehicle and cross the concrete barriers on foot. Head into the back of the tunnel to find the manuscript on the asphalt in front of a parked truck.
Gotta get the darkness off of them.
You can boost the lights?
Oh, yeah, okay, that explains it. I was like, why do I have to back up to be able to... I didn't really understand your instructions a second ago. I'm going the right direction, taking this jump.
I don't know.
This sick jump.
Look for a bridge.
Safe haven over here. My car's been damaged by people throwing axes at it.
This is just a manuscript, so it may not, So just... It may, if we can't find it too early, it may be better to just ignore it.
See ya. Okay, it looks like a grassy field to the right. Maybe it's over this way. Looks like an open grassy area. Alan, buddy, Alan, you can do better than this. Come on. Okay, hold on. All kinds of secret stuff over this. O button? Okay.
Oh my god.
I should just use the car lights, but it's fine.
Complete Mystery asks, how good are we at writing? Well, I haven't written in a very long time. I haven't written in like 8 years. In high school and a little bit after, I thought I could write competently, but not creatively.
Okay.
But
they just keep coming in this level, maybe? There's just like an infinite number of them. I
maybe.
probably shouldn't be wasting my time. I should probably just get whatever's in here and, there. Yeah, you just stay out there, and I'm gonna get my stuff. Get my bonuses. Get my trinkets. No, Alan! Time is of the essence, Alan! Time is of the essence, Alan!
It's like once upon a time, if I needed to get my point across, I could write it in a way that would get me, a good...
Wrong button.
A good grade, right?
Wrong button again. I still had the flare gun equipped. Great. That was fantastic.
It's good. It's all good. What about you? What would you say to yourself, Mr. YouTuber?
I wish I was better. I have been writing a lot more recently, and I wish I was better at it. Ow.
Youch.
If you want to read not like fiction writing, obviously, like, I mean, a lot of my videos are written. I read a script that I'd written previously, for whatever that's worth. Oh, boosting the lights actually makes sense. We're turning on brights. That makes more sense than boosting the lights with just my flashlight.
You keep following the road, does it hit? It mentioned a tunnel.
There's a tunnel up past these logs, yeah.
I thought he was about to hijack you like Halo. That's what it felt like, but you were just dragging his body around.
No.
Whoa!
Alan.
There it is.
You want to read something that I wrote a little while ago? You can go read the review.
There was no misunderstanding. Cauldron Lake was where Alice and I had stayed, but there was no cabin and no island. I was missing a week. What had happened to me? What had happened to Alice? I had to get her back. I couldn't face life without her.
That one wasn't too crazy. No! Monstars.
But if they want to check out your writing...
I was gonna say, I did write relatively recently a more formal, like, written review of The Boy and the Heron, which is on my Patreon page. Not in a you have to pay for it capacity. It's just sitting there. You can go and read it. It's just 'cause I don't have like a WordPress or a Tumblr or whatever the equivalent would be.
I should delete my Tumblr app. I haven't used it in a long time. It was funny, like, watching the app burn, but, like, just nobody uses it anymore.
Yeah. There's a path over that way, but I think I can just go on the cars as well. Oh, there's a thermos, but I don't care. 'Cause I don't care about achievements.
Damn. That's crazy.
I don't know. I didn't write as much as I probably would have liked to for a very long time, and I'm trying again more recently, and I am broadly deeply dissatisfied with my own work. But, you know, you are your own worst critic and all that sort of thing.
And that's even more so for you than anyone else.
Perhaps other people would think that it's pretty good, but what I'm working on right now, nobody has seen yet. Well, I mean, except for me, obviously.
Jacob's nobody has seen it.
My nobody. Which would be what, gang? What's my nobody name? Oh my god, Alan.
What is happening? Oh, I bet there was gunk.
There could have been gunk, but it was probably just like there was a bunch of like just trash on the floor that it was not expecting me to drive over.
What?
It's
what
fine.
The hell?
It's fine. We're headed back towards the cabin now. Is this a car I can get into? No.
Damn.
It's just flare gun ammo.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Against the dark creatures I was facing.
Bang.
Whee!
That one's still alive.
Yep.
Rectify this.
Return to Barry, my one true love.
My friend in these dark times.
Oh, they disappeared when I got into the sanctuary.
Yippee!
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Just had to find some coke. Then I could finish the book in a timely manner.
But where is one to find such a substance?
Has anybody, you know, since George R.R. Martin didn't lock himself on that island like he promised he would, has anybody thought to introduce him to coke?
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone. It's not my favorite Alfred Hitchcock movie, but it's all right.
My mother saw that movie as a child, and now she has a bird phobia.
I understand why it was such a seminal achievement and all that, but personally, I think North by Northwest is better.
Personally, I find Birdemic more entertaining.
I blocked the chimney. The owls keep trying to shove letters through it, Al. I kept waiting for them to, I know what they're supposed to do in this section, but I was like, none of them are coming at me.
I didn't. This is a spooky sequence.
No! I don't know what direction they're coming from. I need directional audio.
So, something fun, that I've learned is in Fortnite.
I thought the pigeons were bad back home, Al. Oh, New York!
In Fortnite, there's an accessibility option called Visualize Audio, right?
Yep.
And it's obviously it's a very good accessibility option there for people that can't hear well. So, the loving term that I grew up with, sound whoring. It's like, well, if you can't sound whore, this is for you. Except, it's really funny? The Visualize Audio picks up sounds better than
the
like,
game. So it's just, you just have it on and it's advantageous.
So all
it's
of
like
us,
having listening from
Yeah.
the Last of Us on all the time.
all of us have it on all the time when we play because it has saved my ass so many times because I will not hear footsteps and all of a sudden a white little marker appears on my screen and I'm like, oh shit, they're in the room. It's good stuff.
I keep forgetting, like, there's no point in hoarding stuff when you're at the end of the level, and I think this is the end of the level.
God, I hate that I play Fortnite. God, it sucks. How did it get to this point?
How did it come to this?
How did it come to this?
Where did I go wrong in my life?
Where did I go wrong that we're actually having fun in Fortnite? Hey, Barry.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting.
Nobody could be Jackbox like the restaurant says Ninja Bunny, or the video game series.
Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted
Replace it with foam stars. Oh, we gotta talk about foam stars.
I had to
We'll
try
talk
to
about it
find
after
one
this
to get Alice back.
Is this what happens to you when you're writing?
Yes.
Ah!
Yep, this is a documentary.
It's been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Oh, my writer's block is attacking me viciously and violently.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there.
Rose, are you on peyote? Be sure to drink lots of liquids.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Old Dear Diner.
Good girl.
Does she wear that in her own house all the time? Oh no! No, music!
No, jeez! Alright.
That means it's the end of the episode! Whoa!
Alright, well, we gotta keep talking. So, yeah, we played the Foam Stars beta.
If I cut an episode here in the edited version, you'll hear about Foam Stars next time. But everybody who's here in the stream, you get to hear about Foam Stars right now!
So the hot button question on everybody's mind, is Foam Stars good? No. So anyway, we played the beta for Foam Stars when it first came out.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we played the Foam Stars beta. No, who cares? We know what just happened. We just watched it.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's talk about Foam Stars.
Okay, so game came out, and compared to the beta, it has one more game mode and one less character to play because she's locked behind a battle pass that's extremely expensive on this $30 game. That being, of course, I've not purchased the game because it
was free for PlayStation Plus on the first month because they knew it was going to be dead on arrival.
And it is dead on arrival, but we still have it.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Continue talking about Foam Stars while I hunt through the trailer park for manuscript pages.
For Rose.
Of course.
Works as a
So,
waitress down at the diner?
Rose, sure.
like, let's get the bad out of the way.
Sure.
Okay. Bad out of the way. The game releases from the beta. Sorry, was one other thing. They have like a single player mode that's like a horde survival thing. That
I didn't even know about that.
I haven't touched it very much. I should because it gets into the titular world of Foam Stars.
Oh, the lore. Okay.
It is, and where I think I mentioned to you that it's like guns do exist and cops use them, and they're not foam bullets, but the cops can't kill foam creatures with regular bullets because they're immune. But
Barry's explaining that all kinds of crazy stuff happens around here.
Yeah, of course.
I'm the God-fearing type.
The big thing, it's listen, everybody got mad about Dragon's Dogma because of its microtransactions.
Okay, hold on. We actually do need to listen to this. This is important. Sorry.
Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote.
Just like me, for real, for real.
So much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
All right,
Cool
and they were saying the lake, the Native Americans believe that it was a portal to the underworld.
Yippee! But
it was there this morning as if it had fallen from the sky.
Okay. That's
Come
not
on,
weird.
mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
He was very dismissive of Barry's claims of supernatural shenanigans and people going missing.
And then
to
this
then
happens.
go, yeah, it fell out of the sky. Darndest thing.
But, dude, okay, Foam Stars, you go to the shop in Foam Stars, right? So it's a game that you got to pay $30 for. It has a battle pass that's like $8 or $9.
Yep.
And that's required to get the character Melty, which it's like character was pretty decent. It has the worst ult in the whole game. Maybe it's better now.
We did tight intensive labbing in the beta, and we figured out that her ult was absolutely awful.
Horrible. And it seemed like it'd be really cool. Her ult is like a huge like cross-map beam, like a thick cross-map beam, but the problem is it takes forever to come out, and worse than that, you don't control it at all. And whatever trajectory you're like it moves slightly to the left or right, depending on which way you're moving. But it's like you can't course correct, you can't aim, and it doesn't even do that much damage.
Well, what we determined specifically, the downfall of this move, was that if you were hit with this with maximum health, it doesn't stun lock you at all, and you can literally just walk out of it before it's even got you to half health.
Exactly. You have to you
have to want to get killed by it or already be low health.
Exactly. So, beside the point, you go to the shop and it's like, okay, to get a pack for the like each character has like a cosmetic pack, and it contains like one of each of the accessory options. It's like you get a skin, you get a backpack, you get a surfboard, you get like 2 or 3 other things. It's like that pack cost $44.99 USD. You would pay 1.5 times the price of the game to get one cosmetic pack for a singular character in it.
Excellent.
That's miserable. But, and the game itself is kind of fun, but that's not what matters.
I think the main thing that killed it for me was the actual like foam surfing stuff. It's like it actually feels distinct enough from Splatoon to not feel like it's just the same thing. And like the surfing and stuff actually feels fun. We spent a lot of time talking about how fun the lobby is to just
correct.
Like,
the lobby was the best part of the whole game.
We were playing with a friend who has ADHD who was talking about, this is great, I get to talk to my friends and stimulate at the same time. Of just lay down foam and surf around and lay down some more foam.
But speaking of foam, let's talk about laying down foam.
The shooting in the game is bad because every single weapon is an arc weapon. And I felt like I never hit anything in that game.
No, I agree. It's like even for people with like shotguns, a lot of times to get like at fairly close range, you have to aim to the ground because it's going to arc up. But that's not even what I want to talk about. I want to talk about like the actual layers of foam. What separates the foam from ink in Splatoon, Jacob?
Well, you see, in Splatoon, if there's enemy paint on the ground, you simply bip it with a bit of your own paint, and now it's your paint on the ground.
Yes.
In Foam Stars, if someone has built up a giant mountain of enemy foam, you have to break down that mountain of enemy foam bit by bit with your own fire. And it takes 6 years.
That's the thing, is that's what's separating it from Splatoon. Is in Splatoon, like typical game mode of Splatoon, it's not about kills or anything. It's about how much of the map you paint.
Yep.
Right. And killing people is a consequence of it. In Foam Stars, that doesn't matter.
Killing people is just a bonus.
Exactly. Foam Stars for the two difficulties, the two game modes that were present in the beta, and technically for the third one that came when the game released, none of them are about like how much foam you have on the map. It's a variant of how many kills you're getting.
Yeah.
Right. The thing is, with the like walls of foam, it's like there are a few characters that specifically have moves that completely erase like mountains of foam. But aside from that, it's like if you're just playing not Tracer,
If you're playing not Tracer.
If you're playing
Isn't her name Soa?
Soa, yes. If you're playing not Tracer.
Please, come in.
And somebody, and Jet Jaguar, or whatever his name is, Jet Justice, has erected a wall of foam.
Rose.
You're going to like dump 2.5 clips of your foam into that wall to get it
I know what you need.
like melted down. It's
inspire
miserable. Also, the color gradients on the maps are like...
Hey, Al.
It's grating to look at.
Yeah.
You're in a big black... Oh.
Yeah, she's poisoned us. Don't worry about it.
What?
You're in a big black, red, and gold casino area, and you're spraying bright green foam and bright pink foam, and it looks like a vomit collage of colors. It's not good.
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife.
I wish I could say that the villain's name being Barbara was a Twin Peaks thing, but this technically predates the return. The evil, like the sources of all evil in Twin Peaks are named Bob and Judy. Bob is in the original show. Judy wasn't introduced until the return, I don't think. Gee Willikers, spooky lady, spooky clowns scare me.
Wow.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
He's so cool.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict.
Barbara
I'm learning
Yeager?
faster and faster.
Kate Yeager?
My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
It's an interesting kind of it's an interesting mystery in this game too, because we've got this device of the manuscripts that have already been written, that were written during the missing
Rose
week,
took
that
a
are
day
telling
from
the
me.
future.
I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road. Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
I slapped him on the back of the head to make myself feel better.
You're right.
I didn't even notice that.
I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free.
A manuscript page. Perhaps it will explain what's happened.
I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as
My
quickly
gun and
as
flashlight were gone again. How does this keep happening to Samus Aran?
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter.
Just like coffee.
Whoa.
But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Oh, frickin' Snoop. You're gonna cause me all kinds of problems.
Go, Jacob, head forward from the manuscript and veer slightly to the left to follow some stepping stones through a gap in the fence where the radio rests on some steps.
Crazy. How did you know that? Did you read the manuscript?
I read the manuscript.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all.
Ninja Bunny, I missed this in chat, but I agree. Alan's knock on the glass door was insane.
Is it just me?
One light tap from a half-open fist. He was basically doing the Lego hand.
What's on your mind, Walt?
I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but I ain't been drinking either, you know?
Well, you
sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
Argument with Danny. You know Danny, and then I get in trouble with the law. You know, and I'm just, well,
I heard something like that, Walt.
yeah. Well, you know, he's Danny's my best friend, and they let me bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
Oh yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah.
Craziest weather I've ever seen. Oh, that's just copyrighted music.
Oh, I see.
It's like, what is that noise? That sounds like some like creepy witch talking. I was, oh no, that's just somebody singing.
Oh, that's just modern pop.
That's just
Bazinga.
modern music. Bazinga.
Oh, you're gonna get it now.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, what will
God
happen?
knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Spillane!
That was... What the heck?
Oh.
Okay, that felt like heavy rain.
I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave
the guide said, after an event, you find yourself racing through the forest. I just like the wording of that.
Oh, wait, not that way.
Was that the stock police sound effect?
It's certainly possible. I mean, what do you mean it's the stock police sound effect? Police sirens sound one way, Joey.
They don't always sound like they do in Sonic Adventure 2, damn it.
Okay. Sounds a little bit like Sonic Adventure 2.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just crazy, but it's like, you know, it feels like in my brain, like, the ones used in games and movies is just like one distinct thing that's just... Listen, I'm not an audio guy. I don't know these things. I'm just speaking about how I feel.
Johnny says, honestly, that's the best way to describe what just happened. An event.
Damn.
Damn, they're using my weapons against me. No!
Oh my god.
Why are you using why are you going straight to lethal force?
Well, you know. It is a small town police force.
No. But I haven't done anything. I'm simply a writer.
Have you not read my books?
What's that post? It's like, it's a shit post about like media literacy. It's like, why would you write about murder? Don't you know that murder is bad? Do you think that murder's good? Oh my god, you're literally a murderer. You're gonna murder me right now, aren't you, you murderer? A manuscript page. Perhaps it can tell me how to get out of this predicament.
He picks up the page. I recall the ending of a story I once read. Death Note.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain.
This note too would spell my
dreamed
death.
of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
The writer.
JG said, "Can you believe Young Sheldon is ending?" I can't believe it didn't already
It didn't already end? It's so sad that Young Sheldon died of ligma. Who the hell is Young Sheldon was still on the air? Ligma balls.
Ligma balls.
Did
said
the
you're supposed to
FBI
go-
throw that car at me?
I don't know, but it said you're supposed to go right of the FBI car crash.
Right of the FBI car crash.
A police car crashes along the road ahead of you. Head right along the road to find a manuscript on
I
the
see it.
ground.
Oh, hold on.
A few dead yokels is nothing for catching this bastard.
I'm pursuing a fugitive. Again? What am I? The sheriff didn't put me under arrest.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. Pretty
That was a
girl,
bad
she
noise
said.
from my body.
Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
Everything's so dark. Alan, why did you write such a dark story, Alan? Why didn't Alan simply write himself to have the strongest flashlight in the world with infinite batteries? What is he, stupid?
Why didn't he have a gun with infinite bullets?
Why didn't Alan simply write that he had an M16 with infinite bullets? What is he, some kind of maroon? Drop hazard.
At the next safe haven, there will be a radio.
I don't have time to listen to the radio. I'm being pursued by the feds.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, there goes the crazy clouds again. Hey, look, man, it looks so cool.
Is everybody else seeing this?
Yeah, they said, what was that?
They're being attacked by the Dark Presence. I really don't need the Dark Presence to get control of people with guns. That would be a problem for me.
Yeah.
Oh, the safe haven went away. Okay, this can't
That
be
was
the one
not
with the radio.
That was not the real safe haven. It was a false one.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
The cops... I first I read it as like the cops didn't stand a chance. They weren't writers.
Sheriff Breaker said, "There's no way that dweeby writer is killing all of your men." And Nightingale said, "You don't know writers like I do." I called him 2 different writers in the span of 1 line of dialogue. I know lots of writers.
Yeah, Ernest Hemingway. I remain, not them.
What? Why did you do? I'm not worth it. I'm not worth it.
Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run.
I'd have to use the darkness to escape.
There's actually plenty of places to run. What is that?
I couldn't tell if that was a graphical error or if I was being attacked by shadow monkeys. The dark presence was closing in on me. I had to find Alice quickly.
Oh yes, a Firewatch station. Could you live out in the woods in at the top of this, just looking for fire?
Yeah, you mean that's what those guys do?
It is. I'm saying.
Could I do it?
Yeah.
I'd get a lot of writing done.
That's true.
I looked at the binoculars. This would be a good place to get some writing done, I thought.
I don't think they get a lot of internet out there.
You don't need the internet to write. You just need paper,
you don't.
typewriter. You need. You don't need. You can write with a laptop computer as long as you got power.
I was talking for myself. I wouldn't be writing, but
Just bring a lot of DVDs.
Yeah.
Bring some books. Hey, you said you don't
If I
read
could-
as much as you'd like to. Read some more.
True. Bring a lot of books. If I could just bring a lot.
No, Alan.
Yippee!
I could
I
see
think
the
if I
lights
could
of the
have
radio
like,
station in the
if I could
distance.
just bring like a ton of like games and movies and shows on like a drive, I'd be all right. I mean, well, I say I'd be all right. Obviously, like even the loneliest people in the world, or not loneliest, even the most like you know, like hermited people in the world. It's like
You gotta talk to some. Gotta talk to another human being.
Isolation's a real bitch.
Yeah.
You know, we are
social animals.
Yes, exactly.
Mulligan Thornton, come in. Over.
But I think I could do it.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on. Sit down and give me that. Jane, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, you know what I mean? Over. I don't
He just said that Nightingale's possibly shooting at Alan drunk.
Anyway, Rose is playing weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh yeah, I bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
They're both drunk and stupid and loud.
Why
and they both know writers.
Why is the chat talking about what kind of toxic yaoi Alan would write from Final Fantasy?
Oh man, I want to get in on this. Hold on, you gotta read these to me, Joey, because I gotta know about the writing.
I don't know if I
The
want to.
broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine
let's see.
seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
What I read English and I don't understand some of these. I don't understand. Cloud/Sephiroth Coffee Shop AU 12K Toxic Yaoi. You're just saying words. You're just saying dumbass things.
The darkness.
Oh, the dark presence. The dark Joey, look, the dark presence.
It's making it rattle. Have you gotten a new?
I haven't yet. No.
Have you gotten a new throwable yet?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
I see a coffee thermos.
Near the throwable is going to be a radio. God, I'm so far out of all yippee that I don't know even where to begin.
Well, that's not good. I can see sparks flying off the wires. That doesn't bode well.
That's the kind of FF7 fan fiction Alan would write if you like FF7.
The old
which is
generator
probably not
conked
true.
out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and
Alan
try
has
again.
bad taste. Wow, he strikes me as either FF6 or an FF8 guy.
Oops,
Alan
hold on,
definitely
I didn't work.
writes Squall/Cypher Toxic Yaoi. Joey isn't familiar with yaoi terminology. You're damn right. I'm not. Listen, more power to you, but well, I mean, I can make guesses. I know what yaoi is, and I know what toxic relationships are. I imagine everything that's Cloud and Sephiroth would be toxic, because their relationship is not very.
Would you like this Dombe Cloud?
Dombe Cloud. Tabete Dombe.
Please leave me alone, Sephiroth. That's what he's saying, by the way, since he didn't watch the version with subs. He's like, please go away.
Why does he have cat ears and a tail?
Because that's the mascot for the Dombe.
Dombe.
It's a little fox. It's not cat ears. It's fox ears, Joey.
My bad. I wasn't paying enough attention to make the distinction, I suppose.
A flashlight? I could use it to fight the dark presence. Oh no, the dark presence!
Oh my gosh. Yippee! I feel like Alan probably likes Clive/Barnabas.
Oh, is there a scene for that already? You guys work fast.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Axel/Syax.
I have my new
Barnabas
throwables.
X Sid, old man, yeah. Here's your grand frappuccino, Cloud.
Come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
We got a lot of yaoi heads in here right now. It seems. I'll let you guys go at it.
Every single time one of my tweets does
more power to you.
Every single time I have a semi-successful tweet, it is always because the furries found it.
The furries?
Yes. I have one or two furry followers on Twitter. I'm sure I probably have more than that. But I have one or two that are just big enough that if they retweet something that I've said, it starts going around furry Twitter.
Okay.
And look, the furries have, other interests, too. I don't tweet about furry stuff, but I tweet about something gaming related, and the furries who are gamers like it, apparently.
Of course. We gotta play more Sonic so we can get more furries on the channel. Oh, I didn't know you picked those up.
Yep, I just said I picked them up a second ago, but it was 2 seconds ago. I don't have a gun. I still don't have a gun. They've only got sickles, so I can run away, I guess.
Gotcha. Well, near where you picked those up, there's a safe haven that apparently has a radio.
I missed it, man. We just gotta keep moving. Oh, no! No!
Can you kill them with flashbangs?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, it just kills. They just deletes them. Okay, got it.
Cool.
All right, got it. Drop 2 on it.
Is Freedom Planet any good?
Freedom Planet?
Yeah,
it's all right. Freedom Planet's pretty good, yeah. I haven't seen any footage. I think the second one came out a while ago, but I watched
the second one just came to PlayStation recently.
Willie and Liam. Here's the safe haven. Willie and Liam did a playthrough of Freedom Planet 1, like back when it came out years ago, and I was pretty impressed with it.
Okay. It seems like something I'd enjoy, but I was just wondering.
No, I thought it was pretty good.
It's on my wish list for one day if it goes cheap and I'm feeling a Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
What's on your mind, Mill? Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there. Well, that's just
Let's talk about what really matters: Sonic fan fiction.
I'm gonna let you need to clarify what you mean by this. I get shy replying to Jacob tweets, but maybe I should ellipsis for the Yowie. You gotta clarify your position there.
No, y'all don't bring Sonic fanfic into this. Y'all keep talking about like Cloud busting his sword or whatever.
Let's talk about Sonic appearances in Kingdom Hearts fanfiction. Because he's a frequent guest star in Kingdom Hearts fanfiction in my limited observation of the subject from 15 years ago.
I'm sure he makes an appearance in quite a bit because that's what a lot of fan fiction, to my knowledge, is crossover stuff anyway. Because
and Kingdom Hearts lends itself to it naturally.
It's my fan. Yeah, you're right. It would be.
No, that's what's crazy. Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. Kingdom Hearts, obviously, very popular video game series in the first place. I think the reason it's one of the leading things on fanfiction.net behind Pokemon is not just because people like it. I think it's because
if you go right
it lends itself crazy good to
yes.
To I can put whatever I want in there.
If you go across the bridge, I think directly to the right is a manuscript page. Yeah, right.
I see it. I seen it.
There's something near.
Now I'll read this manuscript page with ringing in my ears.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills? That's enough to kill somebody.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
No, Alan. Please, Alan. Alan! You gotta move, dude. I got no health. I'm going backwards. I'm going back to the safe haven. What am I talking about? There's no point in walking forward. Or is the safe haven gone? Did the light turn off? It deactivated.
Damn.
The dark presence got to it.
Why is he running like that?
Because he's injured. And I'm out of stamina. Okay, my health does regenerate a little bit. It just doesn't regenerate fully. Okay. See, now I can run for real.
The classic pip system.
Is this OG or Alan Wake 2? Oh, this is definitely OG. Alan Wake 2 is like a totally different game. Alan Wake 2 looks a lot more like the modern Resident Evil games. Alan Wake 2 looks a lot like Resident Evil 2 Remake in terms of its movement, inventory system, shooting, etc. This is a linear third-person shooter with horror flavor, right? Alan Wake 2 is a proper actual survival horror game with resource management and scrounging and exploration.
Cool.
Yeah. Very different game. I'm just gonna... No, I forgot. They're faster than me. There's no point. I just gotta go ahead and throw a flashbang down.
This is an interesting section, but I don't know.
See ya.
I like it.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm almost to... I see neon lights up ahead, which probably means safe haven, or at least equipment.
Yeah, there's gonna... Your next collectible...
They're trying to teach me, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to teach me that flashbangs can kill people.
That's true.
So I get it, but... Yeah, okay.
There we go. And that building is the next radio. I mean, it would, obviously it would make sense.
Ninja Bunny says, hello, apologies for the current discussion. It's kind of hard to get out of.
You know, you do your thing. It just keeps going.
I'm mostly just trying to, like, you know, I'm trying to keep apprised of what's happening in chat, especially because, like, the, you know, the edited episode version of this is not going to have chat over in the corner.
Lend me a car to get to the
Right after Ninja Bunny's apology, Circodug's like, you ever heard of self-cessed?
Okay, I literally almost said self-cess when someone said Clive X Sid, because of
yeah,
he takes on the name Sid later.
That's funny.
I was like, is that what you're talking about? It's crazy how when Sora and Kairi finally smooch, a lot of people are gonna say that's not canon. Nomura lost his mind.
Thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint.
And say, well, but I thought Nomura knew that they were gay. He was doing that on purpose. He was doing that on purpose.
Gorge.
Come on in, Mr. Wake.
Sir, yes, sir. You have a gun?
I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
He's so
cool. They put it in slow motion to emphasize how cool he is, and then he immediately bungles it. I'm really glad we stopped by the...
You hear me? HP. He just keeps saying authors.
Yes, yep.
Ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell
Glad you were on
where
it.
I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you? Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Whee! Alan, you gotta pick up the pace, buddy. The cops are after you. The dark presence had taken my gun. Still wouldn't give me another one. I was surrounded by the dark presence.
Why don't you just pick up one of those axes?
No!
It's better than
Alan.
nothing, right?
Yeah, I should pick up one of those seconds.
What he needs is the weapon you have in No More Heroes.
Oh yeah, the not a lightsaber that you can
Yes.
recharges when you shake it a bunch.
Exactly.
And he can get a flashlight that does the same thing. He can recharge his
hang
sword
on.
and his flashlight at the same time.
At the safe haven, proceed directly ahead towards the face of a cliff. Veer slightly left as needed to arrive at the base of the trail leading up to the mountainside. To radio tower. Manuscript is on a concrete slab.
Am I doing this correctly?
Oh,
I thought this wasn't progression, and I realized it's going on for too long. This is probably the way up the mountain. Dead.
Yippee!
God. I love how Alan's constantly flashbanging himself during this section. Listen, he's a writer.
He's a writer.
Oh, I did pick up a gun. I totally missed it.
Oh.
It's a video game again. I missed it. Okay, I guess, okay, so this is progression, which means we're supposed to go left here at this rock face. OG Willikers.
Noruega, we're loosely following a collectibles guide for manuscript and radios and
Manuscripts, radios, and episodes
TVs.
of Night Springs.
Yes.
There was no sensible
I say
reason
loosely
for
because I think
power
we've missed one or two
company rights to be
manuscripts,
here.
but I believe so
It
far
was
we've gotten
almost
all
as
the
if they'd
TVs
been left
and
for someone
radios.
like me to use.
Maybe this is not the way forward. There's like a long road up that mountain.
Yeah.
But that could just be relics of open world game Alan Wake.
True.
Okay, hopefully they'll just spawn more enemies for a random encounter. No, okay, that's definitely the way forward. We're supposed to go to the radio tower. Whoa! Alan!
Whoa!
Behind you, brother!
It says, arrive at the base of a trail leading up the mountainside to a radio tower. The manuscript rests on a concrete slab near the corner of a road next to some flares. So maybe it is.
We'll find it eventually. I'll just be thorough. We'll get there eventually.
Yep. I mean, it's a manuscript page, so if I miss it, I miss it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. The one that we absolutely cannot miss are the Night Springs episodes.
For sure, but those are going to be harder to miss, I think.
It's true.
What?
Anyone get the Barrett date in Rebirth? Purposefully got Aerith. Ninja Bunny said, I laughed at. I was gunning for Aerith, and I tried so hard, and then I got Red 13. I literally yelled at him in real life. I called him a stupid dog shit dog.
That's not nice. He's a good boy.
I got Red too, but I wasn't trying to game it about who I got. I just played the game naturally, and I got whoever I got. Especially because they fixed the way that the affinity stuff works, the mutually exclusive scenes in Remake. You have to do so much insane crap to be able to see like every variation on repeat playthroughs.
That light get him?
In Rebirth, you can just once you New Game Plus it, you can simply like replay a chapter and say, okay, I want this character to have max affinity to get their scene.
Sick.
Wrong one. I thought that was a flashbang.
Oh, well.
It worked out just fine. Alan.
Bang.
Short on ammo, actually. Turn this on. Yeah, come into the light, idiot.
I think he's already cooked.
He has already cooked. No! That guy's not cooked!
Oh my god, that dude jumped at you. Switch to your shotgun.
Yeah, no!
Damn. Yeah,
How we talk is going to go on until the stream is over. We may have to end it.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm not even judging. I just can't participate. That's fine. Joey and I will talk about other stuff. You guys talk about Yaoi. Joey and I will find our own conversation subjects.
Exactly. No, I still desperately want to play
Wrong.
Rebirth.
Wrong weapon. Wrong weapon to not directly aim with carefully.
I'm almost done with Dragon's Dogma. And then I will be back to playing Persona 3. And then from there, whatever happens after Persona 3 and Dragon's Dogma is kind of a toss-up. So, like, you know, maybe FF7, but probably just start playing, like, Yakuza Kiwami. But who knows, right?
Damn it.
Or heck, I may just focus on, like, multiplayer stuff for a little bit. 7, I'll probably get to the point where, like, whenever I play 7, I'll just borrow it from either, like, you or somebody else.
Sure. Okay, that took a while. That wasn't great. I should have been running around and dashing around and using these lights, I guess. But
it is interesting.
Oh,
whoa.
This is definitely worth the 4 bullets that I have
Bang.
left. Lithium batteries, not ammo. Okay, the ammo for my revolver, thank goodness.
It is interesting how it's like there is no... I mean, obviously it's not really... Ammo management doesn't really matter, but it's like if you do run out, you're just screwed.
Yeah. It's true.
Most games aren't brave enough.
There might be like a dynamic thing with that where it says, you know, hey, if he's out of bullets, you spawn more bullets into the area. I don't know.
Who knows?
A lot of games do that sort of thing.
They do.
I'm totally lost. I'm supposed to be going to the radio tower. I bet I'm supposed to go to the radio tower and then it's going to send me this way.
That is, I don't think that's the manuscript page I was
Nope.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. And it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, The look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Ninja Bunny, no, I have not. The only Yakuza I've played is 0. I've not played 1, and I don't think I will be playing 1 over Kiwami, sadly, because I have Kiwami, and I don't even know how the hell I would go about playing 1 at this point.
The only way to play 1 is by emulating it, other than Kiwami. There's no... No, that's not true. You could have, if you were in Japan, played it on the Wii U.
Oh.
There was a Japan-exclusive port of the PS2 versions of Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2 for the Wii U only.
Interesting.
Yep. I read about that a while ago. That kind of flipped me out.
Yeah, no, only...
Yet another reason why the Wii U still has more exclusive games than the PlayStation 5.
But speaking of emulation, though, it's like... You know, I don't have a computer, so I can't really emulate that.
It's true.
But Apple users, such as myself, Apple cucks, one might say, are finally getting a fraction of a taste of what it's like
to have an Android.
To have an Android with emulators being ruled illegal on Apple. But obviously, that's
just the thing that's interesting is like the emulation is legally protected.
Yes.
It's just that ROMs are not legally
Correct.
protected. But yeah, so they finally they officially said you can put emulators on the iOS store. So now I've seen multiple posts, and then you were yourself playing a Pokemon game.
Whoa!
Huh?
Whoa! What? I mean, piracy is illegal, Jacob.
No, you're wrong. I'm sorry. It was just a game. It was a fan game that looked a lot like Pokemon.
It looked a lot like Pokemon on my phone. But on an unrelated note, I just want to warn all of you Apple users out there against piracy, because obviously piracy is really bad.
You got to be careful. You could slip and pirate,
and it's immoral, and it's bad.
I
want
to get a shirt that says you wouldn't steal a car. I want to get that font.
I would love to.
I would wear that all the time.
But anyway, just to let you Apple users know, just so you're careful, okay? Don't accidentally download the app Delta Emulator. Delta being an app that used to do, or they used to do a bunch of like jailbreaking for iPhones and stuff. So they're bad news. Don't download the Delta game emulator that is a purple icon with a white symbol on it. And whatever you do, after you have it downloaded, do not go to the...
I already went to the radio station, but there's
do not go to the website rroms.github.io and go to the popular tab or anything specifically to get all of the good ones. Definitely don't use the Internet Archive over Myrant because it's a little bit cleaner. And definitely don't hit download file and then add the file to the app. You definitely don't want to do that because it's illegal and immoral and really bad, and you wouldn't want to accidentally play a Pokemon game that's been out of print for several years now.
You know me, I wear almost exclusively like plain colored t-shirts.
Yes.
I would totally wear a shirt that said you wouldn't steal a car.
I would wear a shirt that said you wouldn't steal a car.
Stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else.
God, and now I need to find that video of the
Walter tried to kill it.
It's like a at home or school recording about like anti-piracy where the guy like busts through the door and like with the mic blown, he's holding a stapler like a gun.
Got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
Okay, so that was it. So that's the Spanish ship you were talking about, a concrete slab next to the radio tower. That was I think a full 2.5 minute hike for that manuscript page and some flares, and now back down the hill.
Ninja Bunny out here with the hot takes again. I'd wear a shirt in the "you wouldn't steal a car" font, but it just says you wouldn't play P3P over P3 Fez.
You could make a whole line of you wouldn't with that font shirts.
Yeah, not that I'm disagreeing with you because I played Fez.
Stop!
That's the thing that sucks so much about Persona 3, and it continues with the new one as well, where it's like there's just not a definitive way to play.
There's no definitive
Any version of the game that you play, you're going to be missing out on stuff. Although I guess technically with the answer coming as a DLC for remake, you could argue that
it's the closest to a definitive version.
Yeah, but you still don't get FMC.
Yep. Oh man, that freaking that manuscript page was totally worth it for this damage tax with the birds.
It's so good.
No! Birds! I'm just gonna have to use the flares that I just got from the manuscript.
Use it or lose it, Jacob. And by it, I mean you're
Intense music for the birds. F off, birds!
This game is for the birds.
Whoa, there were birds right next to me. Or was that a graphical error? Was I just stroking out? Whee!
I don't know. Maybe if the people working on the mod are very passionate, maybe the definitive way to play P3 will be remake with the FemC mod. But
yeah, but you won't have like voiced FemC, social links.
Unless they put a lot of effort into it.
The only way that, unfortunately, nowadays that would mean AI. There's another manuscript page over here. I can see it in the distance.
I hate how right you are. Oh yeah, I'm out of the loop.
No, dude, don't worry, dude. That was a whole that was like a 7-minute running around in a circle. You missed nothing. Oh, this is a good one. Wake attacked by a bulldozer.
Just like Yakuza 7.
It crashed the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head nor eyes. Monster. Then it came for me.
That last line.
Yes. I was thinking the same thing, but I wasn't gonna say it. Did I send
Night
you?
City, what makes someone a criminal?
Did you see the shadow edit of
yes.
that? Okay.
I think you sent it to me.
I wasn't sure.
I saw it again on YouTube. In Night City, what makes someone a criminal? Getting caught. No, I just jumped for joy again.
Yippee!
Oh, somebody's calling me on my phone.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. I'm so afraid.
Nicole.
Leave me in the dark.
Jason!
I look at you, Alan, and it's
Mary!
JG says my GF and I are playing FF7 OG. She knows nothing about video games, and Aerith is her favorite character. She doesn't
Alice,
know.
I'm here.
That's going to be a magical moment. Cherish that.
It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
Using a terrible voice-acted mod. Thing is, the translation is really good.
Hadn't been right with the call.
She
sounded
oh my
wrong
god,
somehow.
a voice-acted
But she had
mod.
called me.
No.
That's good. That sounds spicy.
Wake attacked by a possessed object. Oh, it's Indigo Prophecy!
Whoa!
Itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage.
It shook in a dark rage, darkly, full of darkness. The dark pole shook with dark rage, darkly, as I pointed my flashlight to shed the darkness from its dark lightness.
Ninja Bunny says, "Ich drink cola und hab flare gun, yippee!" Damn, chat's really going off today. Wow, some loot. I wonder if it's going to have ammo or a flare gun in it.
Had ammo
and batteries.
And
I forgot about batteries.
And lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion energizer batteries. They kept me going through the night, helped me fight the darkness. They didn't seem to keep going, though. They ran out very fast, and I had to keep replacing them. I was going to sue Energizer for false advertising when this was
That's
all
how
over.
I knew that my story was in the same direction, because Energizer ran out just too fast.
Energizer keeps on going. But it didn't keep on going. Something about the dark presence was sucking up Energizer's power.
A lesser battery may not have even turned my flashlight on.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Okay.
Well, he needs to get out of here, you know.
Uh-huh.
He needs to get farther away from the cops, and he needs to fight the Dark Presence. An invisible force kept asking me to sprint. It was not growing tired, even though I was.
Mouse has to ask, are P1 and P2 getting remakes, or is that just a rumor as always? Just a rumor as always.
Just a rumor as always, but hey, you
Same
never
as it
know.
ever
You never
was.
know. Might happen. It could happen. It could be real this time. But it probably
I mean,
isn't.
I think if they were going to do that, they would release them like they did with P3 and 4.
Do I have to go all the way around?
Unless they're just embarrassed.
Oh, there's a ladder. I see a ladder.
Oh, okay. Not saying those games are bad, but you know.
I almost jumped for joy again. I didn't know what it was, but every time something went right for me, even a little bit, I felt so giddy I leapt for joy. I suppose it was something about this night, something about the Dark Presence. I had to take every little victory I could get.
Dude, speaking of Persona, I just remembered
No, Alan!
A funny moment one of our friends had. He texted us in the group message.
Alan, why'd you write it like this?
He was talking to some girl, and he was like, hey, I don't really know about any of this stuff. I need to know if this is a red flag. He was like, Persona was brought up, and she said that Persona 1 was leaps and bounds better than 3 and 4. We were like, bro, get out of there.
No! The Dark Presence!
Oh my god.
No. Use the. I wanted to use the flashbangs.
Damn.
To kill the Dark Presence. No! I'm gonna get killed. They're all around me. I'm surrounded by the Dark Presence.
No! I think in Nightmare these kill you in one hit.
Sure. I hoped I could find a car from
What the hell am I supposed to do there?
Just shine the light better.
I guess I'm supposed to use the flare gun too, probably.
Probably. Of course, Ninja Bunny says
that's a
cool
they
person.
date that
Date
person
her
immediately.
Well, I don't think that
I too love running
him.
through the school at 70 miles an hour.
I do like the song it plays though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Go away, Dark Presence. Be gone, thought.
Can you dodge those, or?
I have no idea. Ah! Alan! Alan, get out of there!
3 a.m. prop hunt gone wrong.
I was thinking the same thing. No, Alan!
Oh, that's when the barrels don't explode.
Son of a bitch!
Alan's not doing so good.
No, this is the final stage in Sonic 06 when the dimensional portals start opening.
Yeah.
And all they do is just throw boxes at you. And it's meant to be the timelines are all collapsing on each other, but it's just the one physics objects they have.
Yep.
Wake and the Dark Presence in the lodge. Finally, I can confront the Dark Presence.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The Dark Presence was inside the lodge with me.
The Dark Presence.
Somewhere in this complex, I believe there'll be a
As a teenager, just started to get interested in writing. Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Okay.
I have the stronger flashlight now, Joey.
Cool.
It's a stronger flashlight.
I'd just hold on to both if I were him, but I'm
yeah,
not,
no kidding.
I'm not Mr. Wake.
Now I have the strong flashlight. When I point its light, it's stronger. It burns away the darkness faster. Yeah, there's a couple. I think there's still one or two more flashlight upgrades after this. Actually, they get more powerful because we're going to be fighting more enemies. We need to burn the darkness away faster.
Oh yeah, I believe you get one of those. The flashlights that you hold the special way.
Yep.
They have
that you hold the special way.
The grip ones, the heavy duty ones.
Yep.
The ones that everybody has in like a cabinet somewhere, in case the power goes off. But then the power goes off and you forget you have it.
And you forget that you have it, so it never did. Yeah, it never did you any good.
So you just use your phone and maybe some candles if you want a little extra.
Oh, this gate's taking too long to open. No! Is that an exploding barrel?
No. Oh, it is! I can't believe it. Well, okay. Oh, there's one to your right too.
It doesn't do damage, but it burns the darkness away, Joey.
It does.
That's its own kind of damage.
It would be rough if these guys had guns. I'm about to sneeze. I can feel it.
All right, now we finally have exploding barrels.
Oh no, I'm a liar. I think it's going away.
Sneeze is going away?
No, damn it, no.
No sneeze.
How could this be?
How could nature betray you like this?
Maybe it's not this
The dark presence!
Maybe it's not this building, but there's some building with a floor that's got a TV. Or a radio, I don't
remember. No, Alan! Go back out the door! Come back over here where the explosive barrels are. Come on! No! Alan! Oh, it can't kill!
Damn.
Killed myself with a barrel.
Awesome. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot it. Jordan Canberra says, "Are you awake, Mr. Wake? Are you Mr. Wake and Bake 420?" I forgot, everybody. It's a national holiday. Congratulations, however you're selling it.
Yeah,
no,
when we started, someone commented we were starting at 420 on 420.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
Wasn't 420 where we were, but that's fine. No, no, Alan.
It's always 420 somewhere in the world.
It would have been really funny if I managed to kill myself with a barrel again.
Do not pirate a weed smoke. You wouldn't download a joint.
Marijuana is wrong, except for medicinal purposes. As I understood it, you could smoke weed in the Pacific Northwest.
The concept's so foreign and alien to me. I didn't know how to handle it.
In light, you can hurt them. It's a little late for that tutorial.
Maybe it is up here. I don't know. The weed smoke had scrambled all my senses.
Here we go, baby.
Come on.
Yeah, the best part of the game.
Unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derlis' trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derlith, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition. But you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could
Maybe in
assist
another
us.
life,
I'm
in
afraid
another
we are
world,
short.
I did something late night on local TV.
Perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derlis.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
Oh, okay. This is gonna be like that episode of Community where Pierce wakes up with his butt on his chest.
The dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Darling, be calm. Shh.
This is reminiscent of that movie I was telling you about.
If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit.
JG, ew, kissing in my video game? Whoa! The
Whoa.
woman poisoned the man?
Whoa. I love woke coming from the guy I was talking about, Yowie, earlier. No, so Wednesday I was visiting a friend who had just gotten a new TV, and we were...
Yeah, this movie you were talking about earlier.
We were browsing about... We were just browsing random stuff to watch on there, and he had found a horror movie that he had seen. He was like, yeah, it's a pretty good horror movie. Check this out. And I was like, well, no. He was like, maybe we'll check this out. We'll keep going, right? And we randomly... Something brought our attention to a movie called Dagon from 2001. And Dagon, in my opinion, is like the perfect kind of bad movie that you're looking for in these kinds of situations. Because it's like... The acting wasn't good. The main actress, English was not her native language, and I don't know, like, she spoke good English, but her pronunciations were strange, and I don't know where she was from.
Sure.
But it led to some really funny line deliveries, and it's like, aside from the story being pretty funny at points, which it's like, oh my god, there it is. Adaptation of a Lovecraft story. I don't know how faithful it was.
Sure.
But,
Alan!
But it was just really funny because it's like, it was not very competent, but there was a lot of heart. I don't know how to really convey that. It was just like, our protagonist was a dweeb, but they kept treating him like a Chad in it. And he had this dumbass catchphrase in it where he'd be talking to somebody and he'd be like, 2 possibilities, and like have 2 fingers up. And it's like, one,
just like my hero Sonic.
1, I do this, or 2, I push you off this cliff, or whatever, right? But there was that, the costumes for the townsgoers went from that looks okay to that's hilarious. And the props in the movie and the blood in the movie are both very funny. Because the blood was very obviously just red paint. But
Whoa!
It was...
had to fight the darkness with the light.
That movie was an absolute treasure to watch. I was so glad that we came across it randomly. If you're wanting to kill like an hour and a half, check out
My strategy isn't
2001
working.
Dagon. Do you have any flashbangs?
No, I don't have any flashbangs, no.
Woo!
No, Alan.
I'm not heterophobic. Love is love. That's a hot take from Circle.
I should have just shot the flare out in the first place, probably, but that's fine. Okay, here we go. Gimme. Gotta find a way. There's actually more. Yeah, there's multiple different ammo boxes around here. I see like
JG clarifies, yaoi is not woke. Love is love. Woke is when woman.
He ain't wrong though. He ain't wrong.
Might be cooking. Might be cooking something.
I saw something so awful the other day. So I totally missed that season 3. I've mentioned before a television adaptation or a streaming adaptation of a series of novels, the Alex Rider novels, like books about a teenage spy. They're neat tone-wise because while they're a little bit like kid gloves, the original books, they're also not like, isn't it exciting that this 16-year-old, 15-year-old is doing like dangerous spy stuff? They're like, the books are like, no, isn't it like ridiculously unethical that MI6 is blackmailing this child to do secret black ops for them?
Yes. Also, press the square button. It's bothering me.
What's the square button?
Isn't that the reload button?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
okay. Sorry, I was like, what's wrong? I didn't realize that I wasn't full up. The show's all right. I like the Alex Rider show, I am looking forward now to season 3 because I watched the trailer and there's a scene in it where he is holding an assault rifle and it looks like he's on a training course of some kind, but I don't care. It still gives me hope.
Okay.
I think I talked about like it is. I hate when it's like, oh, it's a teenage character, so we have to have like the. You have to put the gloves on, right?
Yes.
The teenage character isn't allowed to do things that an adult that we'd be more comfortable seeing an adult do than a teenager do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that bad, especially not in season 1 of Alex Rider. For example, the only part where it would make sense for him to pick up a gun in season 1, he says, "Give me a gun," and the adults say no.
Damn.
And they have like a pretty good reason for not, which is, you know, if they give you a gun, if we give you a gun, then people might shoot at you. However, there's a part in the ending of season 2 of Alex Rider where he is like literally trying to stop bad guys from firing ICBMs, and he Krav Magras like a security guard who has an assault rifle, right? And then he doesn't pick the assault rifle up to go and walk into the room where people are about to shoot missiles that will kill thousands or millions, even though there are many armed guards in that room with assault rifles, because I guess he figures he's going to Krav Maga them all.
Awesome.
And it's like, it is out of character for him to not pick up that gun and go in there and shoot all of them in the back. Like, he as a character would do that.
Right.
So I'm optimistic. The trailer for the third season looks kind of like it looks.
Maybe they'll let him have guns.
Yeah, maybe they'll let him shoot people if it's appropriate. But the reason I brought that up was because I guess I'll wait until this cutscene is over. Just in case. No, he's not talking. He's just starting the car. The dark presence is going to attack him.
The sunrise.
Oh, never mind. No dark presence. The sunrise. I saw a comment on the trailer that was like, "Oh darn! I hope that this gets."
So sorry. I just want to say calling somebody a dumb F in all caps will not get flagged on YouTube, but calling somebody a libtard will. Owned libtard had to be approved.
Oh man. Did you just
Yes,
approve it? That's why. Okay.
Yes.
Kidnapper, and he would give me Alice.
Because it's
I wouldn't give him any other choice.
No, but so season 3 is going to be the last season of Alex Rider, which is probably just as well because the guy playing Alex is my age, and he's playing like a teenager, and he's like, you know, he can kind of get away with it, but it's like, you know, it's time for the ship to sail.
Yeah.
But I saw a comment on one of the trailers that was someone being like, you know, I hope that, you know, oh man, I'm bummed this is the last season. I hope, you know, Netflix picks it up for another one because because that's what you say when you want someone to revive a show. You say I want Netflix to get it. And one of the replies was, if Netflix did it, they would make him Alexa. That's how woke got us onto Alex Rider.
No, I wouldn't want Netflix to pick it up just because they're as soon to cancel something as they're to pick it up.
Exactly.
I think you could probably get in your truck.
No, you can't.
Can you not?
I mean, I can try. I assume there was no light on inside. It says I can only do it if the light's on.
Right. Well, let's say back in your truck. Follow the road through the ravine with remnants of broken bridges.
Why did it get me out of the truck? It started me out of the truck.
That was about to be a very funny level.
Without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative.
Come to believe it? I mean, it's just happening, Alan.
Waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me.
The whole world taking over by the Dark Presence. They're all after me.
Oh my god. Through the ravine with the remnants of the broken bridge overhead, just through that opening and to the right, there are wooden steps that lead up to a shack on higher ground. You can continue following the road to reach the same building. Inside the building is a radio.
Oh, okay, maybe that was it.
Whoa.
Say, read the instructions again.
Back in your truck. Follow the road through the ravine with the remnants of the broken bridge.
The ravine, okay.
Just through the opening and to the right, there are wooden steps that lead up to a shack on a higher ground. Or you can just continue following the road to reach the same building. Inside the building is a radio.
Well, I guess I'll follow the road then if it's going to get me there anyway. I might just have to come back for my car.
True.
The whole world was out to get me. The Dark Presence sent the FBI after me.
There it is.
Just like the manuscript said.
All right.
Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM, folks.
Well, he said he only did it at
I
night.
apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained.
It's a story of when what's his face, Larry King, snuck out of the radio studio to go bang some lady, and the record started skipping.
Yeah.
I shown you this interview.
No, I've heard the story,
Okay,
but I don't know.
Keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out.
Next radio is going to be at a ranger station.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing.
Norway says, Alan, the world was out to get me. The Dark Presence even made the car physics trash to obstruct me. No, don't play that copyrighted music.
No, sir.
Man, there's a lot of cars to steal in case you accidentally destroy your cars, I guess.
It was bold of them to license more music for this.
I assume it's licensed music, but who knows? It might not be.
Who knows?
I know it used to be. It might not be anymore, though. Alright, let's see. That's just back to the broken bridge, so we gotta go across here. Whee! Look at this exciting open world where we can solve a Twin Peaks mystery. Scrounge for resources and survive the night.
Ninja Bunny is wanting to ask if FF16 spoilers are okay.
I feel like the statute of limitations on that isn't up.
Yeah, I'd say so. Listen, we all have very strong feelings. Let's wait. Let's just wait for a little bit. Yeah. You know.
I like to err on the side. As much as Joey will say, that I don't care about spoilers and I just blow stuff all the time, I do try to be respectful.
You've gotten a little bit better over the years. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but there were a few times in the past where it was just like talking about a media would immediately turn into here's what's happening in the last 80% of it.
Finding that special someone, that soulmate. Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it. Well, see, to me that's strange because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You pegged him as a hopeless romantic?
Whoa!
Yuri.
This really is Alan Woke.
But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance,
I just think about I just think about the post. It's like, peg you? I got you pegged for fucking loser.
I think we should stop this stream. I think we need like a hard reset. We need to stop the stream, splash some cold water on our faces, and come back in a week or two.
Nah.
Because this is a disaster.
Isn't limited to what's
look at that bed.
Chance encounter.
That does not look very comfortable.
You see, there's an advantage to streaming where you have an audience to help you out a little bit if you're really struggling on stuff. But then other times the audience betrays you.
Everybody betray me.
Everybody betray me, Lisa.
She was the one she was, and I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work. I don't know, but well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then, there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm
Alan
not saying
got too
I dwell
woke.
on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me. You can't argue with the heart, Pat. I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
No, Ninja Bunny, you guys didn't say anything about pegging, but you got us on the trail. You got us on the road, okay? You did this to me. I don't have a dirty mind. It's all your fault. You all conspired against me. We actually probably are going to wrap up in a few minutes, though. It's getting late. Joey and I got to eat dinner.
It do be like that.
No, I mean, honestly, you know what? Let's just call it here. Because, I mean, like, what? We're gonna drive forward and something crazy is going to happen. There's going to be an eclipse and the Dark Presence is going to come out. We may as well stop here. This is just as well.
Okay.
Might not stop, like, an edited episode here, depending on how I trim these. But we're definitely going to... We're going to stop the stream here, I think.
So, yeah, according to this guide, it looks like there's a decent amount left. A little bit. You know, like, 20% more to this level, to this chapter.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be... I think we're going to stop there for now, because it's getting a little late. Statistics. Kills with the revolver, kills with the flare gun, kills with the shotgun, with the hunting rifle, flashbangs. 31 kills with the flashbangs. It didn't feel like it. And what is an indirect kill? Does that mean with the car? Poltergeist objects destroyed. I killed 231
That's
birds.
a lot of birds.
That's a lot of birds.
I guess that one encounter just had a ton of them.
42 pages of 106. Some of them are New Game Plus only, so we're not going to get all of them.
Oh, I believe we already missed a few anyway.
I mean, no, sure. I'm just saying, like, we wouldn't get all of them if we were following the guide perfectly.
Nice Springs video games found. What?
Radio shows found. That's what the Xbox 360 product placement was in the original version, Joey.
Okay.
Radio shows found 9 of 11. We've almost got all of them. We're only halfway through the TV shows, though.
Right? I was surprised when I saw that in the guide. I was like,
so I will say this: the Xbox 360 not being here anymore because it's multi-plat and whatnot. So the Metal Gear Solid 4 is still trapped on PlayStation 3, right?
Yes.
There's been a lot of hope, like Volume 2, they might finally make it available somewhere else, and I'm sure they will. I really hope they don't change it. They might be tempted to change some stuff in it, because it also has some product placement. There are some Apple products. You have like a classic iPod as one of your inventory items, but specifically, they mention Blu-ray discs and the PlayStation 3 multiple times. There's a part where Otacon calls you to say you got to change the disc now, and Snake says, "Otacon, what are you talking about?" And then Otacon goes, "Huh? Oh, we're on PlayStation 3. Wow, those Blu-ray discs can pack so much data. We don't need to swap the disc anymore." Well, I guess you can keep going, Snake.
What game was it? They're just gonna do what they did with Mario Sunshine, where it's like Flood's like, press the button to do this.
Yeah, in Mario All-Stars, the game you can't buy anymore, they just removed Flood's line about the buttons. Just leave it.
Yeah, just
leave it, clown.
Yeah.
The children will figure it out.
It's fine.
The children will figure it out. What's playback? Oh, okay, cinematics.
I think it would have been much funnier if it just replaced it with a completely different voiceover. Press the A button. The X button.
I can't play back the Night Springs episodes, though. That's the only thing I would want to play back.
Mousehouse says, "Did you guys see the eclipse?" And Circle Duck says, "You can't see the eclipse. That's bad for you." It was too cloudy to see the eclipse here. It had just gotten done raining, and you could not see. And
I'm gonna be honest with you. I could have we could have gone and tried to look at it. I was too busy. I had work to do. I had stuff I needed to get done before the end of the day. Now, would they have probably forgiven me if I'd taken a few minutes off to go look at the eclipse? Sure, but I've seen eclipses before. I didn't really want to anyway. I wanted to get my work done because I was late.
This man,
and I felt bad.
Valuing work over the beauty of nature.
What kind of trophies we got? What kind of trophies we got?
This man's work-brained.
So yeah, the Signal and the Writer. I knew there were 2 DLC things. I don't know if we're going to bother playing either of them.
Ultra rare.
Destroyed the bulldozer.
Woo!
Some breathing time with a flare. 25 coffee thermoses. Managed to slow motion dodge 20 times.
Wow.
Blasted 4 taken into ashes with a single flashbang. Survived the Elderwood National Park. Discovered 25 manuscript pages. Discovered 5 of the hidden chests. Disobeyed the park ranger's instructions.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know what that means.
I think that's just the story thing.
Oh yeah, because he's shouting the instructions at you and then you kill him, sure. Finally managed to make that phone call. Unlike Stucky, you enjoy incontestable health benefits, namely you're not dead. You avoided getting hit with style. You have restored power. You were enlightened by a dream. All right. That's that, ladies and gentlemen. Enough Alan Wake for today.
Road to the platinum.
The road to the platinum that you have to do New Game Plus for, so that ain't happening. All right, that's it for today, folks. Hopefully we'll be back for more relatively soon.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and it's only going to be another stream or two to finish this game because it ain't long.
No, it's not. I think we got a decent amount of progress, perhaps.
Yep.
Maybe 3 more streams? Who knows?
Something like that, probably. Something like that.
So only 9 more months.
Only 9 more months, precisely. Alrighty, gang. That's it. That's it for tonight.
Thanks for stopping by. It's been real fun.
Yep. See you next time.